right. And we are live.
Go ahead and talk first. Let me just get this phone call right here.
All right, family, we back. And we back with the brother Garfield. We're gonna finish what we started. But had some technical difficulties. But we back to finish the one half of the discussion anyway, and get some education out with regards to this particular topic. And it can get a little rowdy over here on Paradigm Shift TV 314, but it is what it is. It's not often that we get a scholar of this caliber over here, so I definitely wanted to let the brother finish his spiel uninterrupted.
Yeah, I mean, if people want to come in, hey, no offense to Rabbi Lewis, but I'm not prepared to dialogue with you today. All right, so if Rabbi Lewis is in the audience and he wants to come on, not today. Anybody else but Rabbi Lewis, not today, bro. All right. Hey, I respect everybody in their lane. He has his lane, I have mine. I'm just not prepared mentally to deal with him today. That's all.
Yeah, I got you.
Let me share the screen back to what I was showing originally, right? Which is the Roman map. And the reason why I'm showing this is because, you could add it whenever you're ready. Yeah, the reason why I'm showing it is because a lot of people will make the error in basically saying that these Jews ran into Africa, right? Say they ran into Africa. So when they say they ran into Africa, where did they run to? Where they run into? This is the Roman Empire at the time. They can't run anywhere because everywhere they would run to, the Romans are there. The Romans are in control of what's called Roman Judea. I'm gonna Google Roman Judea, and we're gonna share that.
Okay.
On the screen in a second, so people could understand. Because we need to understand what they are trying to teach us. They're saying that they ran into West Africa. All right. So now let me share this on the screen with you right now, and this is from a Wikipedia article. Right, Judea, Roman province. Remember when the brother was talking, he was saying that they hid and did whatever they did, right? But the truth is the Jews were eating their own babies. They were killing themselves. They committed suicide. They did all these things during that war for whatever reason. But this is the Roman province. Judea is different than Judah or Yehud under the Persians. Look at the territory. The territory, I'm going to tell you, look at this now. The Roman province, the background. I'm going to give you the actual geography. If you look at it right here, Judah is normally down at the bottom, right here, Edom. Then you have Samaria and Galilee, upper north Israel, and so forth. But it's different now. If you look at the Judah, hold on, I think they give you the was a Roman province which incorporated the regions of Judea, Samaria, and Idumea, and extended over parts of the former regions of the Hasmonean and Herodoan kingdoms of Judah. So that means it included Idumea, which is Edom, and it included Samaria. That's a different Judah. Judah is normally by itself down here. So Judah, under the Romans, where they called Judah, was different than the regular Judah in the Bible. So you got to put that in the context now and say to yourself, oh, so they're talking about a different, it's Judah, they're using the name, but it included the Edomites, it included the northern Israel. Why they did that? Because that's their province that they created for themselves. But this was from the time of 6 Common Era. So that would mean, what do you call it? It was named after her, but the Roman province encompassed a much larger territory. The name Judea was derived from the king of Judah of the 6th century BCE. Following the direction of Herod Archelaus in 6 CE, Judah came under Roman rule. So what is he talking about? Remember, he said that they was living in their land. What land? It wasn't their land. The Romans controlled it from around 30 from around 65 BCE, they control that region. But they, for tax purposes and for census purposes, they named that area Judea. Roman Judea is different. All right? So this is what caused them to get bringle, as we say in Jamaica, or get perturbed, when they started to get taxed by the Romans. The province of Judea was seen of unrest as its founding in 60 during the census of Quirinius, the crucifixion of Jesus, and several wars known as the Jewish-Roman Wars. All right? All right. So we have that. Let's go back to the empire again. Empire picture. Let's go back to that picture one more time so people could get an idea. All right? Yeah, you could invite that brother on, Israelite only, Cam Killam. You could invite him on.
Gotcha. And I want to ask, so where do you think, because I get that the book is important to what they put forth, but it just seemed like it don't seem like something that you could really hang your hat on. So I'm just like, what gives them so much confidence in that text? And then is it the Bible? Like what is it that makes them so confident that we're not Africans and we're different than Africans, and that the events that the brother explained in that book are actually historical?
All right. What happened is that there's really no scholar in the Hebrew Israelite community. All right. Rudolph Windsor actually is not a scholar, but he's a guy that used to worship at a temple, I think, at the border of Philadelphia and New Jersey. Right. And I'm actually familiar with a couple of people. And when I was studying to write my book, I looked at some old stuff and I found out where he actually came from, what he believed, and everything. He actually graduated from a university, I think, that he created on his own. All right. But the trick is, there were Jews in Africa, period. But were they the same Jews as what we see today? So in my studies, I started saying, okay, because I used to teach, we can't find no Jews in West Africa. Till information came out, Jews were in West Africa, so we had to acknowledge that. But it wasn't them. And these people participated willingly. Hey, you know how you know it's not the right Jews? These Jews could go back to Africa. Which, if it was us as slaves, how could we go back and forth from Africa to wherever we are? We ain't got no free reign like that. What are we doing? These guys were hitchhiking on slave ships. Hitchhiking, bro. That's how bad it is. Go to David Wheaton's book. He talks about it. Go to what's the name of this book here? Let me get the name of this book right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get the name of this book right now. The name of the book is it's by Peter, Mark, and Caharta. Let me I'm actually give you the name of the book, but because I'm actually here doing some research. It's called The Forgotten Diaspora: Jewish Communities in West Africa. This book traces the history of early 17th century Portuguese Sephardic traders who settled in two communities in Senegal. And what happened is the people in West Africa drew them, bro. They have images of them. I'm gonna show that in a minute. Images of them, of what they look like. So let me get off of this right here because I was doing some research for my debate with Gorilla Hebrew. So let me take this off the screen and I'm gonna put this up so we can take a look at that. But I wanted to sink in everybody's brain about the Roman Empire and what they're doing, because what's gonna happen, family, is that you're gonna have to prove that these people left. If you notice on the map, you see the word Africa here, right? It wasn't named after a white man. So whoever teaches that, stop teaching it. It's from the Afri people. The Afri people, and CA represents, that's what you call a suffix. You have a prefix and a suffix. That is for geographical purposes, right? That area right there, the CA. So Africa. So it's from the Afri people. That's where the name comes from. not from no Jewish Talmud or no Jewish guy named Afer. None of that garbage.
So what? That's not a thing, because I actually thought that was a thing. But go ahead.
Well, I want people to understand that that's what's modern day Tunisia. So once you study the Jews, and I'm going to use the term Jews loosely. Jews, you have Jews in Morocco, Libya, Algeria, and Tunisia, right? Now, those Jews are the Jews that were involved in some sort of trade. As a matter of fact, outside of Libya, there's an island that the Jews ran off to. If you really want to know who the Jews are, those people ran off to an island off the shores of right there, and they still live there today. It's a little island that the Jews live on. So if they live there from that time period to now, not much, and they actually check their DNA. This is how deep it goes. I've never even talked about this in public before. So you get an exclusive right now. Those people, and this is how you measure Jews, because remember, you have something called the Maghreb Jews. The Maghreb Jews are the Jews I just talked about. These are the Jews of North Africa. North Africa, you could go into Europe from Morocco, where Mauritania is. You could go right there where Sueda is and go up to where Spain is and all that stuff. That's what the Arabs did. So those Jews, Jews were going into Europe. It's nothing new. Jews were going all the way up to Rome and to Italy and France and all that stuff. They are traders. There's something called the Silk Route, the Silk Road. So now Jews were in Egypt. Jews were in Judah. Jews were all over. Jews were in Cyprus at one point. I don't think they're allowed to be in Cyprus anymore. I'll get into that another time. But Jews were all over. Are these Jews who are us? Would that be us? No. These are people from the original stock who mixed and mingled in different societies. So you have, if you want to look at Jews, you look at Sephardic Jews. You look at the Maghrebi Jews. You look at the what they call them, not the Maghrebi. I'm gonna tell you right now. Hold on one second. These are the Jews that live around the area of Israel today. So Jews are all over, family. They're all over. What happened is it's an identity that seems to be a very exclusive club that people who are Jews just happen to be living their best life. They've been persecuted, and everybody wants to be them. It's just point blank. But they are Jews they call, I'm going to tell you who they are right now. Different groups. Let's go to related ethnic groups. Let me see if I can find this. Oh, the Mizrahi Jews. The Mizrahi Jews, and let's be clear who they are. The Mizrahi Jews are the Jews that live around Israel, that live around like in Egypt, around the surrounding areas, who have lived here for centuries. All right? Now, hold on a second. Is there a specific topic you wanted me to cover? Because I just wanted to talk about the whole 70 AD thing, but I could stem off. The issue with the 70 AD is what happened during the war. And this is very important, right? Because there's a chapter in my book that actually deals with this.
Yeah, two things really. 70 AD, and then this make-believe migration from what I'm assuming would be Northeast Africa to West Africa. But before you get into it, I promised my wife I was gonna do something for her. And so I got my man Leandre, who goes by Negro Spiritual. He's gonna take over as the host. You'll like him.
Go ahead.
Very astute brother. But Leandre, I need you to go out, accept that admin role, and then come back in.
Okay, gotcha.
So check your email and then come back in.
Oh yeah. That's how I came in. I got admin controls right now.
All right, you already got it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Okay.
All right. So Garfield, you in good hands. Y'all continue the show. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it, bro. Have a good one.
All right now.
All right. Okay. Micah, you could come on, Micah. You ain't doing nothing. Jump on. All right. Let me see. All right, take that off. All right. Are you there, my brother?
I'm here.
All right. So a couple of things now. So the 70 AD issue. I wrote in my book, how did this information start about 1 million Jews going into Africa? At the root of this assumption is the book From Babylon to Timbuktu by Rudolph Window. So let's take a look at how this started and let's see what the primary sources say about the events of 70 AD. From page 176, in the year 65 BC, the Roman armies under General Pompey captured Jerusalem. In 70 AD, General Vespasian and his son Titus put an end to the Jewish state with great slaughter. During the period of the military governors of Palestine, many outrages and atrocities were committed against the residue of the people. During the period from Pompey to Julius, it has been estimated that over 1 million Jews fled into Africa, fleeing from Roman persecution and slavery. The slave markets were full of black Jewish slaves. A source for this quote is missing from the statement by Rudolph Windsor. In a situation like this, it's hard to find a route to a story without sources to fact check. One way to figure this out is to use scholarship that's available on the Exile for the 70 AD topic. The source that I'm going to use is the myths of the Jewish exile from the land of Israel. All right, so we know we have the War of 70 AD, the Kittus War of 115 AD, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 135 AD. What is interesting for everybody to see is that 70 AD, a few questions have to be asked before moving forward. Were there Jewish communities outside Palestine before the first Roman War of 70 AD? According to Mr. Yuval, Jewish communities were living outside of Palestine, most notably in Babylonia and in Egypt, but elsewhere as well. Sources for Jewish people living throughout the world are found in the writings of Philo, Josephus, and even in the book of Esther. These communities were never looked on as small or satellite communities. The dispersal of Jews did not begin with the destruction of the Second Temple. The book of Esther described the Jews as a certain people scattered abroad and dispersed among the people in all the provinces of the Persian emperor's kingdom. At the end of the Second Temple period, Josephus flatly stated the Jewish nation is widely dispersed over all the habitable earth among its inhabitants. Philo even regarded the dispersal of the Jewish people among the nations of the earth as a blessing, and he compared the Jews' dispersal to the Greeks' establishment of colonies. All right. The destruction of the Second Temple did not empty the land of its Jewish inhabitants. Many had already been abroad for a very long time. And in any case, there is no real historical basis of belief in a wholesale exile at the hands of the Romans. All right. So watch this now. Is there any evidence of an exile in the 1st and 2nd century? No contemporary evidence exists of any exile at all during the 1st and 2nd centuries. The Romans put down 3 Jewish revolts. One in between 66 to 72 AD, one in 115 to 117 AD, and another one in 132 to 135 AD. According to Josephus, the rebels were killed. Many of the Jews died of hunger. Some became prisoners and sent to Rome, while others were sold in Libya. At no time does Josephus speak of Jews being taken into exile. In fact, there's much evidence available to say that the Jews stayed within the land and did not go into exile. All right, so what happened? The population of Judah was not exiled at the conclusion of the war with Rome when the Second Temple was destroyed in 70 CE, nor was it exiled after the Second Revolt. All right? But anyway, Josephus wrote, now the number of those that were captive during this whole war was collected to be 97,000. as was the number of those that perished during the whole siege, 1,100,000, which is 1.1 million. The greater part of whom were indeed of the same nation with the citizens of Jerusalem, but not belonging to the city itself. For there were come up from all the country to the feast of unleavened bread, and were on a sudden shut up by an army, which at the very first occasion so great a straitness among them. Oh man! All right. So anyway, we know from Josephus' work, who documents it he was alive during the time. All right. So we know what happened during 70 AD. So the issues of them going into Africa and all that stuff, they were taken by the Romans to Libya, and where they worked for them under Roman watch. Some of them were taken into Rome. Those sound like an exile to me. Okay. Then we had the Kittus War, 115, which most Israelite claimants, black or white, are not familiar with. Trajan was the emperor. So this is 115. 115 is how many years after 70 AD? That's 45 years. So now, let me see now. Let me see, where should I start? Whatever the progression, the sources support a widespread and intense Jewish uprising throughout Cyrenaica, Egypt, Cyprus, and parts of Mesopotamia, directed at the trappings of pagan worship and all infrastructure associated with the pagan practice. Epigraphical and archaeological data indicates that Cyrene in Cyrenaica was the main theater of the hostilities. Inscriptions from the time of Hadrian, Trajan's successor, refer to an extensive public works project of reconstruction following intensive damage caused as a result of the revolt. Historians are not clear on what led to the Kittus War, but here is a possible route, J. Bloom explains. The causes are nowhere directly attributed, but it can reasonably be inferred that the Jews' primarily objective was to make war upon the gods of the pagans, uprooting their shrines and destroying the worshippers in the process. This conforms to a primary messianic motivation that the Messiah had arrived in the form of Lucas Andreas. Lucas Andreas. I was actually sleeping earlier when I got up and saw this live. Lucas Andreas. So think about this now. Remember, for some Jewish communities, Jesus was the Messiah, right? Now you have another Messiah in 115 AD, less than 100 years later. You have a guy by the name of Lucas Andreas, and that he was sent by God to eradicate the sacrilege of the pagans dwelling among the Jews. Several authorities indicate that the rebellion in Cyrenaica spread eastwards towards Egypt when the Jewish rebels in the former area, having wreaked havoc upon the pagan elements in that land, trekked into Egypt, where they hoped to join forces with the seething Jewish population of Alexandria. They were preceded by Greek refugees who alerted and terrified the pagan elite in Egypt to scorched earth policies of the rampaging Jews. So you see, Cyrenaica is right beside Egypt. All right. Even one of the more conservative ancient Judaism specialists, Dr. A. Fox, believes that at least the Cyrenaican and the Egyptian actions were coordinated, and there may even have been some synchronization with the uprising in Mesopotamia. All right. So anyway, Cyrenaica operations seem to have been organized by said messianic leader called Lucas by the early Christian church cleric Eusebius, and Andreas by the Roman historian Cassius Dio. Eusebius gives Lucas the title king or prince, and his depiction in Dio where he's called Andreas similarly betokens that he was a Messiah figure. Apart from this brief mention, we know little of this galvanizing figure. What made Jews and early Christians was the strict code of the Torah. Jews would get persecuted for not celebrating holidays in the Roman Empire. An example of how strict the Torah observance were is seen in the movements of the Greco-pagans. There is some indication that there were a number of Greco-pagans who had also made the trek to Egypt in order to stay out of harm's way as the Jews rapidly gained the upper hand and were wreaking havoc with the non-Jewish population and their temples. Not to mention roads, shrines, public buildings, and other infrastructure supporting the hated idolaters. The Jews who arrived in Egypt were in some way frustrated in their attempts to join forces with the Jews of Alexandria, but were able to link up with the Jews in the adjoining areas, incurring high casualties, but apparently giving more than they got. Thus we have the merging of the Cyrenian and Egyptian uprising, still under the command of the Cyrenian Jewish king Lucas Andreas. All right. All right. The Jews slew over 240,000 according to Roman records. According to Roman sources, Cassius Dio, the Jews destroyed the capital of the island of Salamis, which apparently refers to the urban center in Cyprus, and slew 240,000 Greeks. The revolt was quelled by Trajan's general, Admiral Marcius Turbo, and to judge by the atrocities committed by him, the suppression was attended with very calamitous results for the Jews. Trajan appoints a Moor commander who shuts down the Jewish revolts. Yes, they hired a Moor, a blacker Moor, actually. The Jews massacred Romans. The Jews waged war on the inhabitants throughout Libya in the most savage fashion, and to such an extent was the country wasted that its cultivators, having been slain, its land would have been remained utterly depopulated had not the Emperor Hadrian gathered settlers from other places and sent them thither, for the inhabitants had been wiped out. 4th century Christian historian Orosius, 7 books of history against the pagans. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Cyrene had put one Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would cook their flesh. Let me say it again. They would cook their flesh. Remember, he said that the Jews earlier, he said that the Jews were not cannibalistic. But let's take a look. They would cook their flesh, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing.
What was that source again? Tell us one more time. That's you said they was cooking them, huh?
Yes, sir. This is the Kittus War. This is from Cassius Dio. Or you could read from the 4th century Christian historian Orosius, 7 books of history against the pagans, 7.12.6. Or you could just buy Brother Garfield's book and go to page 153. All right.
Okay, yeah. We could just buy Brother Garfield's book. He's already coalesced the sources for us. So,
all right. Right? All right. So let me read it again. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Cyrene had put one Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would cook their flesh, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they would give to wild beasts, and force still others to fight as gladiators. In all, consequently, 220,000 perished. In Egypt also they performed many similar deeds, and in Cyprus, under the leadership of Artemio, there likewise 240,000 perished. For this, no Jew may set foot in that land, but even if one of them is driven upon the island by force of the wind, he is put to death. Various persons took part in subduing these Jews, one being Lysias, who was sent by Trajan. That's from Cassius Dio's Rome, Volume 5, Book 68, Paragraph 32. So that happened at the Kittus War. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this now. Hold on 1 second here. 1 second.
in the meantime, Pianki's just dropped the title to Brother Garfield's book. I put it up there on the screen. So if you're looking for Garfield's book, check it out. Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1. You can follow that link to get the work. I need $5 for every book sold, and just as a royalty.
All right, so here we're back. Okay, let me pick up my sword now. All right. So after 70 AD, you guys just heard about 115 AD. And now you're about to hear about 135 AD. Remember, they teach at 70 AD, they left and they were exiled into Africa.
And so, yeah, Brother Garfield, I just want to say, I just want to make sure I'm catching what's putting down. You know, I'm kind of slow. I'm just trying to figure this out. It sounds like to me what you're showing is that there has been so even after AD 70, Vespasian and Titus, even after that, there were still Jews in the land. Obviously, if there were going to be later revolts that the Romans continually try to put down. So, am I following?
But this is more important. We have Philo and Josephus writing that there were more Jews living outside of Judah than living in there. That 80% of the Jews were living outside of Judah. So we're talking about an exile. They would need to exile because they already lived in all these different countries.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Which
they already lived there. 80% of them lived within the Roman Empire. So that's why I have the picture up so people could see the Roman Empire. Once you look at the Roman Empire, you see that, okay, it would make sense. That's like me and you. I don't know where you live, but I'm in New York.
Fresno, California.
All right. So if you ran to New Mexico or Arizona, are you escaping the U.S. government?
I am not.
Exactly. So if you're living within the Roman Empire and you go to Northern Africa, you're going to somewhere where they also control. So you're still under them. You know, it's just crazy out here. But anyway, let me get to 135. And remember, they said they exiled 70 AD. 1 million went into Africa or North Africa and went into West Africa. So after what happened now, we had another Messiah who is Lucas Andreas during the Kittos War, right? Now here's another Messiah at 135, almost 100 years after Jesus, saying Simon Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. So they had a war from 132 to 135 AD called the Bar Kokhba Revolt. They were actually winning. But during this recording of the history, they said over 500,000 Jews died. 500,000. Where did those 500,000 come from? Where did they come from? Because remember, in AD 132, the Jews of Palestine, under the leadership of Shimon Bar Kokhba, rose up against Roman rule. Rabbi Akiba, the president of the Rabbinical Academy at Yavne, and the authoritative religious chief of the Jews in this age, declared that the successful Jewish commander was the Messiah. At least two rabbis, Rabbi Gershom and Rabbi Aha, agreed, but others, also prominent, remained skeptical and said that grass would grow in Akiba's cheeks before the son of David would come. Bear in mind, remember, the Christians are saying that Jesus is the Messiah during this time. They didn't respect. There's a large faction of Jews that never believed that Jesus was the Messiah because he wasn't a general or a king that came in and defeated the enemy. So when Bar Kokhba came up now, they're looking for somebody with war who's coming to kill the Romans. That's what they're looking for in a Messiah. They're not looking for somebody going around, some punk teaching and saying, oh, love your neighbor, turn the other cheek, and all this craziness. But anyway, it was a war to the bone. The rebels were convinced that this was the apocalyptic war that had been predicted by prophets like Daniel 2:4, the second and third revolts, and Zechariah. The rebels likely numbered in the hundreds of thousands, allowing for the usual hyperbole of ancient sources, seized town and fortified them with walls and subterranean passages. They captured approximately 50 strongholds in Palestine and 985 undefended towns and villages. The occupied area is not likely to have included Jerusalem. They also invaded the coastal region. The Jews had cunningly obtained arms by sabotaging some of these that were made in workshops for Roman use, and then instead of destroying the defective weapons, secretly repaired them and stored them for their own use. This and the construction of a network of communication tunnels and concealed redoubts are indicative of significant planning. At first, the governor of Judea, Tineius Rufus, a debauched and venal individual, if Jewish accounts are to be trusted, attempted to put down the revolt with the local forces under his direct command. Presumably, the aforementioned 2 legions stationed in Judea, Rufus could not at first resist the onslaught of the Jews, to whom he was compelled to relinquish one place after another, almost without a struggle. From the account of the Greek historian Cassius Dio, we can deduce that the ensuing war effort of the Jews was extensive, widely supported, and fanatical. children wrapped in Torah scrolls and buried alive. The Romans had to resort to severe brutality to win the war. Bodies were left unburied for several years. There are 3 reports that children were wrapped in Torah scrolls and burned alive. This may be extravagant overstatement, but earlier experience shows that Roman legionnaires were perfectly capable of fear-provoking acts like these. Recall that in the first revolt, Jews trying to escape the siege were eviscerated in the search for gold pieces they may have swallowed. Many Jews started to regret that the rebellion ever started. A new pun in Bar Kokhba's name became popular. Some called him Shimon Bar Kokhba, the son of the fiasco or the son of the liar. The final battle of the war took place in Bethar, Bar Kokhba's headquarters, which housed both the Sanhedrin, the Jewish High Court, and the home of the Nazi, who is the leader. Bethar was a vital military stronghold because of its strategic location on a mountain ridge overlooking both the valley of Sorek and the important Jerusalem Bet Guvrin road. Thousands of Jewish refugees fled to Bethar during the war. In AD 135, Hadrian's army besieged Bethar. On the 9th of Av, the Jewish fast day, commemorating the destruction of the first and second holy temples. The walls of Bethar fell. After a fierce battle, every Jew in Bethar was killed. 6 days passed before the Romans allowed the Jews to bury their dead.
Okay.
All right. So, separation of Jews and Christians. Christian and Jewish scholars alike point out the rebellion as the final parting ways between the followers of Jesus, until then a dissident sect of Judaism, and the dominant Pharisaic rabbinical Judaism then prevailing. Although Justin Martyr speaks of terrible atrocities of the Jewish rebels against the Christians who refused to join the revolutionaries, it is likely that there was a final split at this time because the Christians had already found their Messiah, while the Jews were at that time rallying behind one who seemed to be the real thing. It does not follow the Jewish rebels committed acts of violence against the Christian holdouts. It is quite possible that the latter were evicted from areas controlled by the rebels as representing useless mouths to feed at best and possible deserters at worst. Yeah, man. So
if I could recap,
I
want to make sure. So you got multiple Jewish revolts which are taking place after AD 70. You got multiple Jews in the land still after AD 70. You have multiple Jews in the land, 500,000 or so revolting and doing acts, capturing, what was it, 800 and some odd cities, something like that, unprotected cities, strongholds, and that sort of thing. And all of this stuff occurring well after AD 70. And so if everyone was exiled or taken out of the land, how could this be possible?
Right, exactly. But let me give you a summary that I have. There's a conclusion that I have in mind for this chapter.
All right.
More Jews lived outside of Palestine during the Second Temple period than within Palestine. There was no mass Roman exodus of Jews from Palestine as a result of the Romans. There was a loss of political sovereignty around the 1st century AD. An estimated 5 million Jews lived outside Palestine, about 4/5 of them within the Roman Empire. But they looked to Palestine as the center of their religious and cultural life. Diaspora Jews thus far outnumbered the Jews in Palestine even before the destruction of Jerusalem. The source for that, Encyclopedia Britannica. The Romans allowed Jews to live in Palestine, and there was constant traffic between Babylonia and Palestine. That's after these wars. Jews were banned from living in Jerusalem and in Judea by Hadrian. Hadrian's exile was nothing more than an internal exile within the land of Israel. The Jews from Judea went elsewhere within the land of Israel. Jewish settlement thrived in the land of Israel after Hadrian. In other words, the Jews suffered in Judea during the Hadrianic persecutions, and things rebounded when Hadrian died, especially in other areas of the country. They were not thrown out of the land of Israel. They were thrown out of one province of the land of Israel. They went into exile in other parts of their ancestral land and not from it. So that makes it clear as far as the 70 AD is concerned. But that doesn't take away the fact that there were Jews in the Maghreb. There were Jews in North Africa. They were, look at what Savior is writing, trading of goods and ideas about religious. They were trading. These people were actually trading. So if you want to know what the Jews were doing and how they got into West Africa, remember, you have to look up what the Berber Jews were doing. Remember, Berbers are not Jews originally. They actually converted. And those Berber Jews were the ones that controlled the trade routes. So if the Berber, if you look at the, let me find a trade routes from, well, let me see if I could find this right here, so I could make it clearer to people. People like visuals. When you see visuals, you understand things better than when all right. So let me punch this in Google and see if any maps come up. All right, so here we go. Let me see what images came up. All right, so here we go. We have some good maps here. Let me see if which one that you guys could see clearer. All right, so this one is a good one here. All right, are you able to share my screen? All right, brother. All right, so this one here is small. Let's see if this one here is big. Okay. All right. Hey, beloved, can you share my screen real quick? I'm gonna put this on the screen. All right. All right. Do me a favor. Take down that comment by Savior real quick. All right. I hope everybody's able to see the routes, right? These are different trade routes during the Ghana Empire. All right. Now, if you look at Cairo, which is the capital of Egypt over here, you have Tripoli, which is the capital of Libya. You have Tunisia. You have Fez in Morocco. Sijil Masya was one of the main places where the Jews were. All right. You know what? This map doesn't have the all right, so you have Fezan, you have the mountains. All right, this don't have everywhere you're supposed to. Ah, here we go. Tuat is right here. Tuat, this is in Algeria, Northwest Africa. All right, so Tuat is one of the trading spots. So it used to be from Sijil Masa to Tuat, or from Fezan to Tuat, and from Tuat would come down to Tagaza, or to come down to this area, Akujit, or then to Saleh, or to Niger. All right. So what happened, ladies and gentlemen, is that every time you had already had the Berber trade, they had caravan routes. What were they trading for, though? This is what's important. What are they trading for? They are trading for different type of goods. So you have the Trans-Saharan slave trade route, but what are they trading for? Remember, what are the goods and services and things that they're looking to trade for? Hold on, let me get the information for everybody so that we could be on the same page real quickly here. Hold on 1 second. Let me get that information for y'all. All right, so the goods exchange and the slave trade varied in the described the trade between the Islamic world and Africa as considered food and clothing being imported into Africa, while slaves, gold, and coconuts were exported out of Africa. All right, so this is later on. But I would love to have the information to tell you guys right now what was being traded earlier. But we know for a fact salt was being traded. We know for a fact gold was being traded, and we know for a fact slaves were being traded. This was way before the transatlantic slave trade. This was going on. All right. So now we have this information with with these people here. All right. So let me put one on. Let me put this. What is this? All right. So here's another one right here. So you have. All right. So you have to Egypt. You have Ghana right here. So this is the old Ghana, Ouagadougou. This is the earlier Ghana. This is not modern day Ghana, I would think, because Ghana is further down this side. But regardless, you have different. All right, so you have this map right here, right, that points out exactly what was going on as far as trade routes. So there was always trade routes. But what happened is Jews didn't trust people who didn't believe what they believe. So a lot of these Berbers would have to convert to Judaism. And this is where the laws and the statutes and the commandments come in. They want to work with people who believe in what they believe in. So those people would convert, right? But this place right here, Tuat, was a place where a lot of synagogues were built. This is where the Arabs came in and tried to kill it and killed off almost everybody in that city. This was in the 1500s. They said they don't want anybody operating and making money and all that type of stuff. So they pretty much killed them off, destroyed all the synagogues. And some of these people ran off to Fez, off to Demacia, Fez up here. They ran to different areas to get away from the Muslims' persecution. Now, again, if you think about it in the 1500s, would those people be black Hebrew Israelites? Are those Israelites that look like me and you? Well, I have a source that says that these people were considered the Rothschilds of their day. What does that mean? They were moneylenders. Black Hebrew Israelites are moneylenders in Africa? When? So you know that's not us. That's definitely not us, family. Definitely not us. But right here on the Niger River, right down here where it says Sudan, you have different areas where they would trade to. And remember, they're looking for slaves, they're looking for gold, because the Africans had the gold and they did the Jews. And hey, go in a jewelry store right now. It's called a jewelry store, right? Who are the primary owners of jewelry stores? And who was trading gold and all that stuff back in the days? It was us as Africans trading it to them. So they took our gold and capitalized on that type of payment system to make it what it is today. So gold is very valuable. It was valuable for them then. And we as Africans never told them where the gold was. We would never tell them. All right. So I hope this map helped everybody to understand that while the Jews were in Libya, or what they call the Maghreb, they were in Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, and what's the other one? Hold on there. Tripoli is Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, and another one. I forgot what the other one is. What is the other one? Morocco, Libya, Tunisia, and Algeria. I'm sorry, Algeria, which is Taout, was the main place for them in Algeria, which is Northwest Africa. All right, so those were the main areas where Jews were and they were trading. So how did this stuff get into West Africa? Because they are trading. So you have Berber Jews going into Africa and trading. They had to get permission. The real Jews had to get permission to travel on a Saturday, because Saturday is the Sabbath, no work. So they got permission from their rabbis to travel. So now we have a book called Medieval Traders, where it points out all these Jews are trading and they're writing letters to their loved ones, because most of them was actually from Babylon, because the Jews from Babylon, which became the main center of Judaism, would move to Morocco, finance the trade routes, and they would have their people supervising, people like Nissam. You had Jewish families that control the areas of trade. So those people were in charge. And of course, you're converting people. Africans who were receiving, trading with these caravan people who's these Jewish guys with all this money? So that's how Judaism crept into Africa. is with the merchants, the traders. But also we had something called the exile from Spain and Portugal, the Sephardic Jews. They would come in, go to Senegal area, and what would they do? Let me read what they would do, family, so y'all don't think I'm BSing right now. Look at what they would do. All right, I'm going to read this to the audience so that you guys could be familiar with it. All right. All right. Let me get this information. Let me get this source right here. Let me get this source real quickly. All right, this is from the Forgotten Diaspora, Jewish Communities in West Africa and the Making of the Atlantic World. I want you guys to pay attention to some of these sources that I'm reading. All right. All right. Hold on, let me read this from this part. The system, hold on a second. The system of settlement and trade was quite different in the most important space of Euro-African commerce in West Africa. Greater Senegambia, or in the words of contemporary Portuguese Guinea of Cape Verde, this region also broadly coincides with the current usage Upper Guinea coast. From the Senegal River Basin southeast to present-day northwestern Sierra Leone on the coast, and from the Saharan fringe to the Atlantic forest, Greater Senegambia has been historically a transitional space. Within West Africa, this was the region that engaged early and most deeply in the Atlantic trade and established intense interaction with the Atlantic world. Long-distance mandate traders connected the Sahel and Savannah to Guinean routes and markets where they met other African agents of local and riverine commerce. From the mid-15th century onward, this trade network connected with Luso-African merchants and European traders. So who are the Luso-Africans, family? The Luso-Africans are the Jews who slept with African kings' daughters. And the children are now Luso-Africans. But remember, these Jews in Africa, this is how you know they are not the Hebrew Israelites, that's what they want to claim. Remember, they said that you're a Jew by the mother. So when these Luso-Africans became a controversy in the Jewish community, because guess what? The mothers were black and African. So they didn't consider black people African, or they didn't consider them Jewish. So they had to convert these mothers. And what happened is the Africans would segregate them and consider them like a mulatto class, because they were a mixture of Jews and Africans. So these Luso-Africans now became what? The middlemen for the European traders. So it was a tactic. Sleep with the African tribesmen daughters, and let's have children so that we could be in league with the Africans, but we also in league with the European traders. So we were like the ultimate middlemen. We were half African, half Jewish. All right. Let me read another part of this book right here, which is a very important study in what we do here as far as what they did. Hold on one second. Hold on a second. It is important to maintain some distance from the categories used in these early documents, which uniformly conflate Christianovus and Gentes de Nacio, new Christians and people of the nation, while inputting Jewish religious practices to both. Until recently, however, little was known about the implantation of Sephardic practices on the Guinea coast. Aside from fragmentary materials in Father Antonio Brazio's compilation and a few published narratives, this documentation gives the impression not always clear that in the early 17th century, along the Senegalese coast between Cape Verde and the Gambia River, the region the French call La Petite Côte, there were practicing Jews living in Rufisque, Porto de Al, and Joal. Portuguese sources invariably assert that these Jews, together with their new Christian allies, traded with the French, English, and Dutch merchants. However, neither the precise details of these presumed commercial alliances nor the details of their religious interaction as Jews with local Africans figure in these Portuguese sources. The clarification of this latter issue is crucial to the history of Luso-African identities in Guinea of Cape Verde, which has been a focus of our previous publications. All right. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have evidence that the Jews played a part in the slave trade. These Jewish merchants played a major role. All right. Hold on 1 second here. Now watch this now. This is key now. Watch this. Jewish merchants and settlers in West Africa influenced those Africans living near their trading posts. This in turn led to the emergence of distinctive syncretic religious forms. African religions were influenced not only by Christianity, but also by Judaism. Meanwhile, the Sephardim via marriage and conversion assimilated African members into their community. So African members were allowed to join the Sephardic. So you see how Judaism crept into Africa. They didn't have to beat them up and say be Jews. They adapted some of the West African culture, and the West African culture adapted or assimilated into some of the Jewish culture. Finally, in a broader sense, African-European cultural syncretism resulted from the conjunction of Senegambian societies and Portuguese New Christian and Jewish culture. This process was integral to the construction of a Luso-African culture that included in the broadest sense Lancados communities and Cape Verdeans. Local African cultures were characterized by a flexible, fluid sense of identity, and they readily assimilated outwards. So we see that these Jews they're mixing with Africans. So the Hamites, they mix it with what they call the Hamites. All right, let me see now. I want you, so let's listen to this for a second here. By the early 1600s, the arrival of Portuguese New Christians in the port cities of Northern Europe and their return to their ancestral religion led to the growth of significant Sephardic communities in Amsterdam, Hamburg, and to a lesser degree, Rotterdam. Most of the earliest members of Amsterdam's newly found Sephardic community had come from Portugal, and they maintained close commercial connections to their family members back in Lisbon. This contact often passed through Antwerp, which remained part of the Spanish possessions after the northern provinces of the Netherlands had established their effective independence. By 1608 or 1609, the Dutch Jews were outfitting trading vessels that sailed to the Petite Côte on an annual basis. These voyages were financed largely by Sephardic merchants. Sephardic merchants. Jewish. Are they saying that they're the Sephardic Jews? Are they saying they're the Jews that traded in Africa? Who are the Jews? If you look at the Jews, there are four things, family. Merchants, they are traders, they slept with African women and had become Luso-Africans, and they are slave traders, the financiers, financing the slave trade. That's what they are. Are you that? No, you are a descendant of African slaves. That's what you are. This is not a game. Come on. All right. Let me see what else I want to take from this source. Look at this. The Dutch in Amsterdam between 1595 and 620, as Jonathan Israel notes, primarily Moranos or crypto-Jews from Portugal. During this period, nearly all of the foreign trade carried on by Dutch Jews was with Portugal and the Portuguese colonies or settlements. Dutch Sephardic merchants used their family ties and contacts in West Africa to foster this commerce. The Jews are participating in the slave trade. Not only them, but they're literally participating. Participating. All right. Let me hold on a second. Let me go back to this source here. I don't know if my brother has any questions for me. Are there any questions in the audience?
I haven't come across any questions here except for one of that was facetious. It says Jerusalem to West Africa is 2,318.957 miles. How the F did they get there? So that was pretty funny, but no real questions. Yeah. So one of the things that I thought was interesting is because you've mentioned you mentioned this the Sephardic Jews quite a bit, which I believe that's one of the points of contention, especially among Hebrew Israelite doctrine, as it relates to the Sephardic or the Ashkenazi Jews, which when you talk about Jews being in those areas, they usually bucket that sort of thing about those not being real Jews. But anyway, I think it's interesting stuff that you're bringing out. So yeah, just keep it up. No questions for me.
All right, cool. All right, so let me get out of here. And let me bring up another source. Let me see. Let me go to this page. All right, so this is the book that answered to the Nation of Islam secret relationship between blacks and Jews. It's called what is it called? By Eli Faber is the writer. But he's talking about Jewish merchants, right? Between 1608 and 1621, a handful of ships chartered by Jewish merchants in Amsterdam transported slaves from West Africa to the Americas. And during the second half of the 17th century, Sephardic merchants in the Netherlands played a part in the transit of slaves to Spain's colonies, although the scope of their involvement is unknown. Overseas, Jewish settlers became involved in slavery in Holland's colonies, beginning in Brazil. Seized by the Dutch West India Company from Portugal in 1630, Brazil attracted Jewish settlers in relatively substantial numbers by the middle of the 1640s. And the reason why I'm reading these sources, I'm trying to tell you that the Sephardic Jews, you can't say you're the Sephardic Jews because the Sephardic Jews are the ones that participated in the slave trade by financing it and helping to sell us to these different colonies. So if you're thinking about claiming that,
So sounds like they were participants, not the ones enslaved, because otherwise you got some real problems there.
Right. Earlier I was talking about what Rudolph Windsor said, that they carried their culture along with them. If they carried their culture along with them, that means they were identifiable as Jews. If you look at, say, the Bambara Jews in Timbuktu, or you look at the Jews, the Luanga Jews, or you look at Jews, the Berber Jews, you look at different Jews that are in Africa, moving around in Africa. There's no doubt Jews are moving around, but what are they doing? They're doing the four things that I pointed out. They're either merchants, they're either traders, they're trading on the trade route, they're sleeping with African women, and they're helping to finance the actual slave trade. Those are the four things that Jews are doing. You had a group called the Radhanite Jews. The Radhanite Jews were traders. They're all over the place. So this is what happened now. If you look at even genetics, you'll see on the woman's side, you'll see a lot of European blood because these men in these areas are screwing white women. That's what they're doing. They're screwing white women. That's how they got lighter and lighter and lighter. Because Jews, when they describe themselves, they said that they look like boxwood. Boxwood is an in-between. They said, we don't look like the Ethiopians, and we're not as white as the Germans. We're in between. That's how Arabs look. So that's how the Jews describe themselves around the first or second century of the Common Era. So if you're saying that they were black people, well, I know in the first century they didn't think that they were black. But even if you look at, if you want to do the color game is a serious game in the Bible. Because when you read the words black, it don't mean black. Just like the word white don't mean white. Because Solomon is considered white and ruddy. But he's not white in English, but it don't mean white is in that sense. So we got to be careful with the color game. But my point now of showing Jews in Africa, don't be scared when people say Jews are in Africa. They were in Africa, but what are they doing? Remember those four things that I said. They were what? Merchants. The first word, merchants.
Right, and you know, and another point to your point, one of the things that I know is that we have writings of we have slave diaries. We have some slaves who came here to the Americas and they were literate, even in places like Brazil. And we know that some of them got off the boat Muslims. We know that they got off the boat as Muslims. But the interesting thing about it is that if you ask for something similar to come of them being Jews, this is where I think that that it's going to be problematic, because like, okay, so I can show you that many of them, hundreds of thousands of them, came to the Americas from areas that was dominated by Islam, and that we even have writings of some saying that they were Muslims. We have ones like in Brazil where there was like an African Muslim uprising. Where is something similar related to these, by and large, these African Jews? So I know that I've read some of the Hebrew Israelite sources, like one of the ones cited in Ben Yochanan's source in his book, We the Black Jews. He cites a book called Introduction to Anthropology by Theodore Waits, and I've read the book. And what's interesting there is that what Theodore Waits points out, even though he's cited incorrectly in We the Black Jews, in the book, one of the things he points out is one of the things you're pointing out here, is that Jews definitely were involved in the slave trade, heavily as merchants, though. Especially around the area, like even one of the areas that he points out in his book, I think it might be chapter 1. I think it's a chapter on climate. It's chapter 1 or chapter 2 anyway, but in the chapter on climate, he talks about them being merchants, even in places like Jamaica. But I'll let you get back to the presentation. I just wanted to add that tidbit.
Yeah, I think one of the main things is that we realize is that being chosen or thinking that you're chosen is a very big thing for many of us. I'm actually gonna do a presentation. I'm probably gonna do it on here also. I'm gonna do it on every single platform. If you have 100 subscribers or you have 10 million subscribers, I'm gonna do it on everybody's platform, and it's gonna be called "Who Are the Jews / Israelites Today?" And I'm gonna go into genetics, linguistics, history, anthropology, and archaeology. And what's gonna come out of that is gonna be a lot of controversy about who fits this, who fits that. But people don't understand the biblical text. The biblical text was written at a time period. It wasn't written as one book. You're talking a book that has been mishmashed and compiled together to try to make sense of a people who are writing retroactively about things that happened to them before in the past and giving themselves a history. And people need to understand that. You see, when people say Abraham is not a real guy or Jacob, in our community, we don't explain why we think that. So what I'm going to do is give it an academic approach where people could say, I don't think Abraham is a real guy based on the evidence that we have. And the evidence is, one of the main things is that Abraham, none of his stories can be confirmed in archaeology and history. That is huge. He tells a story in Genesis 14 of having contact with some kings. None of those kings have been proven to be real kings, although we have those cultures kings list. That's amazing. He talks about Beersheba. Beersheba was established at a time when Abraham didn't even exist. How could he be the one that named it when it never existed in his time period, almost 1,000 years later? What about the Philistines? The Philistines never came into the area until almost 1,000 years later, when Abraham supposedly lived. What about let me go to my list real quickly so that we could be on the same page. But you know what? I'm not even going to go there. That's for another time. But Abraham has not been shown, and people might say, a Christian might say, well, Jesus said he talked to Abraham or had something to do with Abraham. Does that mean Jesus is a liar? No, Jesus is doing what he's doing. He's pushing theology. You see, there's a difference when you look at literature and theology and history. You got to look at the Bible with a different type of lens. It's called historical fiction. So that means you're going to find a kernel of truth. There's a little bit of kernel of truth in the Bible. The Assyrians did fight with the Israelites. The Israelites did fight with other cultures. They did get beat up for thousands of years. It's facts. But they're trying to tell us by compiling these stories, lines, and this literature to tell you the reason why these things happen to you because you never worship Yahweh properly. You didn't follow the laws. You didn't follow the commandments. So if you don't worship Yahweh and follow these laws and the commandments, those things that happened in Egypt with the Assyrians, with the Babylonians, the Persians, and even the Greeks are going to happen to us again in the future. Now, that's the purpose of the Bible. It's not about me claiming 2,000 years later I'm part of the prophecy of the book. The prophecies that's written is history being written retroactively to fulfill prophecies. But people don't see it that way. I'm looking at it from a literature point of view, a theological point of view, and a historical point of view. So I'm looking at the Bible for what it is. And to be honest, we weren't there back then. So we don't know. We're just going by the evidence that we have. Why are you writing a story about an Abraham guy and none of the stories can be true? That don't make any sense. So that means you're telling me you're implementing this guy. And I'll even go as far as saying this. This might shock a lot of people. Abraham was not even in the Bible originally. It really was about Jacob and Isaac. How do you know that, Mr. Garfield? You're not an expert. Let's take a look at what the experts say. The experts say that in the pre-exile prophets, who are the pre-exile prophets? Hosea, Amos, Micah, and First Isaiah. First Isaiah is considered from chapter 1 to 39. They don't mention Abraham. If you look at what they write about Jacob, Jacob is in the northern tradition of Israel. Isaac is in the southern part tradition of Israel. Isaac, you say that they say, oh, shout out to Isaac, Israel and Isaac. The same way you see Abraham being written about, shout out to Abraham. We are the children of Abraham and all that stuff. They were writing that about Isaac first. It seems like with Genesis 21 and 26, when we talk about the doublets, both of them have the accounts of naming Beersheba. That's impossible. Both of them can't name Beersheba. But Isaac's story was before. So the person is writing Abraham into the tradition. He gave him the same storyline. It's the same story. He met with Abimelech. He went to the Philistines' house. He went to Gerar. He dug some wells. It's the same story in Isaac. But they put Abraham first because Abraham became a tradition in the southern part of Judah. That's why when the people were coming back from Babylon, they said, you're not really Israelite because you don't have a book. The people in Judah who were in the land said, nah, we are descendants of Abraham. So the Abraham tradition was alive at that time, but it don't mean Abraham is a real guy. I hope I'm making sense to the family.
Well, yeah, well, you make sense, but I tell you what. So it sounds like, and I just want to make sure, are you holding to the documentary hypothesis?
No, not anymore.
Okay. Well, the reason I'm asking is because it sounds to me, and this is just my. So I'm a Christian, by the way, but we've talked about it.
Hold on a second. Let me address Annie Hawkins real quickly. Annie Hawkins, you made a beautiful point. Let's look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at what you're saying. And I own with academia, and I'm going to show an article from Wikipedia because I bring up a book and I have to search for this and that. Look at this. He said somebody's lying because Garfield said Abraham is not mentioned in pre-exilic prophets. Let's take a look. Let's see if Garfield is a liar. We're going to take a look right now. All right. So we have Micah the prophet. Right. Hold on a second. Don't share my screen yet. Hold on one second. All right. Hold on one second. Let me just get the academic stuff on it real quick. All right. Hold on one second. You just read the Bible alone. It's not good. You got to know what the modern day scholarship is saying. And I only go by academia. I don't go by belief and blind faith. All right. I'm going to tell you when to share. Hold on one second here. You have the Torah, you have the Tanakh, 12 minor prophets. All right, hold on 1 second here. Let me find this for the brother real quick. Gospel of Mark. All right. All right, so let's go to, where's Micah? Micah. Okay. Book of Micah. Okay. Setting the composition. All right, here we go. So now we can share. All right. Any Hawkins, you could believe me or not, but, I mean, let's look at what the Wikipedia article says, and then you could go to the sources. All right, this is from the book of Micah. All right, the book of Micah is the 6th of the 12 minor prophets in the Hebrew Bible, right? Who is like Yahweh, an 8th century BC prophet from the village of Moresheth in Judah. Let's scroll down to composition. All right. Some, but not all scholars accept that only chapters 1 to 3 contain material from the late 8th century prophet Micah. Now, let me go back to what the brother wrote. Where is he at? Hold on 1 second. Micah 7. He said, put that quote on the screen for me. Thank you. Now, watch this now. Put me back on the screen now, brother. All right. Now, look at what it says on the screen. Some, but not all scholars accept that only chapters 1 to 3 contain material from the late 8th century prophet Micah. The latest material comes from the post-exilic period after the temple was rebuilt in 515 BCE, so that the early 5th century BC seems to be the period when the book was completed. Now look at this now. Again, you don't have to accept this though. You don't have to accept it. Don't accept it. Now look at who's saying this. Rogerson in 2003 and look at Mays in 1976. The first stage was collection and arrangement of some spoken sayings of the historical Micah. They're not saying Micah don't exist, in which the prophet attacks those who build estates through oppression and depicts the Assyrian invasion of Judah as Yahweh's punishment on the kingdom's corrupt rulers, including a prophecy that the temple will be destroyed. The prophecy was not fulfilled in Micah's time, but 100 years later, when Judah was facing a similar crisis with the Neo-Babylon Empire, Micah's prophecies were reworked and expanded to reflect the new situation. Mays again. Still later, after Jerusalem did fall to Neo-Babylon Empire, the book was revised and expanded further to reflect the circumstances of late exilic and post-exilic community. So now, this is why scholars say Abraham is not mentioned in the pre-exilic prophets, because they think the works have been edited. Now let me ask the brother in the audience this. Do you have a primary writing of Micah to draw a conclusion? Do you have a primary source of Micah? Yes or no? Watch this now. Do you have a primary source of Micah? You see, we got to think about this. We don't have any primary source. So you have something that's called textual criticism or textual analysis. How are you making a decision about Micah by reading a book? When was it written? When was it written? When was it written? You don't know. What they look at is internal evidence. And another thing that they look at, and let me bring up another source real quick. Let me bring up this presentation slide real quick and give a quick example of how textual analysis works. You see, we could have regular conversations. If you're a Bible believer, you're not going to get that. You're not going to get that easily. You're not going to get it if you just read the Bible and believe. You got to understand who Brother Garfield is. I'm not an ordinary guy. I'm trying to save your mind. All right? I'm trying to save your mind. I'm not trying to beat you in the head and say, don't worship your God. I'm just trying to make you have better understanding of the text. All right. And remember also, we're talking about a history. You take it as a history book. I take it as ancient literature. We were not there. That's another thing. We were not there. So we are working 4,000, 3,000 years later. Yeah, that's key. You know what? You don't have to accept what they said. But let me go to your side. Can you prove Micah was written in the 8th century? How do you prove it? Think about it for a second, beloved. Think about it for a second. Think about it. It's called textual analysis. And I'm going to show you something that's going to help all of us right now to have a better understanding. But just because we disagree, I don't want nobody trying to beat you up in the audience either. Just because that don't mean, Garfield's right. Garfield beat. Nah, we trying to have better understanding of the biblical text. Don't just read something and accept it just as that. There's a reason why those scholars with Micah and stuff. I mean, if you want me to, bro, we could have a discussion about it off the air, on the air, wherever, and we could get into it some more. But I do want to oh man, where is this thing right here? I want to find this thing right here. This is something good for the brother to get a better, true understanding of what I'm talking about. This would definitely help. All right, yeah, here we go. All right, do me a favor. You could hold on, let me share. They think, but bear in mind, family, we don't have an original text. So they have to write, they think. They can't write like they're 100% sure because you're not there and you don't have an original writing. So that's why you have to have, remember, history deals with probabilities. It's not 100%. That's like me saying, somebody trying to prove King James is not a bisexual. That's just like the craziest thing in the world. How do you prove somebody is not a bisexual? That's nuts. You're not near the person's bedroom. Okay. The author of this book is identified as Micah the Morashite. Okay. Where's the primary source on that? Give me a primary source. Give me a primary source on that. I'm not saying Micah don't exist. I'm not even having that conversation. I'm just saying, how do you go about knowing if it's true or not? That's all I'm saying. I'm not even doubting that either, beloved. I'm talking about the actual writing. How do you know if somebody tampered with it or not? How? What's your methodology? How do you decide that? Israelite only camp is funny. I'm not Nee Hawkins. I am not doubting that. Listen to my question. How do you know the writing is legitimately from Micah? It's simple. How do you know that? You don't know. You just believe. You don't know. We don't have no primary. What is your methodology?
Well, I tell you what I was going to tell you earlier is that I would happily debate you on the topic of because what you that's now again. So we won't do this now because I'm the host and I want you to get through your presentation. But as a Christian, I will say that you said something erroneous about not having contemporaries of the King's List. Was it Amurapi of Shinar? Shinar is Babylon, and
Abraham. Okay.
Well, so when we talk about contemporaries,
hold on. Bring up this slide right here. Bring up this slide right here.
I got you.
We deal with that, and I'm gonna come right back to that conversation, and we could have that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I promise you, we're gonna have that conversation.
Yeah.
Now look at this. Look at this right here, family. This is from Judges 5. And please bring it up if I don't remember. I'm an old guy, so I might not.
I got you. Don't worry about
it. This is a view of Judges 5 has survived the test of time. For example, in the Anchor Yale Bible, the Song of Deborah and Barak is a priceless piece of archaic Hebrew poetry which offers direct access to religion and polity of the Yahweh's organization in the late 12th to early 11th century BC. You read that right, the late 12th to 11th century BC. So time around 1100 BC, right? Now watch this. Broadly speaking, and this is to look here, listen, Nee Hawkins. You can't prove Micah even existed. You can't prove it. You're only going by faith. And I said to you from the jump, I'm not disputing if Micah is real because I do believe Micah is a real person. This is Garfield talking. I believe Micah is a real person. I think Isaiah is a real person. I think Amos is a real person. I think Hosea is a real person. I think they are all real. But the writings, how do you know the writings from then is legitimately the same writings that they wrote? And I want you to pay attention to this before you post anything else. Now look at this. Broadly speaking, there are three main phases of Hebrew represented in the biblical text. Early biblical Hebrew, the examples you'll find in the Bible is Genesis 49, Exodus 15, Numbers 23 to 24, Deuteronomy 32 and 33, the blessings of Moses, Exodus 15, I think, is the Song of the Sea, Judges 5 is the Song of Deborah, 1 Samuel 2, 2 Samuel 1, 22 and 23, Psalms 18, 29, 68, 72, and 78, Habakkuk 3. That's what called in textual criticism or textual analysis, they call that early biblical Hebrew form. Standard biblical Hebrew is found in narrative portions of the Pentateuch. Joshua, Judges, Samuel, Kings. Pre-exilic materials in the prophets and writings. Late biblical Hebrew you'll find in Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, 1st and 2nd Chronicles, Ecclesiastics, Daniel. All right. During the course of the song, Deborah praises tribes that turned up for the battle and others that didn't. The tribes that answered Deborah's call were Ephraim, Benjamin, Mashir, Zebulun, Issachar, Naphtali. Right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Tribes that didn't answer the call: Reuben, Gilead, Dan, and Asher. Just looking at the list alone, we should all know that Mashir is not considered a tribe today. Gilead is not considered a tribe. So pretty much there's only 6 of the tribes that we know of, and Dan is not even in Revelation. So that would be 5 of the tribes that we know participated in this. Now this is very interesting because the Song of Deborah is written in early biblical Hebrew, meaning that within the text that came down to us today, we could figure out how old the story is based off of how early the Hebrew text, that is, the style of writing that it's in. We could tell. If it was written in Aramaic, we say, okay, this is late biblical Hebrew, and this is during the time after Ezra. This is how people look at the text and date the text and get an idea of when the text was written. So when somebody makes a claim, they're not just looking at the biblical Hebrew also, they're looking at the context and doing cross-comparative cultural research with different cultures and who may have had the same story in the Ugaritic or in the Sumerian or in the Assyrian or in the Hittite or in the Aramaean text or other cultures, period, in the surrounding areas. So that's how people go about textual analysis and textual criticism. There's other methodologies that they use also. But look at this now. The tribes that didn't receive the call, we have that. But look at this. When we think of the tribes of Israel, we normally think of them as the people that descended from Jacob's 12 sons. As we've already mentioned, there's significant overlap between Deborah's tribes and the eponymous sons of Jacob. However, if we were expecting all 12 sons to be represented by tribes mentioned by Deborah, then we'd be disappointed that the following 3 tribes didn't get a mention: Judah, Simeon, Levi. I'll also add Manasseh. Manasseh is not there. And I'll add Gad to it, G-A-D to it. So in all, I would say 5 tribes were not mentioned, although Levi is not considered a tribe today, but Levi is actually one of the 12 sons. We know Joseph split into Ephraim and Manasseh. But it's very curious. And by the way, the reason why I brought this story up, not to knock the Bible and say the 12 tribes is wrong, is to give you an idea of early biblical Hebrew, standard biblical Hebrew, and late biblical Hebrew as far as dating a text. That's why I brought it up. All right. We're going to talk about this Abraham stuff right now. Let's just get to that right now. All right. My brother wanted to talk about Abraham. What did you wanted to bring up something, my brother? Go ahead, beloved.
Well, no, the only point I was making, what I was saying was, I said that as a Christian, so one, I would challenge multiple contentions that you had, because one, it actually looks like you're actually gleaning from the documentary hypothesis when you start talking about differences of languages. I think that's something that's been demonstrated as of late. I know that I studied under a professor who has a PhD in Jewish studies, trained in Israel, and one of the things that we talked about heavily, one was textual criticism, two was the idea of the documentary hypothesis. It's largely, well, it's in at least large part, it's been abandoned by scholars, though people still use the language. And then the other thing that you had stated, I only mentioned that part to talk about different languages, different styles of Hebrew and things like that gets in various books. It's actually been demonstrated. Actually got a book here on it. The Graf Wellhausen hypothesis fallacy. In either case, but like I said, I don't want to drag the show because you're doing your presentation. But like I said, at a later date, I'm interested in having a discussion with you, especially about some of the synchronisms for Abraham. I know for the King of Shinar, you said that we don't have any of those lists. I would say that modern scholarship right now today would challenge the contention that we don't have synchronisms for Abraham. But like I said, that's something that I'm happy to go into now. And again, so like your slide says, consensus, which is also something I would challenge, because in present day and time, at present right now, there actually is a shaking up going on in the field between minimalists and the maximalists, and so the consensus thing is really up in the air right now, and that's present day scholarship from someone who's presently studying under those scholars right now. But like I said, at a later date, I'd be happy to discuss with you. I just wanted to comment on that when you were saying Christians probably respond this way.
All right. What I will say is I commend you for studying being a believer. But let me just say this carefully to you. Abraham as a character cannot be found. We have not found that guy, and that doesn't mean he does not exist.
Right.
And I would agree with William Devers. William Devers is the most conservative archaeologist. He hates Finkelstein. I mean, his write-ups on Finkelstein is just, I laugh at them. He's just the biggest hater, but I mean, he is who he is. But at the end of the day, he comes from an Albrighton school, William Albright. And
Deaver does?
Huh?
You saying William Deaver does?
Yeah, he's actually from that school. Yes.
That's an interesting proposition. I would have never called, and I don't know anybody else, like Tramper Longman is one of the historians that I read. It was recommended to me by my professor, Brian Schultz. And so to Rastaman, who says he hates that I name drop, we're talking about scholarship here. So what I did is I talked about a scholar that I studied under. His name is Brian Schultz, PhD in Jewish studies. He's my Hebrew professor, a professor of Genesis. So like we went through the book of Genesis and we talked about these sorts of issues, synchronisms for Abraham and that sort of thing. So I know people who haven't been to school. I know they hate that sort of thing, but anyway, I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't care whether you like.
I love it.
So in either case, yeah. The point I was making there was I would have never called Deaver. I would have never called Deaver a conservative. I got some of Deaver's books here. I would never call Deaver conservative. But
he is conservative though. You think he's a minimalist?
Deaver is I think by his own admission a minimalist. Deaver's a maximalist,
bro. Deaver
believes in.
Deaver got a whole writing beating up on the minimalists. What are you talking about?
No. I'm not. Again,
writing beating them up, how they fake and threw Finkelstein under the bus and.
I'm not saying that Deaver has not criticized Finkelstein. He has. So has Amahai Mazar. Amahai Mazar has criticized Finkelstein for Finkelstein's more dogmatic assertions against a Davidic or Solomonic kingdom. When Elliot Mazar found the steep structure, when talking about the Tel Dan steel, and so on and so forth. Amahai Mazar, who was also not a maximalist, has also criticized Finkelstein. And so now I've read numerous things that they've all published, even some of the stuff that they've all published together, and even in those sources, Amahai Mazar is not a maximalist, and he's criticized him. So I'm saying even though just because he's criticized Finkelstein doesn't make him a maximalist.
I see your point. No, I would call him a conservative. That's how he's looked at. He's looked at as a conservative archaeologist. That's how he's always been looked at. If he has changed his views the last year or so, I mean, I'd love to see that information. All right, but let me just get this out the way. By the way, I wanted to say something.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't mean to distract from the show. Carry on.
No, as far as Abraham is concerned, I'm just talking about the stories that are attached to him. I mean, there's been issues about Raphael. I see somebody put it in the chat. Raphael. You see, this is the problem. Look at this now. Aram Raphael in the Bible is Naram Sin. I mean, I know you wouldn't agree with that, but I'm just saying, I'm here to say, let's clear all of this up. With this Genesis 14, would you agree that T.L. Thompson's book in 1974 shook up the world as far as Abraham historicity and a look at the Bible, and also the follow-up by John Van Cedars in 1975? Did that shake up the consensus of scholarship at that time, seeing that T.L. Thompson was a minimalist? I wouldn't call Van Cedars, I don't know what to call Van Cedars actually, but I'll just say he's not T.L. Thompson as far as a minimalist. But what do you think that shook up the world consensus-wise? Because at that time, everybody was
Prior to majority of people, they were from they were from the Albright school. But I would say that I think the biggest shakeup was people coming from the German school, which the sort of Wellhausian school. I think that's where where you started to get a lot of, and I think a lot of the people writing on the topic now are actually students of the German school. But yeah. But to your point, yeah, I would say so.
Okay. All right. Now, you did mention something about Amraphel, right? And what we're going to do is, if you want to, we could talk about it. You could set up a date with my brother and we could talk about that. But I do need to just run through this list real quickly.
No more interruptions from me. Take your time.
All right. The anachronisms, as far as Dan being mentioned, the Ur of Chaldees, the Philistines, Abimelech, the camels being domesticated. Not that they weren't any camels, but camels being domesticated. Him mentioning the Hittites, the Arameans, Sodom and Gomorrah, Beersheba. Let me say this about Sodom and Gomorrah real quickly. There's a lot of studies going around from this conservative group who from Southwest University, and they're attached to this other group who have motives because they're believers. There's nothing wrong with believers doing their own archaeological research, but if their motive is just to say, I'm going to find somewhere and make it be that place, I have a problem with that type of methodology because it's obviously biased. So Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm looking at this article that came out that they have found it was hit by some ear bursts and so forth. And then when the experts in the field got a hold of the information, these people were like altering photos. You know what I'm saying? Altering photos with the research. So that then people started digging up further and finding out that their conclusions were actually not correct. But the issue I have, though, is when a Christian would say, hey, it's Sodom and Gomorrah, but don't do the research, because that particular area that they're saying is Sodom and Gomorrah, people actually lived on that area. And that era was destroyed 1650. So now they want to change the whole chronology of Abraham to try to fit into that 1650. And this is what's wrong with Bible believers who go with, like how Albright used to go with the Bible first and then bring the shovel after. All right, but we could talk about that too if you want to talk about Sodom and Gomorrah and then finding that. And I got tons of research up to date on that also. But as far as Abraham, the problem I have with Abraham is I don't have a problem with Abraham existing or not. The problem is I look at him as an eponymous ancestor. I look at Isaac the same way. I look at Jacob the same way. And what happens is when you're a believer in the Bible is about being good towards your brother. And it's like a combination code. Abraham has to be real. He don't have to be real in my eyes, but it has to be real in a believer's eyes. So then you're in a conundrum, because you really can't prove if Abraham existed or not. I mean, if he did, you can't prove he didn't exist. But you could have an idea if this individual existed. You know, what I said about the pre-exilic prophets do not know Abraham. The guy ran to the scripture immediately. But you see, this is the problem. This is the problem. And I'm sure your professor would agree that most of these conversations people have on YouTube, you're not going to hear about textual criticism. You're not going to hear about different stuff. But anybody in the audience, by the way, I'm sure the link is there, want to come on and want to talk. I'm all game right now. I'll take my presentation down if people want me to, and we could just get into it, because I'm all game right now. But let me show one more thing about this doublet stuff, and I'll get out of here with this presentation. All right. Doublets. I did this on Sunday where I showed Abraham in Genesis 21 and 26 and how it's considered a doublet, and nobody in the community has ever took the time out to find out what a doublet is, but it's something that taught in courses. Look at this is right here at Yale courses. They teach the lecture 4 is about doublets and contradictions, seams and sources, and doublets is basically the same story being told twice. So what I did is I marginalized the stories between Isaac and Abraham and looked at both of the narratives between Abraham and so forth. They both talked about moving because of a famine. They both settle in Gerar. Isaac settles in Gerar. Abraham settles in Gerar, which was ruled by Abimelech, And for those who don't know, Abimelech is just a name used for kings. It's like a title. So it's not like his name was literally Abimelech. All right. Both of them had a wife-sister story, which I thought was very strange from anybody reading this. Shout out to Rastaman in the building, man. Shout out to Rastaman. All right. This is what let the bells ring in my head. Both of them had a wife-sister story. How many people would make up a story that, hey, that's not my wife, that's my sister? How many people? And as I said before, I believe, and I'm going to use the word believe, that Isaac is the original story and Abraham's story is after. And I'm going to repeat that until I die. All right? Afraid of the locals in Gerar, Isaac passes off Rebekah as his sister. Abraham does this twice with Sarah, once in Egypt and then again, as in the Isaac story, in Gerar. Gerar, for anybody, is in the land of the Philistines. Isaac becomes very rich in flocks and herds, as does Abraham. They both made an oath. All right? They did the little oath thing. Now, Beersheba, the place where Isaac swears the oath, is Beersheba, which is how it gets its name. Abraham too swears his oath there, which is how the town get its name. All right? Okay. Swears the place where Isaac swears the oath is Beersheba. All right, cool. All right, so we'll go to Genesis 26, verses 18. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug. Hold on, no. Let me skip all of this stuff here. So anyway, the bottom line to this doublet is that Isaac was getting a blessing because of the well. All right. So what is Beersheba, by the way? Beersheba is a town, right? Archaeology. This was from Wikipedia. I was being lazy, of course. The earliest occupation of Beersheba is during the Iron Age, was represented and they give us a time period, what the stratum shows, 11th century BC. That's very interesting. When did Abraham exist? If this is 11th century BC, this is way almost 1,000 years after Abraham. Where is Gerar? We go to the Easton's Bible Dictionary. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I have it on the map. Beersheba was not occupied until 11th century BC. Philistines were not in the region until the 13th century BC. Isaac in Gerar, then to Beersheba, and so on and so forth. But anyway, let me get out of this because I want to let me do this. Hold on one second. Let me see what else. What other slides I got here? Let me see what other slides I got. Jews in Jamaica. Billy Simons, a Jew. Wida. Yeah, this is a place where they like to talk about the Lemba tribe from white people, claiming they come from white people. The Asante oral tradition, how it was changed to add Muslims and Israelites, that they come from there. The Yoruba did that too, the tribe of Dan. This is another thing they're claiming, that the tribe of Dan, that they come from, what you call it. And you know what's crazy? Tribe of Dan is not even in the Revelations. And my brother, you could correct me if I'm wrong.
No. You're 100% right. The tribe of Dan is not.
So why would they want to say the tribe of Dan is the people in where they say these people in Dahomey. Why would they want to claim those people if I don't know, man. These Hebrew Israelites, it is confusing. Then you have Israel Hill, because it says Israel Hill and they call themselves Israelites. That means they knew they were the Israelites. Some people take that they lost their identity. They didn't know who they are, but they knew who they were. Some guy named Hercules White and all these. And it was an interracial community, by the way.
They lost and forgot who they were, and then they went to naming something Israel Hill.
Yeah, exactly. Craziness. This guy here, I don't know if you're familiar with this, bro. Hebrews versus Negroes. This guy is a professor in Africa. I think he has his PhD.
No, I ain't never heard of him. Talk to me.
But this is the book that the Hebrew Israelites use. You'll see it. Hebrew Exiles from Israel, talking about the Ebos. And what he did was, this is the original on the right.
Oh, wow. Wait. I've seen this before. Wait.
He didn't do it, though. He used it. He didn't do it.
Bro, hey, wait a minute. Listen. Oh my
God. Let me go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Hey man, listen. First of all, let me tell you something. I've seen this before. Now, here's the interesting thing. I've actually seen both of these images before and never actually put together that these are the same images with just stuff switched around on them. Now, the one on the right, the image in where without the picture at the bottom. This image, there's a dude by the name of Terrence something. Terrence is a police officer on the East Coast somewhere. And Terrence was using this particular image on the right over here. Terrence was using this particular image on the right over here to tell me that blacks are the true Native Americans. So he was also dealing with his own identity crisis. So I saw the one on the right, and I've seen the one on the left. I never even put together that these were the same exact images, just with fine Hebrews swapped out for Negroes.
Yeah, the one on the right, actually, that the audience is seeing, the one on the right is actually in the Library of Congress. You could get the primary.
Wow.
Yeah, so you could get the primary. This was actually supposed to be in my book as one of the claims and showing how stupid it is. But it didn't make it. So it probably make it in part 3 or part 4, because part 2 is going to be about Deuteronomy 28 and the transatlantic slave trade. So I don't know if I'm going to have space to talk about this, but it's sad, bro. It is really sad. Nobody has taken the time to really respond to these claimants. This is why I said, let me talk about the 70 AD stuff with the guy. I was trying to have a decent conversation with him. But he doesn't have the comprehension skills. I'm not really being disrespectful. Just for a simple question. Who was ruling at the time? He didn't understand why I put the Roman Empire picture up. It's just basic stuff. I could tell. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, you know what's funny? So I had a similar discussion just the other day with some folks from Nation of Islam when they were talking about land stealing apparently going on. About there being no Jews in the land be eternal to Palestine. One of the things I was talking to them about was that after AD 70, that you had a continued presence of Jews in the land, and so I was pointing out some of the same stuff. That's why I thought it was cool and interesting, because I was on one of their clubhouse things the other day. But man, I tell you what though, man, I didn't realize it's crazy. I didn't realize this was the same image that's been just sort of doctored. So for the image that's on the left, so in that brother's book, he had the image here that's on the left with the fine Hebrews there.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
Wow. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is the Majorcan map. Something that I want to get into deep to. I don't know if anybody wants to study this stuff. It's the Catalan Atlas from the Majorcan Jews on the Balearic Islands. And what it does, it documents where every Jew is in the world as a merchant. Let me say that again. It documents every Jew in the world in the 1300s, where they were everywhere in the world. So
does it show any Jews in the land at that time?
Of course. Yo, you funny. So this is right here. It's Africa. If you look at the bottom, you see Mansa Musa right here. I'm going to show a bigger picture. If you look at the bottom of the page, you see him holding that gold coin at the bottom. Bottom. You see him in the
Did you say 13th century, bro?
Yeah, 1300s, not 13th century. 1300s.
Okay, 14th century. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm just asking because this is actually a pretty detailed and accurate map.
Yeah, so the Majorcan map. So this is of course you know who this is, and he's holding gold And what happened is I found a source in this book called The Jews and the Expansion of Europe to the West, 1450 to 1800, where they said that they are encouraging the Jews, this is the people that made this, to go trade in Africa because these are the people that have the gold, which they've been trading with them though. Before even the trans-Saharan trade, they've been trading with the Ghana, the Ouagadougou people for a long time. So this is one of the things that they told the Jews, go in Africa because, hey, them people got the gold. They got these golds. You know what I'm saying? So this is actually the primary source translated. This black lord is called Musemeli and is the sovereign of the land of the Negroes of Geneva, which is Ghana. This king is the richest and noblest of all these lands due to the abundance of gold that is extracted from the lands. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The merchant that entered the land of the Negroes passed through this place. This pass is called the Valley of Darka. Yep.
How many pages you got in this dang slideshow, man? It look like 170. How many pages you up to right now? It's 1,000 something.
It's like 70 page, 1,700. You ever heard of this guy?
I never heard of him. Who's he? Tell me about it.
All right, let's talk about this great black man for a minute. The black Jews of Africa ruled their life according to law of Moses. Strange legend that links the children of Israel with this tribe is here told by one of themselves who learned it at mother's knees. So that's from Friday, August 7th, 1925. Then we go to the Aurora banner. And we're going to look at a couple of news clippings, right? The kings of Dahomey and Ashanti, which is very kind of weird, but human sacrifices are a part of their creed. Abraham was not considered a scoundrel for preparing to cut his son's throat. The customs in Africa are most ancient. Human sacrifice is the heritage of the Jews. Dahomey is not under the British flag. So let's look at some of these news clippings right here. So the black Jews of Dahomey. Let's see who they got this from. This is very interesting. So I'm going through my whole newspapers.com website, and here we have a guy who is telling all these stories, and you have Jews going around the world repeating what he's saying. So the African jungle is safer than New York City, says Bada Lobagola. Says Lobagola, whose full name is Bata Kindal Amgona Ibn Labagola, is the African savage author of an autobiography which will shortly be published by Alfred A. Knopf. Lobagola's poor opinion of New York safety is due to the fact he was recently held up and attacked by 4 thugs on the corner of 53rd and 8th Avenue. He had just come out of Madison Square Garden where he had gone to see a hockey match when 4 young men jumped on him and robbed him while a crowd of bystanders laughed gleefully. This is the second time Lobagola was introduced to the nightlife of New York. Well, anyway, who is this Lobagola guy? Who is this guy?
Yeah, who is he?
Look at this guy now. This is News Report, family. Bushman will speak before the Kiwanis Club, and it's all these news reports because he's a guy who claims he comes from Dahomey, and that he's an African, and he's a Jew, and that they follow Judaism in Dahomey. This is the guy. Lobagola said he was an outsider looking in and could hold up a mirror in which a civilized man could see himself accurately. For that reason, he said, I can make criticism without giving offense. He embraced Christianity in Scotland because it is the only religion that contains the concept of love. Savagery is cruelty, not because the savage wishes to inflict pain, but because it is means of da-da-da-da. All right. So anyway, this is what he looks like. Lobagola.
Quite clearly a Jew.
Yeah, he actually faked the whole thing, man. I gotta finish the slides. He was going around faking it. He actually admitted it too. Yeah, he actually admitted it, man. He admitted it. All right, so I did a slide called Dumb and Dumber. For those who don't know, that's Benaiah Israel on the left, and that's Pastor Kelly Richardson on the right. All right. So Equiano, for those who don't know, the one on the left is what he had in his book originally. In the book that's out now, the one is on the right. It's actually 2 different people. All right. So let's look at the baptismal record of 1759, right, from St. Margaret's Church in Westminster. I want everybody to look. Freeze the screen right here, Gustavo Vasa, a black born in Carolina, 12 years old.
Born in Carolina.
Yeah, born in, listen, bruh.
He ain't from the homie?
Bruh. You're from Igbo land. Stop it. Hold on. We're going to get to that. Gustavo Vasa, a black man born in Carolina, 12 years old. This is very interesting because I don't think he was 12 at the time. He was actually 14. This is how this guy's story. His story is extremely fascinating if you study it. At this point, questions about the place and date of Vasa's nativity first arrived. The parish register of St. Margaret's Church, Westminster records the baptism on the 9th of February 1759 of Gustavo Vasa, a black born in Carolina, 12 years old, indicating a birth date of 1746 or 1747. During the 18th century, Carolina frequently encompassed both North and South Carolina. Vasa himself, of course, may not have been responsible for the information or misinformation regarding the place and date of his birth recorded. All right. These two guys, by the way, said that we can't make out what's on it. It's a lie. Nobody knows. So I just had to bring out the primary. So this is actually the primary from 1759. All right. Baptismal record. All right. So anyway, Dumb and Dumber. Let's go on some more. 1773, muster roll Equiana is currently a free man. Free man. Let me just say that again. Remember, he bought his freedom. He's a free man. The first evidence of Vasa's existence we have, however, is the appearance of his name on 6th of August 1755 on the muster list of the Roebuck. Prior to that date, not surprisingly, no documentary evidence of Vasa's existence has been found. The names of Pascal and Vasa's young friend Richard Baker appear on the muster book on the Roebuck on the 18th and 28th of June 1755, respectively. The muster and pay books of the Royal Navy are very reliable as records of who were on which ships and at what time, whether members of the crew or not, because the ship's captains and pursers had to account for all expenses incurred on board. Interestingly, although Baker is listed as Pascal's servant, Vasa is not. He's identified as a servant of the captain, Matthew Whitwell. So this is a picture of 1773 of that boat that he was on, that ship. And this right here is actually a primary source of it called the racehorse. Bear in mind, I want you guys to freeze this and look at the writings right here. And I'm going to explain something to you real quickly here. We're going to find his name, right? It's hard, but it's right here. Hold on a second. It's right here. The third line, 1, 2, 3. South Carolina, where he was born, place and date of birth, South Carolina. He's 28 years old. He finds Gusta Weston, not Vasa this time. Right? Now watch this. How do we know this is Gustavo Vasa? Right? We're gonna figure it out in a minute. But look at this though. It says the muster book Racehorse 1773. Watch this. This is from his book. This is how we confirm it. He actually wrote about this in his book. He said, Majesty sloop, the racehorse, my master being anxious for the reputation of his adventure, we therefore prepared everything for our voyage, and I attended him on board the racehorse the 24th day of May, 1773. So he didn't even lie. The dude was on point. So we know he was on board, right? All right. Watch this. The extract taken from chapter 7 of the interesting narrative contains Equiana's account of his own manumission in 1766. Remember, this is 1773, right? Equiana's owner, Robert King, had in 1765 promised Equiana that he could buy back his freedom if he ever raised the sum of 40 pounds. The price King had himself paid for Equiana. King, who conducted much of his business from the island of Montserrat in the Caribbean Leeward Islands, put Equiana to work on one of his ships Fortunately for Equiano, this meant that he could earn the money by petty trading, an activity in which he received some encouragement from the ship's friendly captain, Thomas Farmer. So anyway, but Vassa's choices were not limited to the British Isles and British colonies. 12 of the Abe seamen was born in various parts of continental Europe, nor was there any clear reason for Vassa to hide an African birth. So a lot of people said the reason why he said he was born in South Carolina is because he was scared to say he was from Africa. So, but watch this. As we can deduce from the names and places of birth on the muster list, Vassa was one of at least 3 black men among the able seamen on the expedition. The 22-year-old Richard York was born in Guinea, and the 30-year-old Jonathan Syphax was born in Madagascar. Vassa probably encountered his former African-born shipmate York again a few years later. York was serving under Captain Steer Douglas on the Squirrel when Vassa sought Douglas' protection in 1776 to enable him to return to England from the Caribbean. In fact, York may well have vowed for Vassa to Douglas, the former owner of Julius. But anyway, so that's that. So we find him on the Westminster Register, and we find him on the ship saying he was born in South Carolina when he was a free man. All right? Garfield's not making this up. Gustavo Weston Feston was certainly Gustavo Vassa. Weston and Feston are both plausible, approximate phonetic spellings of Vassa, the rating or rank age. All right. We confirm that. Now, as his will, in 1797, it's Gustavo Vassa. His marriage records, Gustavo Vassa. All right? So we have the evidence that we have. Argument for Equiano was born in Carolina. We have a baptismal record, and we have a royal muster roll. In both cases, the information almost certainly came from Equiano himself. Now, the arguments that Equiano was born in Africa is this interesting narrative. That information also comes from Equiano. All right? All right. Arguments that Equiano was born in Carolina. Equiano gets the dates wrong about the ships in which he was brought from America to England, which would be consistent with him having made the story up. Equiano's account of his life is usually very accurate when it can be checked against independent sources, making it surprising that his account of his first 10 years can be shown to be inaccurate in parts. Equiano never used the name Equiano before publishing his autobiography. All his friends and acquaintances knew him by the name Gustavo Vassa. Don't put any comment from Jeremiah Judah. Why is it that this guy?
I got you. I can put nothing else about. I thought you might want to see them. I'll take it off.
Come on the panel. What we can do is put a clock up, and we do that. I'm ready. I'm ready right now. All right. So if you want to come on, come on. Okay. Yeah. So he never used that name Equiano before. I think the year before is when the first he used it. All right. Although Equiano gets the dates wrong about the ships in which he was brought from America to England, he was a very young child at the time, suffering from severe trauma. Equiano's account of his life is usually very accurate. Although Equiano never used his birth name before 1789, this was not unusual. Few slaves or former slaves used their African names. Equiano's friend, Kwabna Ottaba Koangona, for example, used his slave name of John Stewart throughout his life, except on the title page of his book. All right, so pretty much, there's this argument going on about if he was born and all that stuff, and all that stuff. He was born in Africa. I say he's an African American. That's what I say. Was Equiano really named Jacob? And this is just so sad. That's what these two Dumb and Dumber claim. They wanted to say that, you see, he knew he was Jacob. He was from the tribe of Jacob. You see, he called himself. No, ladies and gentlemen, let's read the whole paragraph. In this state of anxiety, I remained till my master awoke, when I was dismissed out of the room, to my no small satisfaction and relief, for I thought that these people were all made up of wonders. In this place I was called Jacob, in this place. But on board the African Snow I was called Michael. I had been some time in this miserable, forlorn, and much dejected state without having anyone to talk to, which made the life of me a burden. So again, while I was on board this ship, my captain and master named me Gustavus Vasa. I, at the time, began to understand him a little and refused to be called so, and told him not as well as I could that I would be called Jacob. But he said I should not and still called me Gustavus, and when I refused to answer to my new name, well, at first I didn't gain me many a cough, so at length I submitted and I was obliged to bear the prison name. By the way, the name Gustav Vasa is from somebody else in Sweden who actually have the same life. The same life as Gustav Vasa that we know. Oh man, I tell you. But anyway, Gustav Vasa is a very interesting guy. He became a helper to a slave trader. He helped this guy to recruit trades.
JJ, the link should be pinned. Excuse me, Brother Garfield. My apologies. The link should be pinned. I'm gonna take it off. I'm gonna pin it again. So should be pinned. I'm showing on the screen, even though you can't click that, but it should be pinned. I favorited it, so it should be showing up at the very top. Should be the only comment not moving. My bad, Brother Garfield. Continue on.
Hold on a second. Yeah, so he helped this guy become a trading slaves and all that stuff, and it was crazy, man. He went to Mosquito Island, he went to Jamaica, and the guy pinned him up, man. Y'all need to study this Equiata guy, man. The guy pinned his ass up like hung him, and that's when he wanted to come back to America. This is all his travels that he did. He learned a lot through these travels. Okay. In the first edition of his book, he said he was an Igbo. Did you know, my brother, that he had 9 more editions and he removed them from all the other editions? Did you know that, brother?
I did not know that. That's wild.
Now, you as somebody that deal with scholarship, if Garfield writes a book and said, I was born in Cassia Park, Jamaica, right?
Yep.
And all of a sudden, in my second edition, I removed Cassia Park, Jamaica. Wouldn't you be like, maybe they made an error? Then the third edition come out, he's still not claiming that. And the fourth edition come out, he's still, what happened?
Yeah. There's gonna be some questions, especially when you're writing about your own biography. Like this isn't like forgetting to put like a footnote there, right? Like. It's not like that. Yeah, you're writing about yourself. It's not a biography. Yeah, I'm gonna wonder why there's the sudden change.
You know, it's funny. I went to England and I actually went to his printing press place. This guy was the first black man to print his own book.
Wow.
This guy was a legend. He was. I mean, he did his little whatever he was doing, but he definitely is a living legend. Definitely. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on these slides that I have, you could freeze them. You'll see that on every page, it's gone. Every page, it's gone. He's no longer Igbo.
Brother Garfield, do you see? So, Brother JJ, so whenever you finished up, I just wanted to let you know. So I added him here to the stream. So he's here whenever.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait till he get done with his presentation. Then I got about 10 questions. I'm going to put him on a hot seat.
All right.
Why do you feel you could come on this show and put me on a hot seat?
Yeah, I'm going to put you on the hot seat. It's Ask Garfield time. You got all
I want to debate. That's what I want to debate.
What do you mean, nah?
Nah, I want to debate you right
now.
I'm
going to listen, and then I'm going to ask you 2 or 3 questions. Can I get 2 or 3, brother?
Questions. I want to debate.
Now, you don't want to debate me because
pick a topic right now.
We can do that.
All
right. Yeah.
Pick a topic.
We can do that. Just all right, hold up. Hold up. Let me talk to you a minute.
1 second. Hold on. Let me give you this part right here.
Hold up. Now, this guy ran.
Hey. Every time you come on a show, bro, they always
go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hold on. Don't tell me what to do, though. You see, that's the problem.
You don't like answering questions. That's the problem.
Right. All right.
Go ahead.
Go in the back
I'm
chat.
listening.
Hey, put him in the back chat, and when he's
No,
ready,
no, no. Now this was a Gabar show, wasn't it?
Bro,
You
come
took over
on,
the show.
man. Come
All
on, bro.
right. Okay, let's let him finish what he's going to say here, and
Yeah.
we'll move on. Appreciate it. Thank you, bro.
This is Equiano writing in his book that a lot of Israelites forget. I whiten my face that they might not know me. When did he whiten his face, Negro Spiritual?
Hey,
did you ever hear somebody tell you about this part of the book?
No, man, I ain't never heard it.
He represented his best friend at court who had been arrested, and he put on white. He bleached his whole body with white, whitened his face so he could represent him as a white man.
Wow.
Now, watch this right now. I now not only felt myself quite easy with these new countrymen, but relished their society and manners. He's talking about white people now. I no longer looked upon them as spirits, but as men superior to us. And therefore, I had the stronger desire to resemble them. Did you hear that, Negro Spiritual?
I heard it.
Read it again for those who didn't hear that.
Well, one more time. I need to hear it. One more again. Let me hear it again.
Page 56 in his narrative. I now not only felt myself quite easy with these new countrymen, but relished their society and manners. I no longer looked upon them as spirits, but as men superior to us, and therefore I had the stronger desire to resemble them, to imbibe their spirit and imitate their manners. I therefore embraced every occasion of improvement, and every new thing that I observed, I treasured up in my memory. Oh man, Equiano. Should I talk about the white girl who he had a big crush on?
Let's hear about the white girl. What's going on there?
Let me see what else I got here. I got so many slides here, man. Oh man, Equiano, boy. I tell you, I'm waiting for a Hebrew Israelite to bring Equiano up, man. Come on, y'all can have him. Y'all can have Equiano. All right, let me see what else I want to touch on. Equiano, our vessel being ready to sail for the Mosquito Shore, I went with the doctor on board a Guinea man to purchase some slaves to carry with us and cultivate a plantation. I chose them all my own countrymen. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's a former slave. Now he's helping a white man to capture slaves and build a plantation. This is your guy. I just want to say that Equiano's trajectory from enslaved black-skinned African to free white mass European is just seriously undermined by startling mental lapses such as the above. Craziness. This is y'all guy. This is y'all guy. Y'all love him. Y'all love talking about him. Equiano.
All right, brother. Okay. Can we just and I don't know if you finished presentation, so I wanted to see what JJ's opposition to your presentation so far was.
Yeah, you can bring him in.
Okay, brother JJ, let's hear it.
Okay. Yeah, peace and blessings to the panel. No, I was in the audience, and one of the psychological, I don't remember his last name. He said Garfield just came on here and proved that there is no Israelites in West Africa. So that was one of my questions that I wanted to ask him, because I came in late. And if you did prove that, how did you prove that?
Who said that, beloved?
Oh, okay. So you didn't do that.
I'm asking you, who said that?
Yeah, somebody in the audience.
Okay.
I don't know if it was a roster man or psychological.
They're messing with you. They're messing with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna let you live today, then, man. All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
All right. What other questions?
Hey, JJ, I got a question for you, though, bro. Are you of the belief that they what's your belief about Jews in West Africa? Because a large part of Brother Garfield's presentation had to do with Jews in West Africa, and I know that he as a matter of fact, scratch the Jews in West Africa. Post AD 70, what was the status of Jews in the land? Where were they? Were they all completely removed? Were they still there? What's your opinion on it?
Post AD, post 70 AD. Are you saying there was no Africans? I mean, no Israelites in Africa before 70 AD?
No. I mean. So when the Romans came in and they destroyed the temple circa AD 70, what happened to the Jews who were there in the land? In your opinion?
They were scattered about.
Okay.
See, the true Israelites were scattered in all directions. You see what I'm saying? And so we can start in 125 CE, where it's am I pronouncing this right, Garfield? Cyrene, where the Israelites attempt to establish a Hebrew African empire. The Roman suppressors forced further Israelites into Africa. See, Cyrene is an ancient Greek and Roman city near present-day Libya. All right, then we can go to Upper Egypt, Elephantine, 600 BC, where Israelites established a garrison. You see, 70 CE, Romans conquer and enslave over 100,000 Israelites. I mean, we all over, bro. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, so for somebody to say that we're not in Africa, we never said that every African is an Israelite, because that would be false. Because everybody has their own tribe, their culture, their customs. You know, I just think it's a blanket statement when they get on there and say, "No, you're not Israelites. You're West and Central African." We're not all those people claim the same culture and heritage. They war with each other. They're not all the same.
Well, so the reason I asked is because it seemed to me, and Garfield was up here, he can correct me wrong, and so can members of the audience. It seemed to be suggested by Captain 10K that there was a mass exile out of the land around the time that the temple was destroyed. Garfield, was that the impression you got as well?
Yeah, I think brother JJ is saying something about Cyrene, that they built an African Jewish kingdom in Cyrene. Where are you getting this from?
Oh, you didn't see my source? I thought I read my source.
No. You said, am I correct? Am I repeating what you said? You said an African Jewish kingdom in Cyrene?
Yeah, you can get that. Have you heard of Derek Lane? Derek Lane is
I'm
professor.
very familiar with Derek Land. And Derek Land. Hold on.
Hold on now. You asked me about the guy. Let me go and bust him out. Wait a minute, man. Now listen, Garfield. Can you mute him, please? I'm trying to get.
Hold on. Derek
Lane is a professor of African brother. He's a professor of African history at the University of Beirut. He represented more than 30 years of research of history in Africa. He explains his recent focus on relations with Phoenician North Africa before his appointment. He studied Arabic and Islamic histories. He's very credible, as well as anthropology in Paris. He worked on Arabic texts for years. This guy is credible. Now, I'm just saying, man. Like when y'all say the Yoruba, not all the Yoruba are non-Israelites. There are some that say that they are Israelites. Just like there's people in Ghana where Garfield comes from. I mean, his people. And my only problem is when you guys get on here. Well, not everybody, but some people get on here and they try to say we just West Africans and there's no Israelite presence in West Africa, like some of the people in the audience are saying. That's when I got to come with my missiles.
Okay. So JJ, just a point of clarification, because I think, and you jumped on a little late, so I think so Brother Garfield, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, and just so we can figure out where the actual disagreement is here. Brother Garfield, he had put up a map earlier, and he was showing, and he was talking about how what I would call
Negro spiritual. Before you go anywhere, we have to address the Cyrene kingdom.
Okay.
We got to do it step by step. Because
right. Well,
be all over the place.
Well, hold up, man, because no. Hold up, I got a lot for you to deal with. I want you, listen, bro. No, because you get guys up all the time. You overload us with a lot of information. Let me just finish this real quick. Hold up, man. Like, okay, we have the Beta Israel. Listen, this was Captain 10K show, bro.
No, it's my show. This
this Garfield show?
Yeah, it's my show.
Oh, my fault. Let me say this before I go. Let me say you can deal with what you want to do.
Yeah, we can't.
All right. Now the Beta, brother. Let me just say this. Let me give these a list. Let me give you a list of tribes of Israelites.
I'm gonna tell you why.
The Ashanti, We got the
Listen.
in Ghana.
Oh,
We got the Beni Ephraim, the son of Ephraim.
Okay,
You
wait,
see?
hang on,
Hold on. We got the
hang on,
Lamb and Timbuktu.
wait a
See, he
second.
don't want to hear the list.
Oh, man.
Okay, wait a second. Here's the thing. The question I'm asking is this. Now, like what I was saying before was Garfield showed a chart, and this is just for fairness sake, right? I'm a host. I ain't got a dog in the fight. I don't particularly care.
Spiritual.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm out, bro. I'm not doing it.
Okay, let him out and let me teach you. Go ahead. All right, Garfield. I got the rest of the show. I got it. Go ahead. I got it.
You can't.
Yeah, you come back later.
The problem. Nah.
I got it, Garfield. Go ahead. All right, now he's leaving everybody. Now watch this. We're gonna go to the Egyptian antiquities. Can we do that? Yeah, he left. Good.
Okay, but Brother JJ, let me ask you a question, because one of the things that Brother Garfield said, and again, you can show whatever you want after this. One of the things Brother Garfield said, Brother Garfield did show a map, and he was talking about what I would call Hebrewisms of West Africa. He talked about how Judaism reached West Africa. My question to you is, and maybe you'll cover this in your topic, how did Judaism, or how did the religion of the Jews or the Israelites, the Hebrews, how did that religion end up in West Africa? How did they get there? Because this is one of the contentions between.
It came with them when they migrated. Everybody, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, right. Okay, right.
See, they want to put this false narrative out that some white man converted them.
Well, yeah. Well. In fairness, and I just want to know what you would think at this point. One of the things that Brother Garfield stated was that you had Jews who were merchants, who would not trade with people who were not of their own kind, and so the conversion, that in large part, in one part of the priesthood, and I just want to know what your response to me to this. In large part, you had a bunch of people converting, particularly because the Jews required them to be, converts if they were going to do business with them.
Now, when you say Jews, are we talking about Israelites?
Yeah, we're talking about Israelites. I'm talking about Udea, which is the Greek to English term Jew, well before. Udea, again, the Greek term for Judea, or for denoting a person of Jewish descent. Those people who were called Jews that time in the literature, for those people, how did they? Do you agree with Brother Garfield that the way that they converted? Well, the reason that they were Jews there is in large part because they converted in order to do business with the Israelites. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, first I had to ask you, when you say Jews, you mean Israelites? Are we talking about like Ashkenazi? I mean, what Jews are we? Who are we talking about?
Well, the ones that Brother Garfield was presenting when he was talking about those folks, he's talking about those people post AD 70, before not particularly the Ashkenazis, but he did talk about the Sephardim, the Sephardic Jews, and he talked about just other Jewish merchants or other Israelite merchants who were trading with folks in West Africa. That's what it seemed to me, and he can talk about later. So
you asking me, did some of them convert over to the Israelite way of life?
Yeah. In order to trade, is that why do you agree that that's why you might have some Israelite presence in West Africa? Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree with that.
Okay. So because
the presence was already there.
Okay. So it's your contention that you already have presence there because they migrated there before AD 70. After AD 70, both. How did they get there, in your view?
I'm saying they got there before 70 AD.
Okay, so you had Jews or Israelites, as you would call them. You had Israelites there in the land. Okay, and I think you wanted to cover something else. And after
look, I'm gonna invite Mighty Hebrew over here, right? He's on the ground right now, bro. You see me? He talks to different tribes. Actually, he had princes. He had royalty on there. They're telling you about the oral history and the history of our people being in that land. You see what I'm saying? Where do you think that some of the Israelites went after the Exodus? You don't think that I went down to Ethiopia and Sudan and all these different parts?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to get you because
I'm saying okay. Let me tell you this list real quick.
Okay.
Then Chris can say what he wants. You know, I'm just saying it's the Mudu people. You got the Beta Israel, the Falash of Ethiopia, the Abayundaya in Uganda. You got the Abayunda. Excuse me, I said that one. The Beta Israel in Ethiopia. You had the Sefwa Waso in Ghana. You have some of the Ashanti that say they have ties to Israel. The B'nai Ephraim, the sons of Ephraim. You had the Lamb in Timbuktu. I mean, these people are saying that for themselves. So y'all would have to show me who converted these people over. You got the Kasina in Nigeria. You got the Zephim, Ibrahim, and Malagasy Republic. You have some of the Igbo people in Nigeria. So
Okay.
that's my argument there. I mean, we're not saying that all these people are saying they're Israelites, but when y'all say, well, you were West African, and then you find some of these communities up in there, why are they not West African? What makes it West African? That's my question there. Like,
Yeah.
is it citizenship? Like, do you have to have like 2 or 3 generations that live there to make you a West African? What qualifies a woman or a man to be a West African?
Yeah. Okay. So, and again, and one final question for you, and I'll let you answer it before we let Brother Chris speak or MVP speak. One final question for you. So one of the things that Garfield did when he was up here, he read from various sources, and I just want your opinion on them. I don't recall the ones he was citing.
I came in when I came.
Yeah. So one of the things that one of Garfield's contentions was that you had Jews who were participating in the slave trade, but they were doing so as slave traders and merchants, that they were working in that capacity, not folks who were actually on the slaves just being transported. Do you agree or disagree with that, and why?
Okay. During the Spanish Inquisition, right? Mm-hmm. And they expelled a lot of Jews out of Spain and Portugal.
Right? 1492, right?
Yeah. Okay. Is that going too far down the line?
No. You're not too far down the line. Nope. I'm just.
Okay. All right. What they would do, they taxed. They say you can come here, but you got to pay a tax. If you couldn't pay a tax, they would take your kid from ages like 2 to 10. They send them to San Tomé, and they were raised them to be Christians. See, they tortured a lot of Israelites out of their faith. You know, it's called auto de fe, where they would torture them. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't convert. But what they did, they raised some of these ones who are Israelites to go against their own people, and they were sending them to do their bidding. So yeah, some of the Israelites were, you know what I'm saying, were slave traders.
Okay.
Because they were brought up that way. When you say Africans selling Africans, that's what it meant.
Okay. So well, and I said the last one final question, but this is my final question now. This is my final question before we let Chris talk. Do you know of any, off the top of your head, and you don't have to, you may not know, maybe you need to go research it. Do you know of any slaves that came to the Americas who were aware that they were an Israelite, that we have some writing of or something like that? Like we have slaves.
Okay, now I brought it one time on Garfield, so how they had these. He said prove that there was any Israelite communities before 1865 when they still was bringing people over. And they brought a lot of them over from the Bahamas. They had a lot of Israelite communities in like 1840, 1850, you know, before slavery was ended. These people knew. So some of these people were coming over just as well. You see? So there's nobody that got off the ship that said I'm an Israelite. But if you want to say this, there were some that got off that were converted Muslims that used to be Israelites. If you can accept that some of those people who were on that ship were Muslims, right?
Right.
But
yeah. I agree
100%. And how about this? How about on some of them slavevoyage.com? Some of them people have Semitic names, bro.
Okay.
You know? So we got to stop this just because you don't like us. You know, we believe in the Bible. Or we're gonna shut that down. We're gonna discredit all the information that's out there. Okay. They done a skull. I can't pronounce the word doxy. I'm gonna look it up next time I come on here because I don't want to mess it up. But you know, they do skull measurements and see the Negroes compared to Caucasians. You see, and some of these skulls compared that was over in the land, over in Egypt or wherever you want to call it are same ones that's over here in America.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's definitive proof, but I mean, hey, everybody that on those ships was different, man. We're not saying everybody that came over here was Israelite. We'd be a fool, but y'all would be a fool to say that nobody on those ships was Israelites.
Okay.
I use the floor.
Okay. All right. Brother Chris, anything from you, brother? What you got for us?
Okay, well, his mic may be muted, and like I said, me and Garfield, we had a debate set up on Saturday Night TV.
Can I be heard now?
Yeah, let me just get 10 more seconds, and I'm out. You can talk what you want, because somebody in the audience said that Garfield, whatever. Well, like we had a scheduled debate, brother, on Saturday Night TV. Did Africans come to America before Columbus? That was our debate. We signed up for it. We promoted it. He didn't show up, and Saturday even made the announcement on the show that you lost because you didn't show up. It is what it is. But go ahead, brother.
All right, so these are the problems that we begin to have when people begin to make assertions or conjecture into history without fully understanding what went on before the Alhambra Decree. Now, there's a book called The Portuguese in Africa that anybody can go download, and they contain primary accounts of the Portuguese and how they came into the kingdom of the Congo, and they began to convert the king into Christianity. Now, this was as early as the 15th century CE, but prior to that, the Portuguese were in the Congo exchanging slaves with the king in the Congo, and they were sending them to Spain. During the time they were exchanging slaves, this is still in the 15th century CE, which is around late 15th century CE, which is around 1412, the women would sleep with the Portuguese men. These Portuguese people were known as Jews. Follow me here. These African women and their children assumed the identity of what we today call Lacondo Jews, but they were just Jews from their worldview. So when they came back into Africa, they kept their identity as being Jews. So this alone has caused a tradition or an oral tradition of over 500 years or 400 years of Africans being Jews. Now, I can't find any Israelite penetration into West Africa. I can't find it. I've studied it. I can't find it anywhere. I can't find any Yahweh being worshipped. I can't find any of that until the Portuguese get there. We read sources like the Hebrew isms of West Africa, and we read that book incorrectly. He was wrong about a lot of things there in that book, because Inyame has nothing to do with Yahweh. He did what we call soundership. But going back into the conversions that happened as Judaism penetrated or Christianity penetrated into the kingdom of the Congo's borders extended and the trade opened through Portugal and the Congo. So this allowed for even more trade. The Portuguese then, they went into West Africa doing the same thing, extending the trade route through West Africa, going to the islands of Sao Tome, trading slaves and converting slaves into Judaism. This is what they would do. So this is how you get the Jewish identity inside of West Africa. The only thing I've ever asked any of these gentlemen is to please show me the tribes prior to any type of colonization identifying as Israelites. You can't find it. You can't find it anywhere. As a matter of fact, one of the things I like to throw in there is show me a Jew in the 7th century in Judea or a Galilean calling himself an Israelite. You just don't find that in history. You're not going to find it. I'm sorry. I can't find it in history. I've looked. I've studied. It's not there. all the tribes, Beta, Falasha, you name it, Lam, which we read that incorrectly. Those people were all Africans. They were converted. All of those were converts. This is why in the Congo, when we see the conversion begin to happen under Alfonso I, we saw the civil war happen in the Congo. This was around 1484 to 1486. That war happened because a lot of people did not want to convert because of a lot of the, let's just say, atrocities that were going on dealing with the Portuguese and their involvement in the slave trade to from the Congo to Spain. So they were always there. They were always converting. Slaves were always being sold. This is why we see Black Jews in Spain. All right, so we don't have to continue to play the semantics. It was there because of slavery, conversion, and trade. That's how that's how Jewish faith or Judaism penetrated into Africa. It came from the north. It made its way into central, on its way to west. From the west coast of Africa, they set up a trade route from Sao Tome to the port of Ouida, which was not Judah. That was a map drawn by Emmanuel Bowen, and the Portuguese called it Judah, not the Africans themselves. And this is how they established their trade routes. It's just that simple. You guys can go get the book, the Portuguese in West Africa. They do a great job of showing primary accounts from the people that were there, letters to the king in Spain about the conversions that were going on, the things that they witnessed, the practices and the rituals that the people had. You're not going to find any Israelites in West Africa. That is a tradition that was adopted by West Africans. Prior to that, they had their own religions. It's just that simple. I don't know no other way to put it or no nicer way to put it. I find it a little bit scary, I might say, that we read Josephus' account. And for all those that want to believe it, go right ahead. He never mentions them going into West Africa. It doesn't say they went into West Africa. He does not say they went into Africa. He only states that the temple was destroyed in 70 AD. That's all he says, at least in the version that I have. We got that from Rudolph Windsor. We got that from Rudolph Windsor, and he told a lie. Or he was misinformed because he wasn't aware of the information that's being put forth today. I land my plane.
All right. First, you said something about Lamb. The land of Lamb. It is the south of Beresia. It is bounded on the west by Makazara. The inhabitants, according to the accounts of the people of the neighboring countries, the natives of Lamb are Jews. The Negroes who live on the banks of the river which rises the mountains of the south of Melel go naked, carrying on no trade. All right. And then you said one thing that kind of stood out. You said that the Portuguese went through Africa converting people to be Jews. That don't make any sense when they were expelling Jews out of Spain and Africa, trying to convert them to Christianity. All right. Now, the Negroes who were expelled from Grenada in 1492 fled south into Negro land, and they eventually were sold into slavery. Now, let me give you the different ways how they fled into Africa. Spanish Jews fled directly into Africa. Some Jews fled to Portugal, then to Africa. Portugal also sent Jews to Lancados. Spain and Portugal sent delicados, which were convicts, to Portuguese colonies in Africa. The Brews that fled into Africa by means of method 1 and 2 were free to obscure their religious practices. This, of course, did not sit well with the Portuguese government, who complained if they should go over to Africa, as is probable, they would be it would be driven from Portugal. All hopes of their conversion would be lost. So they would, like I said, these are the ones they raised to be Christians. And when they got their ass over there, then they went back to they real practices. While having living, hey, let me finish. While they had lived among Christians, many of them influenced many by friendships and have embraced the Christian's faith. This is some of them. The Portuguese, who are accustomed to working with the Yaya Negroes, are accustomed to the money made off the brews, didn't want to let go of all that black money go. During the first 10 years, so many had quitted the native land that Emmanuel, perceiving the injury his kingdom suffered by the immigration of most of the wealthy and most industrious of his population, ordered in 1507 the seizure of the persons and confiscations of the property, all who should be found pertaining to quit the country. Yet so many ventured all at all hazards to abandon the Portuguese soul. Then in 1524, King John III found a requisited to renew the edict, and the immigration must have continued during Dom Sebastian's repeated it in 1567. But hold on, let me get to something else real quick. Let me get to something else. Because let me see what else I got in my notes. These are just a few of my notes that I got, man. Now, okay. Now, like I said, bro, it makes no sense for the Portuguese to kick all the Jews out and then go to Africa and convert them. Where's the source for that? You got to bring up sources for that, bro. You can't just throw that out there. Now,
yeah, sure, that's easy.
Okay,
I'll bring that up next.
Yeah, bring that up. The Castilian Jews, who from poverty at any cost had not departed and had limited time, the king ordered should be taken for slaves. According to the terms of their extreme and disassociated them to whoever asked for them. His inhumanity did not cease here. He tore their young children from them and then baptized them to become Christians. He tore their kids away from them. So are you saying that white Portuguese tore white Jews' kids away and sent them to an island in San Tome and then brought them back to become slave traders? Is that what you're telling me? I'm saying he tore their young children from them and had them baptized, being at the time of trying to populate the newly discovered acquisition on the coast of Africa, the island of St. Thomas. He sent them with the new governor, Alvaro de Cominha, Cominha. So by loathing separate their parents and marrying people in the island, they might become good Christians. Fathers threw themselves to the feet of the king, asking that they might be sent instead of their children, which were cruelly denied. The Lancatos are the most dangerous of their fellow Hebrews in Africa because they were raised by their enemies. It was son against son. Son against father. Father against son. They were despised by the Jews, the real Jews. And this is why you say Africans sold Africans. I'm gonna stop right there, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Please do. Okay, guys, I want you guys to notice what Jeremiah Judah just did. And even my brother Leandre is kind of laughing at this one because he went to 1492. I don't even think he understands what the Alhambra Decree was about in Spain. The Alhambra Decree was about the Catholic institution expelling practicing Jews out of Spain. Those practicing Jews went into Africa. That's a true story. Excuse me.
You see what I'm saying?
Man, no, not really. Oh, yeah, because these okay, you need to have some discipline while I'm talking. And if you could, just be quiet, okay, Kohen? You're supposed to be a Jew. You're supposed to be someone of the Abrahamic faith. Mm-hmm. Have a little discipline while I'm speaking.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Now, these people that were expelled out of Spain were Portuguese people, speaking people. These were the Portuguese Jews. Here, let me read to you all what the Alhambra decree is real quick. All right. And this is in the book from the Jews in West Africa. OK, and this is what the Alhambra decree is. The Alhambra decree, also known as the Edict of the Expulsion. Excuse me. Let me turn this, enlarge this up. Okay. The Alhambra decree as the Edict of Expulsion it was by the joint Catholic monarchs of Spain, Queen Isabella I of Castile and Fernando II of Aragon, ordering the expulsion of practicing Jews from the crowns of Castile and Aragon and its territories and possessions by the 31st of July that year. The primary purpose was to eliminate the influence of practicing Jews on Spain's large, formerly Jewish converso New Christian population, to ensure the latter and their descendants did not revert to Judaism. Over half of Spain's Jews had converted as a result of the religious persecution and pogroms which occurred in 1391. Okay, so my dates are a lot earlier than yours, by the way. Due to the continuing attacks, around 50,000 more had converted by 1415. A further number of those remaining, chose to convert to avoid expulsion. As a result of the Alhambra decree and the persecution in the years leading up to the expulsion of Spain's estimated 300,000 Jewish origin population, a total of 100,000 remained Jewish and suffered expulsion. An unknown number of the expelled eventually succeeded to the pressures of life in exile away from the formerly Jewish relatives. Excuse me, can I speak, please?
You're killing yourself, bro.
Sir, may I speak, please?
They didn't convert to Jews, they convert to Christianity. And if they didn't, they were forced out.
No, that is incorrect. Excuse me. See, this is, thank you.
Excuse yourself for being an idiot because you just sit.
Now he's lost it. Let him talk.
Yeah, now let me finish. King Alfonso was
No, now I'll finish. Excuse me, let me finish.
Go ahead and finish killing yourself.
Thank you. So the Jews... Okay, so what he's trying to do is overtalk me and gaslight me so you guys can make it, so he can make it seem like I'm saying that something that I'm not. That's not true.
You're killing yourself.
The Jews, excuse me, can I talk, please? All right, now what he's doing is, and what he doesn't understand is that the Jewish population, either they were forced to convert to Christianity or they were expelled out of Spain. What he's insinuating and the assertion that he's making is that these were the original Jews. That's what he's doing throughout all these texts. He's insinuating that these were Israelites and that they came into Africa. And that's why he's doing so much. That's why he's creating these slippery slopes throughout his dialogue with me here. And he doesn't understand that the Portuguese Jews were the ones that came into West Africa and into Central Africa. This is how they came in contact with the kingdom of the Congo kingdom. They were the ones, as the Congo was trading with the Portuguese nation, before the Alhambra decree, you had them sitting up there exchanging slaves with them. Now, the slaves or the slave women who bore children and vice versa, they would convert into Judaism. Those same Black Jews that were there were converts. You have to show me that the original Israelites were anywhere in West Africa. That's what I'm looking for you all to do. And you guys have never done that. How can a group of people, who call themselves Israelites, who call themselves Jews, all of a sudden forget their original language? Where's the language? Where's the God? It's not all right. May I finish, please?
I mean, how many
any interruption.
I
didn't ask you any questions. I'm cleaning up the mess that you made.
No. You made a mess. But let me tell you how they got it.
Excuse me. Can you let me finish, please? No, I'm not done.
You killed yourself.
I'm not killing myself.
4 minutes and I'm going to go.
No, I'm going to finish. And you're going to have some patience.
That's all you need. Because you're already killing yourself.
All right, let's let Chris land his plane, and then.
All right, give him 2 minutes, so I can show you his flaws.
Okay. And can you please give us some sources? Because what you're doing is you're using conjecture to try and prove a point. It's fallacious. Show the source. Give us the source that you were reading from, because I will pull it and read it for you, and I guarantee you I won't say nothing. It won't say anything that you were stating, and nothing that you said reading that source that you were reading from, that unidentified source that you were reading from, disproves my claims of conversions. And I'm going to go into the conversions by going into the same books that y'all run around and use. I'm going to show you the conversions. I'm going to read all that tonight. I'm here to get it in. It's a level. It's not a name. It's a level. MVP is a level, not a name.
All right. Now, you want to know how these Jews got into Spain and Portugal. Because for some reason, he made up an account that those are white Jews. Where's the source to prove that, Chris Harris? You didn't pull one up. You just ran your goddamn mouth. Now, King Alfonso of Spain, King of Spain, had assisted Nebuchadnezzar in reducing Jerusalem. He brought an enormous population into Spain, all from either the family of David or at least from the tribe of Judah. That's historical documented, bro. And the royal family.
From what source, sir? Can we have that source?
Have some discipline, young man.
No, I just want the source.
Bro, listen, it's okay. Because you made it. It's okay, bro. They resided in Seville, then in Granada. Go look it up. Adding that the exiles afterwards had their numbers greatly increased by fugitives from the desolation of the Second Temple. Right? Now, I mean, bro, you sitting up there, you don't even make any sense. You kept saying they're expelling the Jews. Those are the Jews that they were expelling. When you kept saying that, you kept putting your foot in your mouth. I'm just sitting here laughing at you. You don't understand what you're reading. There is levels to that. It's called reading. It's fundamental. Understand what you're reading, brother. I ain't got too much more to say, bro. Like I said, bro, you're going to have to prove that there was no black Jews in Spain and Portugal all out through Europe, bro. What you thought? Around the 7th, we ran Europe. A lot of places in Europe, bro. The Moors and the Israelites, man. They call us Moors. Negroes. Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Israelites. As a matter of fact, man, hey, brother, can you share your screen? Let me pull up a video for this dude. Can we do that? I can come back on and do my own show.
Yeah, no. You can if you pull it up.
I'm on my phone right now. I ain't next to my computer. But you know what I'm tired of, bro, is y'all getting on here and trying to confuse the people, and you don't even make sense. Talking about they kicked out the Jews, and then they went because they want them to convert. Because they go look up Auto de Fe, everybody, where they tortured black Jews. They got paintings and shit of this whole demonstration where they tortured black Jews, took their kids away. You know, white folks like that did, and then threw them off on ships in Africa when they got expelled. They wasn't expelling and taking away all their goods and throwing white folks on the coast of Africa. That don't make no goddamn sense. But he talking about social source. You didn't show one source. All you did was come up here and run your mouth and ask 1,000 goddamn questions. Gish galloping, asking all these questions, and then you want me to try to deal with all of them at once. But then when I get on my horse and gish gallop, hold up, JJ, stop. No. So, brother, you're going to have to stop with this madness talking about there is no Israelites that was in Spain and Portugal. I debate you on that, bro. We can set that up. Talking about they some white folks that they put on the coast of Africa. How the hell they amalgamate over all these goddamn tribes and shit? And then they go get mad and go back and get them, then put them in slavery? Here, let me find this article, man. Hold up, man. Hold up. Nigga up here talking crazy, man. Let me see what I got. Let me see. Santo May and Principe, one of the most tragic episodes. Yeah, let's start here. Let me see what we got. All right, Santo May and Principe one of the most tragic episodes in the history of African Jewry.
Source, please.
Yes, please. I'm reading it, bro.
From what article, what author?
Okay. Could you wait? You didn't give me time to get to it, bro. All right. Or I can save it for the debate. Since you now that's what I do. I'll save it for the debate because you ain't.
I haven't agreed to debate you. I haven't agreed to debate you or anything.
Came on here running your mouth about you talking about some goddamn Spain and Portugal went over to Africa and was converting people to be Jews and Israelites. You done fucked up, bro. Now we can set this debate up for next week on this channel. Yes or no?
I'm not really interested in debating you.
Hey, I'm out of here, man.
Thank you.
All right, peace and love.
Okay.
Hey, shout out to Paradigm TV. I'm glad you back on the air, man. I'm out.
Okay, what's up, Leandre? How are you?
Man, I'm chilling, man. How are you?
I'm great, man. Me and you were building last week. I want to finish our conversation. We might have to do it another time. But once again, these guys don't use sources. What they tend to do is, as you saw what he was doing, he was gaslighting me, saying everything I was saying was fallacious. Once you read the Alhambra decree to them and you explain what the Alhambra decree was about, then you go understand where these people, practicing Jews, went. You'll understand how the culture of Judaism got into Africa, Central Africa, and so on, so on. All he was doing is making assertions and conjecture. I studied the history. It's not fair to anybody listening, because what it does is it builds up a cognitive wall. And once that cognitive wall begins to get attacked, you get what you got with the young brother, with that older gentleman right there, excuse me. You get that right there. The bottom line is these were practicing Jews. Christianity began to take control of Spain through the Catholic monarch. All right. When the Catholic monarch decreed that all practicing Jews be expelled, where did they go? They went to where they were familiar with. That's why I said, just go get the book, The Jews, the Jews in Portugal, the Portuguese in West Africa. It does a great job at explaining all of that.
Yeah. One of the other places, and this is what I was mentioning to Brother Garfield earlier. One of the Hebrew Israelite, one of their favorites from cited in We the Black Jews improperly.
Oh God.
Now, so the source that they use, Theodore Waite's Introduction to Anthropology. I read the book, and particularly one of its sections on climate. Now, We the Black Jews completely miscited over and over and over again Theodore Waite's, but the book itself is an interesting one. But one of the things it talks about too is Jews, their expulsion from Portugal, and also ending up in West Africa. There's a whole section there, this whole chapter on climate, and it's really interesting there because Theodore Waite's in the book actually, which is like late 19th century.
Mm-hmm.
He gets into the complexion of various Jewish people and stuff there. So anyways, it's a really interesting thing. I've used it in my discussions with people of Hebrew Israelite faith on numerous occasions, particularly because I know it's in one of their sources, and I know that it wasn't sourced. I know it wasn't cited properly. I know that there's miscitations. I know that there's quotes completely made up in We the Black Jews. And so I went and read Theodore Waite's Introduction to Anthropology. So it's one of my favorite sources to go to. But anyway, one of the things it talks about there is what the Jews look like actually as they arrived in West Africa, and in the change of their complexion, even in places like Jamaica and the West Indies and so on and so forth. But anyway, it'll be interesting. But so he said y'all supposed to debate next week.
No, I'm not interested in debating him. It's a waste of time. I'm trying to get away from the debates with people of that type of caliber, because you're not gonna get any better debating those type of guys. And like I said, I just said, source, please. That's all I was waiting for, was a source. Just give me one source on anything that you're saying so we can pull it up right now and look over it. And you guys come on here. You guys tried to read Tudor Parfayt's book. You guys try it with all these different sources, but when you go read those things in its proper context, what it happens is they're explaining the conversion of the people of West Africa and Central Africa. And like I said, he keeps on making assertions that the Jews that were expelled out of Spain were black. That's an assertion. You can't do that. You have to prove that before you say something like that. Judaism and Christianity are two different sects. You understand what I'm saying? They are two different sects and two different practices. But I understand that Christianity does come from the Judaic faith. But what I'm trying to tell him is you're wrong, and you knew you were wrong. Like I said, the Alhambra decree just eliminates all of that. Because now he's trying to say, check it, that the Jews that were expelled out of out of Spain were black. Okay, where did you read that at? And we're not saying that there weren't black Jews in Spain, but those black Jews, and I've done a presentation about this on Sodnetter television, by the way, nobody could answer against it. They were converts. We can go into the ruling in Amsterdam and prove that these people were converts. This is just ridiculous. And it's hard to have a conversation with somebody like that. It's just very hard to have a conversation with somebody like that. You don't need to be an Israelite. As a matter of fact, let me put it to you like this. Let's put it to it like this. Let's slow down for a minute. The Judaic faith is a proselytizing faith. It's not about race, color, or creed. It has nothing to do with that. That is a black Hebrew Israelite doctrine. And I'm going to continue to attack it historically. It's already a proselytizing faith. It always has been a proselytizing faith. You can go read the book of Acts. It tells you. So I don't understand why they get so upset when you read things in their proper context. That's why I always say, source, please.
Yeah, so I don't know if you see Miss Witty Reads. She said, "I got a Source Please T-shirt for sale out back."
Yeah, I know Miss Witty. She's cool. She used to be over there at SVDO when I was over there dominating them over there and stuff like that. So I'm good, man. I'm just, like I said, I heard it. It was an interesting dialogue. But like I said, you need to go get that Lamb account and go read that again, because it says, and here are the people of Lamb, comma, and amongst them are the Jews. That's what it says. You guys don't know? Do you guys know how to read with commas, places, and things like that? It says, and lamb, comma, and among them, who is the them, the lamb, are the Jews. So once you begin to do your history, you begin to see that the Portuguese Jews had entered Africa as early as the late 13th century CE. They were already there. They were already converting. Jesus Christ.
Well, I guess there you have it. Well,
I'm just saying, like, damn, like, once you read the history and you begin to understand history, why is it so hard to accept it? It's hard to accept it because, and matter of fact, let's look at a comment here that a lady named Devanya says. She says, Chris thinks his white books tell the truth. What the fuck is a white book and what the fuck is a black book? Like, what are you talking about here? We're discussing history. And you want to have a feel-good story and you want to base it upon these skeptical sources, non-published sources that tell you something that you want to believe. Like, what do you mean by that? Okay, fine. Where's your black Hebrew Israelite Bible at? Where's your black Hebrew Israelite text at? Go read that. Don't go read the Stone Edition's Tanakh. Don't go read any Aramaic text. Go find the black one. Go to the library and say, I want the black text. I don't read white authors. But everybody who studies from the Christian perspective or the Judaic faith, it's a white publisher. So we got to stop these. It's silliness. Silliness. Just all out silliness.
Well, there you have it. So if I'm understanding your last point correctly, it's about the veracity of the sources, whether or not everything is true. That's which is an interesting point. Well, I guess Hebrew Israelite might answer you, and tell me how you would respond. Hebrew Israelite might answer you that King James was black.
Oh,
Awesome.
shit. Oh, shit. We here again.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, which is one of the most, I guess, one of the most interesting claims I guess we've ever had. King of Scotland and England, as a black man, and they say he's black because of the names used in the prologue to the King James Bible. But again, such is life. So I don't know. Well, anyway, I don't know. I guess I'm looking forward to you and JJ's debate. He says y'all debating next week, so I don't know. You say
No,
no.
I have no scheduled debate with that gentleman. I have not agreed to debate that gentleman. I'm not interested in debating that gentleman. I'm not really interested in dialoguing with him. I was up here to explain how Judaism got into Africa. So he can try and have something to talk about. Yeah, Chris Harris ran for me in the debate. I'm not interested in that. No, thank you.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. We got an interesting challenger. Hang on.
Okay.
How's it going, brother?
Islam is Islam. What's up, DeAndre? How you doing, brother? Chris Harris.
Oh, God. Oh, not Rabbi. Leandre, you just did this because you know I have a fucking headache. You did this to me on purpose, man.
Listen. I'll say, in the sake of all honesty, Rabbi Lewis gives me a headache too. Brother Rabbi Lewis, what you got, brother?
How you been, DeAndre? It's been a minute, bro.
Well, it's gonna be Leandre, but I'm chilling, man. Feeling good, living better, as the prophet Drake once said. Feeling good, living better, man. How you?
Blessed by the best.
All right, so yeah, what you got, brother? You got something for us?
You had a question for Chris Harris? I mean, I know what happened to Garfield. He skipped town.
No, Garfield, I think was frustrated with the way the conversation's going. I don't think Garfield was able to finish his point, so I think he ended up exiting for the sake.
He rage quit.
Oh, okay,
That's a video game term. Rage quit. Interesting.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't hardly game unless my kids ask me to go. But anyway, what's your question, big dog?
Yeah. Okay. So my question for the panel: Are any African Americans the children of Israel?
No.
Why not?
Because this ain't your story.
Okay, I'm sure you're familiar with Lenore E. Burson's work, right?
Explain yourself, brother.
Lenore E. Burson. I sent you that before via text. I know you know about it.
Doesn't mean I wanted to read it.
Y'all be texting.
Elijah, you got that book, The Negro and the Jew by Lenore E. Burson?
No, nope, I ain't got it.
You know, really? Well, it's out of print. But let me ask you: were there Jews in Spain?
Yes, there were.
Were any of them black?
Yes, they were.
There were black Jews in Spain. Yes.
Converted. Yep.
Were they ethnically Israelite?
Doesn't say. No, they weren't. They were slaves that came from the Congo, from the slave trade.
Were any of the Jews of Spain actual ethnic Israelites from the 12 tribes?
No.
No, prove that. Give me a source for that. The Jews of Spain were converts.
How can I have a... Excuse me. Oh, cool. I got you.
I'll wait.
Yeah, please. Let me pull up.
While we wait, Rabbi Lewis, how's the stock market treating right now? Because I know you're a crypto millionaire, so I know how's it going?
No,
are you ahead of the curve? Like, what you doing? Did you switch everything to real estate? Like, how's the portfolio looking, big dog?
Pretty good right now. Actually, I'm an SMA guy, and I said option premium, not Bitcoin, not crypto, but
I thought your book was on being a crypto millionaire. I thought that's what it was.
No. That my book, Home for Hustlers, is on Amazon. Just type in Rabbi Lewis. It's a stock book, and I got another book on technical analysis. On
technical analysis, huh?
Yeah. I got 3 books on the stock market. So
what's technical analysis? Give it to me. I'm kind of slow. Give it to me. What is it?
Yeah, so you have something called a Japanese candlestick. If it gets red, it's a bear market. If it gets green, it's a bull market. So if the stick gets green, so the book's gonna have a green day, because you have a green day, you got a good day.
He ain't no millionaire. You wasting your time on that, Leandre. Let's continue on. And you'll learn how to do like I do and avoid his phone calls. Okay, so let's just go right here. I'm going to read this, and this is from the African Blacks and Mulattoes in the 17th Century Amsterdam Portuguese Jewish Community by Yehoton Eleazar Damata. Are you familiar with his work? Don't say you are, because I think you're not. Because if you read his work, you would understand that this has nothing to do with it. Okay, do you want the source? Now you want the credentials?
Before you give me the source, brother, what's his credentials?
Okay, here, his credentials is he teaches at the University of Cairo, and he received his degree in, historical studies from that same said university.
Well, but before we even get to his credentials, I think the question Chris asked was, are you familiar with him? Are you familiar with him? Because that's the question you asked.
Yeah, I heard of this book, yes. I have.
No, have you heard of the person?
Yes.
Okay, you heard of it before he listed his credentials?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, because I was just wondering because you didn't answer the question first time. Okay, go ahead, brother Chris.
Okay, cool. Yeah, all right, now this is what it says here. This is something it says here, because you're asking me to prove that they weren't Israelites, right?
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
All the Jews of Spain, all of them were converts, yeah.
Okay, cool. Now you are guilty of committing a fallacy, because you're trying to say, and I learned this from our brother Leandre, that I made a universal affirmative by saying something as such. All right, that's what you're trying to say. But let me read this to you so you can understand. Okay.
What do you mean? Elaborate on that. What do you mean?
A universal affirmative is me saying that all people in Spain were Jews. They weren't.
That's not what I asked you. You're moving the goalposts. My question again.
That's not a moving the goalpost fallacy.
Any of the Jews of Spain. Hold on, brother.
That's not a moving the goal. 1 second. Excuse me. I'm giving you the same energy that I want you to give me now. All right? That was not a moving the goalpost fallacy. You were wrong on that.
It wasn't.
So stop it. Learn those things before you guys get to saying them. All right? First of all, you're trying to get me to prove a negative. There's no record of any Israelites being there. Now you're asking me, so your question already had presuppositions all in it.
What are you talking about?
No, you said prove that they weren't Israelites. I'm going to prove to you who these people were who came into West Africa. I'm going to read it.
Before you go,
no, don't ask no more. Let me answer the first one.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. And this is what it says. It says, the 17th century Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam was comprised of members coming from Spain, Portugal, Italy, Turkey, Greece, France, Belgium, and Morocco, and West Africa. Jose de Silvia Hortia and Peter Mark found records of Sephardic communities along the west coast of Africa. The archival records reveal the reality of the slave trade. Portuguese converts, which were coerced Jewish converts to Catholicism, had been slave trading since the 16th century between Lisbon, Sevilla, and the Atlantic Islands and West Africa. They even managed to control the acentos contracts permitting the sale of slaves in the Spanish colonies. Between 1413 and 1614, the most prominent slave traders were from the families of Rodriguez, Jimenez, Norjana, Mendez, Palos, Diaz, Calebro, Jorge, Fernandez, Elvas, and Calderia. The members of these families established an international network based on national religious ties and kinship. So what Peter Mark found was that the Portuguese people had communities in West Africa that excelled at what? Slave trade. This is early as the late 15th century, early 15th century.
It's two questions. Our first question will be, did King Ferdinand, is that real history? Did King Ferdinand and Isabella expel the Jews from Spain in 1492? Is that true?
1483.
1483. Why did they, if they were not real Jews, why did she expel them from Spain? That's the question.
First of all, I don't think you were listening to this. The Alhambra decree expelled all practicing Jews. And these were people that practiced the Judaic faith because the Catholic Council, they were converting everyone into Christianity. And the practicing Jews did not want to convert. They were the ones being persecuted. Now, how do you prove that those Jews were black?
Certainly.
I could prove that.
Hold on, brother. Who's that? Brother Jesse? Let me finish, Jesse. You brought it in, bro.
Well, he ain't saying that now. Just get to the point. Come on. How do you prove it? You have an answer?
Certainly.
Okay, good.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, no problem. Then I yield the floor. So, Lenore E. Burson was a PhD. She's a scholar. She lived in the 1970s. She wrote a book called The Negro and the Jew, right? She said, and I quote, "The Negro's claim to be Jewish is legitimate." I have the excerpt from the book in my book. "The Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate. A great deal of the transatlantic slave trade victims were Jews exiled from Spain." This is called Lenore E. Burson, wrote a book called The Negro and the Jew. And she's white. She's not a black. She's not a moderate. Hebrews like moderate or whatever like you call us. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. We hear you just fine.
Yeah. So she said that the Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate. She said we are Jewish. Blacks are Jews. Negroes are Jewish.
Okay.
And she go, and I get the floor. And she goes on to say, "Go ahead, brother."
Oh no. Well, okay. So I just want to make a point of clarification here because you and Chris are on opposite ends of the spectrum here. Because it sounds like that the scholar that you're quoting. Give me the scholar's name again.
Lenore E. Burson.
Lenore E. Burson. Okay, so
she's white too. She's white.
Okay, is she making a general or a universal statement about the Negroes in America being all or mostly Jews? Is that what how you sort?
No, she verbatim. Sorry to cut you off. Verbatim, she said the Negroes claim to be. I'm quoting verbatim. The Negro claim to be Jewish is legitimate. A great deal of the transatlantic slave trade victims were Jews from Spain who went to West Africa.
Okay.
So a lot of the Jews, when they left Spain, when they got kicked out of Spain, when Ferdinand kicked them out of Spain, most of them went to West Africa and they got caught up in the slave trade. That's what according to Burson's work.
Okay, right. So here's my question though. So regarding the source you cited, because it just says, and I don't know what came before it after. I've never read whatever you're reading from. I just want to make a point of clarification. What you're saying is the source you're citing is saying that the Negro, right? Is that a claim about generally about the Negroes? Like, let's say it's something more than 51% of the Negroes, that it's all of them, most of them. How are you citing that source? What are you taking that source to mean when it says the Negroes claim to be the Jews are legitimate? How are you interpreting that source?
Certainly, brother. So what I'm saying in a nutshell, she was saying that a great deal of the transatlantic slave trade victims, slave trade, were Jews from Spain. When they got kicked out of Spain, a lot of them settled in West Africa. And when the slave trade jumped off, they got caught up in the slave trade and got sprung to the Americas.
Okay, right. But I will need an answer to my question. Is this a general claim about 51%? Because it just said Negro, so I just want to make sure we're clarifying terms here. So are there some of them? Like, is this a minority? Is this a majority? Do you not know? Is this 51%, 75, 85, 95%? Like, where are you putting the range of Israelites from Spain who ended up in West Africa and then were transported to the Americas? Where are you putting the number?
Before we do that, can we put in the cart for the horse? I was addressing.
No. We're not putting the cart before the horse because this is.
Because Chris made a statement. He made a statement.
Okay, right. Chris did make a statement.
No, Chris asked me a question. DeAndre, he asked me a question.
Sir, are you going to answer my question?
No, I'm going to answer your question. I'm answering.
Okay.
Chris
Harris. No. But listen to my question now, because this is my question. I'm asking.
I want to answer Chris's question first, bro.
I know, but I'm trying to figure out how you're answering Chris's question so that we can figure out what the point of contention is. Okay, because it sounds to me like the source you're reading is making a general statement, right? Is making some general statement. It's particular in some kind of fashion. I'm trying to figure out in what way we can get an accurate response back from Chris. So how are you citing your source? How are you understanding your source that you're citing? How should we interpret this? Is this a statement about a minority of Negroes, about a majority, most, all? How are you interpreting the source? That way we can get an actual response to your specific point.
Okay. No, I don't believe every African American is an Israelite. No. But there were some Israelites who were from Spain, who got exiled from Spain and went to West Africa. There were some of the African slaves were Jews from Spain. That's what I'm saying.
Would you say the minority or the majority?
I would say that's a matter of pontification.
Well, pontification just means talking. I don't know why you said it. I'm asking.
That's speculation. The book doesn't say, well, this amount of Jews were. But we do know, according to Rudolph Windsor's work, the Babylon, the Timbuktu, he's a PhD. 1 million Jews fled to West Africa. So open it up.
I'm sorry, Rudolph Windsor is not a PhD.
Yes, he is a PhD.
Okay, would y'all like me to go to Dr. Yosef Ben Yachanan?
Oh,
Y'all
okay,
want
okay,
him?
wait. Hang on, JJ. Before we get there,
Y'all love him, right?
uh, hang on. Before we get there, JJ. Chris. Any response to him saying that there was at least some Jews who came
Yeah.
down?
One more time. They're not understanding the chronology of history here, because when the Portuguese came into West Africa, they began to convert Africans into the Judaic faith. So if you have the
Corner, were
mothers
they
and
black?
father,
Were they black?
Hang on. You got to let him answer.
No, no,
Hang on.
let him stop there for a second. Were they
Okay,
black
no.
before Portugal?
Hang on. You have to let him get his thing out. We can
No, I
ask
just want to ask you,
clarification.
He
Garfield, were they
he
black?
has no proof of that. He's lying. Why would
Okay,
they expel people from practicing Judaism?
JJ, hang on.
Hold on, no. Ask
Okay, so
yourself this, bro, because we're gonna stop playing games. So they kick out all the Jews. Yeah.
excuse me,
Come
can
on, man.
we
Y'all
let me
stop
let me
playing
answer the question first.
okay,
Because
games. Go ahead.
they don't. The problem that both these gentlemen are having is a chronology of history. Because what JJ keeps doing, he's trying to come on here and raise a question. So they kick out all the Jews. Yeah, because the Christians assumed power in Spain and they didn't want any more practicing Jews. Those same practicing Jews had communities in West Africa.
Okay, Chris, let me
I
ask
just
you this
read
real
the
quick.
source. I read,
Let me ask
finish.
you this. Excuse
Don't
me.
ask me anything. Let me finish
How
talking.
did those Jews get in Spain and Portugal, bro? How did
Okay.
they?
Okay,
Because
one
my
more
history
time.
says
Now we're
that they
continuing. One
came
more
from
time.
Jerusalem with Nebuchadnezzar. Now you tell us how they got there.
Okay.
Come on, bro. Stop playing games.
No, you're playing games.
Bro, okay. And let me know when I
You
can
tell
speak.
us. Thank
Let me know when I can speak.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to remain very
Lie.
calm
That's what
here.
you're trying to do, and we ain't going for it.
Okay.
Excuse me, guys. Can I say something real quick? Because my people came from Spain, and they were so-called Negroes, and they settled in DR right next to Haiti. So my father's grandfather was a Negro that came from Spain that was brought to DR, and I did my DNA, and my father's lineage matches with the Negroes here in this country.
Game
That's
over.
it. Hey, hold on, brother. That's headshot. That's headshot.
That's game
Just for
over, man.
saying that.
Close the goddamn casket
Yeah,
for this
yeah.
dude.
Hey, yo,
He'll
Chris.
die
That's
again.
Chris. That's headshot. That's headshot.
That's
Okay,
game over. That's game. And I got more people who got the same kind of story, bro. But he want to try to discredit. Headshot,
And
bro.
I want everybody to notice. I
Bro,
want
why
everybody
we
to
even listen to
notice.
this dude anymore? Let's hear
I want
about
everybody
his
to know. I want everybody to hear what's going on here. One more time.
We hear
He
what's
just
going
made.
on. You lying, bro.
all right.
I'm not lying about anything.
Hang on. Let me ask brother. Now that was Israelite only camp killer who asked that question, right?
yes, sir. Well, no. It was a statement that when I checked my family lineage, my father's great grandfather came from Spain, and they were Negroes,
Right.
jet
Now,
black,
right.
and they settled in the country of DR, right next to Spain, and it was hundreds of thousands of them Negroes that spoke Spanish that
All
came
right.
from Spain.
Ooh, doggy.
Well,
Check me out.
hang on. But the thing about it is that I want to point a clarification there because I want to make
Cognitive dissonance.
I want to make sure that we're all leading to the proper point here. Did your DNA link you to any Israelites?
Yeah, it was a E1B1A Y haplogroup.
Well, E1 E1b Y haplogroup is one of the largest haplogroups. That's not a specific short tandem repeats for Jews. Did you get anyone that actually?
That's a subset. That's an African haplogroup.
Right, yeah. E1B1A, and this is something I know. I got some genetic books over here, and I'm just asking for clarification. That's why we don't mislead the audience, and that we're all drawing a proper conclusion here. There's a fallacy of the non sequitur. I want to make sure we're drawing proper conclusions. Were you linked? Like for example, I was linked to all sorts of groups, and I did my DNA. I can open it up for you right here, including the Native Americans. But I'm asking you, were you linked to any? Were you linked to the Kohanim Jews, the Sephardic Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, Ethiopian Jews, or any of the other Jewish groups that we have their specific haplogroup, which is not E1B1A? Were you linked specifically to any of those camps?
To be honest, I never got that deep into it because I did mine maybe 2-3 years ago. But from me speaking to my grandparents and their stories, my great grandmother was a white Jew, well, a white Spaniard lady that was married to a black Spaniard from Spain. And there was a city there full of blacks from Spain. and this was in the 1700s still.
Well, right. Well, see, and I get all of that, but and again, but the one thing I'm trying to get to, and is because this is if a paper was submitted to me, right, and if a paper was submitted to me or to my peers, like in class, we did peer reviews and that sort of thing, right? The question I would be asking is
That's your question, brother? The host
well,
of the show?
hang on.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to figure out is, does this specifically link you to anywhere outside of Africa? That's what I'm trying to ask. Because the conclusion that I could draw from that, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the conclusion I could draw from that is because you're an African, that means that you are an Israelite. And I'm trying to figure out how we make that leap. Can you bridge the gap for me? I just want to make sure I'm understanding what your point is.
Can I ask Chris a question after that?
Yep.
Yeah, after he says, can I ask Chris a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can ask. Well, I think JJ wanted to say something after that, and then you can ask Chris a question after. Okay, so brother, did you have an answer for me?
Yeah. Well, I was just making my comment because I think Chris is his name. Chris,
Yeah.
He was saying that there was no black Jews in Spain, but my father's lineage
never
came
said
from
that.
Spain.
Yeah.
Oh, now
All right. Sorry, then, brother. Sorry about that.
I said those were
okay,
converts. I said those were converts.
So
Yeah. Chris did say, in fairness, and again, and anybody tell you, Chris and I don't have like a historic, 20-year friendship, something like that, right? So
who converted them?
I don't have a dog in this fight, but I will say, Chris did say that there were Africans that were there in Spain, and he did say that they were converts. So my question to you, so when you traced your lineage, did you trace back to an actual Jewish haplogroup? Did you go back to one of those?
To be honest, I didn't even go that deep, but I'll look, but I'll definitely look into it though.
Okay, appreciate. Okay. Now, and then brother JJ, you said you wanted to ask me or somebody else something.
Let me see something. Let me just read something. The Spanish Jews maintained that after they had been transported hither after the destruction of the temple by the Babylonian conqueror Nebuchadnezzar, certain Jew families, the IDN says, the IDN is a research center, all right, that many of the descendants boasted that they were from the royal house of David and maintained that their ancestors had been settled there since the time that partially in the district of Lucinia and partially in Toledo and Seville. The numbers of Spanish Jews family of Nasi also traced back to the pedigree of King David and proved it by the means of a geological table of seals. The family of the IBN, Albanius, was more modest and dated its immigration from the destruction of the Second Temple. A family traditions run to the effect that the Roman governor of Spain begged the conqueror of Jerusalem to send him some noble family from the capital of Judea, and that Titus compelled with his request. Among those that transported were a man named Barak, who excelled in the art of weaving curtains for the temple. This Barak, who settled in Maria, was the ancestors of the Ibn Albanius. Rabbinical authors, Rabbinical in his commentary in Zechariah 7, the Lord also should say the tents of Judah affirms that the descendants of the first temple, two families of the house of David, come and settle in Spain, one at Lucinia and the other in Seville. That's Arbendale's family.
Ooh.
And from these came thousands of offspring. This is a quote from Isaac ben Gerf. In the 17th century, Manasseh ben Israel, who had married a daughter of the Abarinios, traced their origin in Spain to the Second Temple. The Spanish Jews are the true descendants from the tribe of Judah and the royal house of David, and were settled in Spain from the time of the captivity of the first temple of Nebuchadnezzar.
Headshot. Headshot.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
headshot, JJ, that's headshot. Thanks for bringing it up, brother.
Detred, David, chapter 54, page 139. Tikum Holum, Tikum.
Yeah, JJ, give us the name of that book again, brother.
It says Veed. This is Veed. His first name is Vide. Then the second is Detred, Ditred, David. I guess that's the name of the book, chapter 54, page 139. And then it's Tikkum Holum.
Wow, that was amazing. That's headshot, Chris. How you get around that?
I'll let y'all talk because this is silly.
Wait a minute. I got some more. Jews of Spain and Portugal by the Inquisition by Frederick David Mucada, 1877. Unfortunately, at the time of expulsion, the plague was raging in Castile, and the fugitives brought with them the disease, propagating it wherever they went. This circumstance induced King John to hasten their departure from Portugal, for which purpose ships were duly provided according to the agreement. But such was the temper of the captain and sailors that they subjected the Jews to the hardest possible conditions. They plundered them of their goods and valuables, even their very clothes, and landed them naked and bare on the of everything on barren points through the African coast, leaving them to die of starvation or to be sold into slavery. The king also took from the parents all children between the ages of 3 and 10, and those Jews who from poverty couldn't pay the tax, entering Portuguese, and that's the exploration. That comes from the exploration to the west and formation of Brazil, 1415, 1800, page 17 by Dagmar Sharif.
Ooh,
Right?
that's fire. That's fire.
I mean, I got more, man. I mean, this dude playing around, man. Hold on. Africa, you wanted sources, or you just want to just?
Hang on, because Rabbi Lewis. Wait, let me. Okay, so Rabbi Lewis, you had a question for Brother Chris. What was your question?
Yeah, so that's headshot. He just pulled the Jews of Spain were actually Israelites. But my question was, somebody's got background noise. He does, Chris. My question for Chris was, Chris, you there?
Yeah, go ahead.
You all right, bro? You bleed under both eyes right now. But
no, not really. What I'm hearing is a lot of assertions into text.
Okay,
and
so
nowhere in that text. Hold on, you asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Certainly.
Those are assertions into the text. Nowhere does it say that those are Black Jews, and he's reading from the middle of the book. He has not fully disclosed the book's title to us because he himself can't even read the name of the title himself. He's not familiar with that author's work. It's evident when he tries to when you ask him what the name of the book was, and he
here go the name of the book: The Portuguese in West Africa, 1415 through 1670. A documentary history by Malin, M-A-Y-L-A-N, knew it.
Okay, Rabbi Lewis, let me ask you a question.
A collection of documents that illustrate aspects of the encounter between Portuguese and the people of North and West Africa.
Okay, Rabbi,
hold on, hey Leandre, hold on 1 second. Yeah, all day long. Hey Leandre, real quick, let me say this.
I got another book.
Hold on, Leandre, let me say this real quick. Now this is hilarious because all along I've been talking about that book, and I have that.
Okay, now watch this.
And hold on, no, don't ask me nothing. Let me talk.
Bro, you interrupt me when I was talking, bro.
I'm talking.
Calm down, bro.
No, I am calm. Let me talk.
No, you're not, buddy.
No, because now you're guilty.
It's okay. Let me finish reading.
No, sir. No, buddy. No, that book does not say that.
Listen,
nothing in that book. Hold on, Leandre. With all due respect, Leandre. With all due respect, it was me and Rabbi Lewis talking. He left the panel.
I know
he didn't leave the panel. No, it don't hurt because nothing in this book supports.
I got more.
Okay, gentlemen, hang on. Listen, you guys can mute yourself for just a second. I muted everybody just for the sake of fairness. Okay, so, Brother JJ, just do this.
He didn't give me time to finish what the book said.
Okay, well, JJ, hang on. JJ, what page number are you reading from in the book?
Okay, hold on. All right, let me go back to it again. All right, it says.
I just want you to give me the page number.
What page number are you reading from the book? Because I can get it.
The Portuguese in West Africa. You didn't give me time to even go into it.
Am I gonna listen? I'm the host. I'm asking the question as a host.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question. Y'all asking all the questions. Let me ask the question.
I ain't asked a bunch of questions. Listen, I'm asking, what's the page number that we're citing?
Okay. Can I get into it?
I'm asking for the page number.
I'm finna read it to you.
It's 1 to 3 digits. What's the page number?
The Portuguese in West Africa, 1415 to 1670. This is the name of the book.
Mm-hmm.
Right? A documentary history by Malin Newitt. It says, together a collection of documents that illustrates aspects.
Page number, please, so I can follow along with you.
You know what, bro? You know what? We could give you all these sources. We can give you all these references. We can give you oral history.
Brother,
of people.
I just want the page number so I can read along with you.
What page
That's
number
it.
have you brought up to prove
I've
that
been reading from sources all day, mainly Peter Marx's work. Peter Marx's work. Can you give us a page, please?
I'm going to go to another book.
Please, can you just give us a page so we can follow along with you? That's all we're asking.
Okay.
This is horrible.
You books, you go look it up yourself. Now you said last time I come back, I didn't give you no books.
Pseudo, you're being a pseudo. You're afraid to give us the page. Why?
Well, have you given us any page to refute any of that information?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, like I said,
I have.
Prove that these Jews are white.
You have to prove that they were black.
Prove.
You have to prove that they were black. You're making assertions.
Okay, I had a question for Chris, brother, Leandro.
Okay.
Yeah, he playing games.
You're being a pseudo.
Rabbi,
That's why he won't give us the page of the book.
Okay. Rabbi Lewis, you're supposed to ask questions.
Look.
You told me it's bleeding out of both eyes. Now, do you have a question for Chris?
Yes, I had a question.
Okay, what's your question?
Were the Jews of Portugal black?
The Jews of Portugal black. There were black converts. Yes.
No. Were they black? Were they black?
I just answered your question. They were black converts. Yes. Those came from.
Okay, where'd they come from and who converted them?
They came from the Congo and West Africa. The slave trade had always been going on in that area.
Wow.
Okay, prove they weren't ethnic. Hold on, brother JJ. Hold on a second, JJ.
Yeah, that's just funny though.
Yeah, I'll read it to you all.
Yeah, when prove the Jews. Hold on. My question was, you said the Jews of Portugal were proselytized, correct?
You had people. Okay, one more time. I think you're trying to make an argument of semantics in the logic.
Question, bro.
Hold on.
Hey, hold on. Why is it that I can't talk?
Yeah, JJ, let him finish.
What is wrong with y'all? Hold on. What is so wrong? Hold on. What is so wrong with you all that you all can't have? No. Leandre, you got to mute him for a minute because he doesn't know how to act. He's 50. He's like 53 years old and doesn't know how to act.
Hold on, JJ, let him respond to that, brother.
Man, stop having an
Okay, what you're doing is, no, I'm not having an emotional breakdown. I'm trying to have a conversation. No, I'm talking.
Yeah, answer the question then.
I'm trying to answer the question. The question is that the people during the Alhambra decree, people that practiced the Judaic faith were expelled. There were practicing Jews there.
Were they black?
No, the converts were black.
Who converted them? Well, Nebuchadnezzar. We got
the Portuguese.
Okay,
from where? Wait a minute. So hold on.
Who brought them over there?
Okay, one more time. Nebuchadnezzar brought people into Spain. Spain didn't even exist yet.
Oh, wow. Okay, bro.
What are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, prove it.
No, I don't have to prove a negative.
No. We don't want to listen to Chris.
And your apologetics are horrible.
Prove it.
There's nothing to prove. You're the one making the claim.
Chris.
Okay, wait.
Go ahead, man.
This is horrible.
No,
everybody.
You guys are like mental patients. You guys don't even know what you're talking about. Then you read from a book. Hold on. Then he reads from a book and doesn't even want to done anything.
In his whole
God. Hey, Leandre. Seriously, bro. Seriously.
I want to try to get back on track.
Thank you. Hold on. Leandre, as you can see, excuse me, Leandre, you can see the class that I tried to come with, and you can see the silliness that happens when this guy comes on the panel. He left the panel a minute ago. Now he's coming back, and this is what they do. They bring confusion to the panel.
Okay, so let me try to get back on track. Let's see if we can try this one more time. Okay,
so answer Rabbi's question. Go ahead.
Okay, Rabbi Lewis.
I think we lost Chris, brother.
Yeah, he ran. Yeah. He ran, y'all. All right.
Okay. So, Rabbi Lewis, a question for you. Do you think? So, the source that I think JJ was reading from, I think was like 1415 to 14 something else. Do you feel like that establishes a Jewish presence in Spain and Portugal prior to that time period? What's your thoughts?
The Bible says the ships to Tarshish first shall come first. Tarshish is Spain.
Right. Okay, but that's not the question I asked you, though, is it?
Oh, certainly. I'm sorry.
The question that I asked you was, do you think the source he read from establishes a Jewish presence in Portugal and Spain prior to that period?
Certainly.
Okay. And JJ, can you read from that source? Wait, what was the title? Read the title one more time, please.
Here go one right here. Africa being an accurate description of the regions by John Ogilvy, page 34. All right. Geographic printer of the king. See, I'm going to show you a presence of us in Africa. This is what they say. Not me. This is John Ogilvy. Many Jews are scattered over this region, some natives boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river of Niger. Strangers who fled thither either from the desolation of Jerusalem by Vespasian or from Judea and depopulated by the Romans, Persians, the Saracens, and Christians, or such as came out of Europe, where they are banished out by some part of Italy in the year 1342, out of Spain in 1462, out of England in 1422, out of the Low Country in 1350, out of France in 1403. These all differ in habit and are divided into several tribes, having no dominion through both wealthy and numerous, but despised by all nations. And so this is in the book. And so abominated by the Turks, that they are not admitted to the mammuters unless they first baptized and only used to gather their taxes.
Yeah, that's well said. John Bigelow saw the Jews of Portugal. They went to Jamaica. I think you probably read that, right? It's the Jews of Portugal.
I don't understand why we keep.
Is that a reference? Because it sounds like that sounds like came from We the Black Jews.
It came from
no. John Bigelow.
Hold up. Didn't I read the? I'm gonna read the title of the book again.
Well, no. My question.
Hold up. Listen. Maybe I didn't say it clear. Africa, being an accurate description of the regions by John Ogilvy, page 34. Now.
But my question was to Rabbi Lewis, because it sounded almost like a direct quote from the book We the Black Jews, where it says John Bigelow. So it sounded like that's where is that what
that brother? I cut you off. Say that again.
When you said John Bigelow saw the Jews of whatever, was that a reference to We the Black Jews?
Yeah, he saw the Jews that they were exiled from Jews from Portugal to went to Jamaica.
Right.
In the 1800s, he saw them. He said that they were black.
Right. Where's the source for that? Reason I'm asking this. Hang on. Wait, JJ, hang on. I'm asking Rabbi Lewis a question. Reason I'm asking that question is because Hebrew Israelites say that a lot, right? And then where the original place that idea came from was We the Black Jews, and it's a reference to Theodore Waite's book Introduction to Anthropology. I've read the chapter, and I know that's a miscitation from Introduction to Anthropology by Theodore Waite. So who
misquoted? You said Dr. Ben misquoted his work?
Yeah, Dr. Ben misquoted Theodore Waite several times in his book. Several times. I read We the Black Jews.
Were there Portuguese Jews in Jamaica? Yes or no?
No. Hang on. I'm asking you for the source to your statement.
But he asked you. But he asked you.
No, he doesn't. No, hang on. My question when
we ask questions. What the hell going on? I think it was a two-sided conversation.
Listen,
so y'all get to ask all the questions over here.
Why are you saying y'all get to ask all the questions? I've asked everybody.
Every time the brother or me ask you questions, hold on. Hold on tight. Brother, look, can he ask you a question? Yes or no?
JJ, yes, you can listen. Any question you ask me, any question you be asking me after my question.
Nobody answer a question.
JJ, listen, we're gonna try one more time. I asked him a question. You don't get to then turn and ask me a question. Okay, that's too quick. You don't answer my criticism with criticism. I asked a question.
I'll give you the source, brother. I'll give you the source.
You've been asking questions the whole time, man. Look, let me read the source.
Let me give DeAndre the source real quick.
JJ, I asked Rabbi Lewis a very specific question. I did not ask JJ a question. I asked him a very specific question as to where he got
Let
that.
me answer that. Let me.
John Bigelow.
Yeah, no, he's gonna answer for you. Go ahead, Rabbi Lewis.
Yeah, there's two sources for that. Hello.
Yeah, we're here.
You asserted that was misquoted by Dr. Ben himself. This actually is from a book called my source is 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro. Who wrote that book? I forgot. I got it right here.
Now, so I hope you're not going to an early African American.
Let me give you the guy who wrote that book. I forgot. Hold on a second.
But I already.
Jay Rogers. Yeah, Jay Rogers. 100 Amazing Facts About the Negro by J.A. Rogers. He goes into this book.
Okay, so hang on, wait a second. I just point of clarification. When you just made that reference to John Bigelow seeing the Jews and said that they were black, where were you quoting it from?
I just said 100 Amazing Facts about the Negro by J.A. Rogers.
Okay, I got another reference. Watch this, bro. You want references? Come on, let me read this.
AJ, if you interrupt me again, I'm gonna kick you from the thing. I'm asking Rabbi Lewis a specific question I'm not getting an answer to.
You want he want to know where your source came from, bro.
That's all I'm asking, okay?
Yeah,
because
I got two sources for this.
Okay. What page? No. Do you have John Bigelow's statement somewhere?
Yeah, my 12 Tribes book. That I wrote a book on the 12 Tribes. I'm the first person.
Okay, no. You're not going to cite yourself because you just did. I'm asking you for the source of it, okay? So when I write and I publish things, right? If I'm getting something that didn't come, unless it's your original research about what John Bigelow said, and even if it is, where's the original source for John Bigelow that you're pulling that from? This is a very pointed question. Where's this John Bigelow saying black Jews?
Yeah,
do you have John Bigelow somewhere?
Yeah, there's two. I'm sorry, I'll let you finish, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you have a John Bigelow citation from somewhere? Where does that come from?
Yeah, it's two books that mention this quote. Hold on, JJ. Nature Knows No Color Lines, Research to the Negro Ancestors in the White Race by J. Rogers. Nature Knows No Color Lines, very well known book. He talks about this in his work. Also,
how do you know John Bigelow? No, listen.
You can cut him off.
Brother, listen. JJ, listen. Let me explain something to you. You may not be aware of how scholarship actually works, but I am. And so what he's doing is he's citing John Bigelow. I'm asking for the citation from John Bigelow.
What's your credentials?
Would you cut him off?
Brother, listen, check it out. Do you?
Yeah, what you go to school for, bro?
Political science, philosophy, and law. Okay.
Okay, so you had to question these scholars.
Okay, so one of the things to do, like for example, let me just talk.
Question this source?
Hang on. One of the things that
I got credentials too. Look, watch this. Right here. These credentials. Watch this. Christian Research in Asia. This is the page number. I want you to question this one.
Brother, listen. You're distracted.
By Claudius Buchanan. Hold on. Listen what it say.
Okay, Rabbi Lewis, do you have a source for John Bigelow? Yes or no?
Certainly, it's I gave you two. They also call about
no. Where did John Bigelow write this? This is a pointed question. Where did John Bigelow write this?
100 Amazing Facts About the Negro.
Is that book by John Bigelow?
No, this is J. Rogers' work.
Okay, so if you're referencing John Bigelow, what work did John Bigelow say? Like if I said the Apostle John said such and such, I would go to the Book of John, not to some tertiary source, right? Where someone is
saying J. Rogers is a tertiary source.
J. Rogers is not the original source. Okay, he's not giving commentary. This is a tertiary source. Where is the original source for what John Bigelow stated? This is something that gets repeated a lot by Hebrew Israelites. I'm just asking, same way that I've asked of multiple people up here, just like I did when Garfield was up here, just like I did when the other brother was up here. I'm at this question is specific. If you don't have it, just say that. Okay, but right now it's starting to look a little funny. Do you know where did John Bigelow publish that statement about seeing Jews and they were black? Where did he publish this? Where is it? Is it in some writing? Did you read it yourself? Did you read the original source yourself to know that John Bigelow said this? If so, just give it to us right now. It doesn't take long.
Certainly. Unfortunately, I have to go to my notes. It's in my book on the 12 Tribes chart. Not to plug my own work. So while I'm pulling it up, can I ask a question so we don't have any dead air?
Sure.
According to your research, the Jews of Portugal, were they in Jamaica? Yes or no?
Yeah. There were, and as a matter of fact, and one of the things that I pointed out earlier was that Theodore Waite's actual book, which Dr. Ben misquoted and miscited several times, in Introduction to Anthropology by Theodore Waite, in the actual book that I actually read. Anybody can download this on archive.org. You can go there and check out the references for yourself, and you'll see Dr. Ben misquoted Theodore Waite several times in Introduction to Anthropology. one of the things he talks about there is that you did have Jews, that were in Portugal, just like you've had them in Jamaica. But he says something specific about the Jews and their part in the slave trade in Theodore Waite's Introduction to Anthropology, and it's simply not what's being stated here.
So were they black? Were they black?
No. No. As a matter of fact, you can read the chapter on climate, by Theodore Waite, and he'll get into this. And so one of the things that he talks about there is he talks about the Jews at one point in time changing color to where they started to look like the Negro, meaning that they're separated from the Negro. And he talks about them changing from their original color, which they were pale skinned. This is repeated over and over again. Hang on.
I got the page number here. I found it.
Okay. Repeated over and over and over and over and over again in the chapter on climate by the actual anthropologist that is miscited by Dr. Ben several times.
I got the page number.
Brother, I heard you the first 17 times. I'm in the middle of finishing the thought.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, brother.
So, again, book miscitations, left, right, up, and down by Dr. Ben, and what's actually stated in We the Black Jew, and what's actually stated in Introduction to Anthropology is that the Jews were originally a fair-skinned people, and that you see a gradation of color from the whitest of white all the way down to almost as dark as the Negro. He's not identifying the Jews as the Negro. He's drawing a delineation between the Jews and Negro, saying, but they're identifiable people separate from the Negro people. And he talks about their participation in the slave trade, and it is not in the capacity that's usually cited by Hebrew Israelites. But in either case, so now you can say whatever you're going to say now.
Yeah, I got the page number. It's in my book. I wrote a book called "Got Back on Chris."
Yeah, real quick. Let me ask Rabbi Lewis a question because
make my statement first, brother.
I didn't know. Excuse me.
Oh, you good, bro? You good? He just asked me a question. He said, "Where's your source for that?" So, can you hear me, DeAndre?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Okay, great. You got to mute your mic, Chris. All due respect, cause
no, he don't need to mute his mic. Just give me the page number. Where did John Bigelow?
Followers find in the book titled "Nations Will Call On" by J. Rogers on page 123 and page.
Brother, listen.
Brother, I'm giving you the page number.
No, you're not giving me the page number. You're not giving me what I asked you for, because this is something that someone even in the comment section is pointing out to you. I'm asking you where John Bigelow said it. You cannot tell me that someone else said it and then that someone was cited in something else and then later cited in your book. Where did John Bigelow?
Let me give it. It's his name. J. Rogers on page 123.
J. Rogers is not. No, this is just going to be a basic question. This is just a straightforward question. Is John Bigelow J. Rogers?
No.
I'm asking where John Bigelow said it. Don't tell me where J. Rogers said it, because I'm telling you that people have been miscited and misquoted left and right.
Hold on, no. You just did two things, brother.
I did not do two things. I've repeated the same thing here.
No, brother, you accused me of appealing to Dr. Ben's work.
I did. No, I asked you if you were appealing to Dr. Ben's work, and I said because that's usually where that comes from, and I said it's a miscitation.
And I'm showing you he's not the only source for this.
Sir,
Rogers talks about this in his book.
Do you have
123? Let me read it.
Do you have the John Bigelow source that it came from?
Yeah, let me read this for the people. Many of the Jews who were banished from Portugal by John II.
Okay, so and when Rabbi Lewis decides that he's going to give me the John Bigelow source, he can talk. Okay, because listen, this is ridiculous. Okay, I don't know how many times everybody in the audience can attest. I've asked where John Bigelow said it. I've asked for the original, the primary source. Where did John Bigelow say it? He's been miscited all over the place. People keep saying that that's what he said. Where did John Bigelow make this statement? That's what I asked. Everybody can attest to it. That's what I asked for. Somebody even in the comments, Lou said he's asked for the primary source, bro. I am. Where did John Bigelow make such a statement? This was referenced. Again, this is another statement. This J. Rogers stuff is another thing that comes from We the Black Jews. You can download.
Are you claiming that J. Rogers got his work from Dr. Ben?
No, I am not. No, I'm not. That's not even what I said. What I'm trying to tell you is that don't tell me John Bigelow.
Who came first, Dr. Ben or J. Rogers? Who's older source?
J. Rogers. But answer my question.
There you go. So why are you appealing? Why you keep bringing up Dr. Ben?
Brother, because I'm asking you, because I'm telling you that if J. Rogers came first, Dr. Ben could be citing him, which he did, and it is also something that you cannot show me in the other work that I'm asking about. I'm asking you, where's the primary source for the statement that you're making about seeing the Jews and they were black? All I'm asking for you is to give me that. Where's the primary source? Don't give me J. Rogers. I didn't ask for him. I know Dr. Ben referenced him. I know it because I read We the Black Jews, and I actually spent the time actually going through and vetting and verifying the sources in We the Black Jews. I've been looking at Hebrew Israelite stuff for probably Oh, I don't know. It's going on 13 years now. So I read the book. I know the source that are there. I have an entire note thing where I went through verifying sources. I downloaded the books. I bought books that he referenced there. So I know what sources he used. So I'm asking you, where did the source about John Bigelow, where did that come from?
Primary J. Rogers was, according to credentials, was a Jamaican American author.
I do not care. I'm asking for the primary source for Bigelow. Do you have it?
No.
Okay, so thank you. Chris, do you have something that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I noticed, like I said, and Leandra, you're going through what I was going through 5 minutes ago. All right, assertions and conjecture. Now, I want to ask you a simple question, Rabbi Lewis. Do you know what the study of anthropology is?
Yes.
Okay, what's the definition of anthropology?
Certainly, I'll read it.
I'm asking you a question. What is the definition of anthropology? Please look it up. Just look it up.
The study of human societies and cultures and their development.
Okay, good, great. So you know what the definition is.
Yeah.
I'm looking for cultural context now. I want some cultural context of these Israelites being in West Africa. All right, now, can you show me a Mishnah and a Gemara in West Africa pre-Portuguese colonization?
Oh my God! I mean, there's so many sources for that. Let's give you 1 second. Let's prove that they were there. 1 second.
I didn't ask you. No. That's not what I said. I asked you for a Mishnah or Gemara, which is Talmud. That's what I asked you. Pre-Portuguese colonization.
Certainly.
And I want the author and the page number, the name of the book. That's called a source.
Sure, I got so many sources in front of me. 1 second.
Listen, we're only asking for one, okay? So just throw out one.
Yeah, I'll just give you one.
Okay, when we gonna get it?
I apologize.
Well, I know you do, but when we gonna get it?
This is by an author named Elise Recluse in a book called The Earth and Its Inhabitants, West Africa, 1892. It says, and I quote, this is Elise Recluse's work.
That is not that is not pre-colonization, sir. I asked it for you pre-colonization. Excuse me. No, hold on. I was very specific with my question.
This is pre. Yes, it is. He's
1892.
No, he's quoting an earlier source. It says Easter grape. This is Elise Recluse's work, The Earth and Its Inhabitants, by Elise Recluse. You can find this in my book on the 12 Child's Chart I wrote.
Boy, if you reference your book again, I'm just gonna dive on you.
Okay, my bad. See, it won't happen again. Each of Great Popo begins the Dahomey territory, guarded by the important town of Golwihan, known to Europeans by the various names of Fida, Havida, Wida. The old writers called it Judah, and its inhabitants were said to be Jews. So Elise Recluse says in his work, The Earth and Its Inhabitants, that the people of Wida were Jews, were ethnic Jews. We know a great deal.
Well, that's not what I asked.
Respectfully, Rabbi Lewis, do you have something that is? Do you have anything primary or something like a Mishnah or Gemara that he asked for of this stuff before colonization? Do you have any of that?
Of course, we have To the Prophet's work. To the Prophet, he wrote that book.
I have that book. Can you give me the page number so we can read it? I have that book sitting right over there. Can you give me the page number so we can read it?
He wrote a few books. I'm referring to a particular book, not.
Okay, what's the name of the book, and can you give us a page number?
Yeah, To the Prophet's work. I forgot the name of the book. 1 second. He wrote multiple books.
Well, he probably did. Do you know the name of the book you're going to be using?
Yeah, I found it. Not Hybrid Hate. I'm not talking about Hybrid Hate. The other one is called Black Jews in Africa and the Americas by To the Prophet.
Okay, what's the page number?
Now, a lot of these...
now, hang on. What's the page number we're going to?
Certainly. Let me see what I have it in front of me. It may be in my other book.
Hurry up and Google it. Come on, hurry up and Google.
I just got to see which book it's in.
Rabbi Lewis, are you familiar with the content of your book, Senor?
Yeah, this
no,
is
they're not.
Becoming Jewish by To the Prophet, page 39.
Becoming Jewish.
Yeah, by To the Prophet, page 39.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Does that answer my question?
I thought you said it was a different book just a second ago. But
Certainly. I apologize. No, I have. You want one? I quoted multiple books and multiple books. So,
how you spell an author's name?
To the Prophet.
Tudorpharfit.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought he was saying Tudor. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. He was probably trying to say it to confuse us, probably, but hey, we know we're familiar with his works. As a matter of fact, he was on Garfield's show in the flesh, and he was saying that everybody in West Africa, those were converts. He clearly said that. So when you're trying to reference him as a point to try and like somehow discount what I'm saying, it's not going to work. I'm very familiar with his work. So all I want to know is, and you could just tell the truth and say, no, they don't have one. And I would I would agree with you on that. But it's too hard.
What? I'm sorry. I apologize. Say it again.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can you show me here? Let me answer my question. Let me ask my question again. Can you show me? I'm looking for cultural context here. Can you show me Israelites in Africa with a Mishnah or Gemara, which is Talmud? Can you show me a Torah, which consists of the first 5 books of the Bible? Can you show me that? Which consists of Nevi'im, Keta'im, and Torah. That is the Torah. That's the Tanakh. Can you show me any of those books pre-colonization, pre-invasion of the Portuguese? You're going to 1892, when I've been saying all night, they had been in Central Africa as early as the 13th century CE. This is why dates are important, converting Africans into the Judaic faith. They then went into West Africa, 14th century, 15th century CE. You're in 1892. I'm very specific on what I'm asking here. Pre-colonization. That's all I'm asking. Can you show that to me?
As far as we have the Jews were scattered abroad. So we have Elias Booth starting the West.
Brother, you're not answering the question. You're filibustering. Well, let's do this. You said it's on page 39, and so I just downloaded the book. I'm on page 39. Can you read?
You found it for free, brother?
That's not relevant. Do you? Okay. Can you read us the sentence? I'll I can share my screen here with people. And
it's go to page 39.
Yeah, I'm on page 39. Which? Read
that.
No, just give me the reference. You said cite in your book. What specific part were you citing here? Give me the sentence or paragraph. There's 3 paragraphs on the page. Which one we going to? First, second, or third?
It should start by saying Dr. Buchanan seems to have regarded the black Jews as part of the 10 tribes. Start there.
On page 39?
Yeah. Becoming Jewish by To the Prophet, page 39.
Well, I'm looking at page 39. I don't see that on the page. It starts with the community of B'nai Ephraim was established in the late 1980s in the village of...
there you go. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it says the community of B'nai Ephraim was established in the late 1980s in the village of Kota, Radi, Palim of Gunter, district of Coastal, and Dara Pardesh by a group of Christianized Magdala doubts. In 2002, Shmuel Jacoby published a book entitled The Cultural Hermeneutics, offering an account of the history of the community, which may be summarized as follows. The B'nai Ephraim is sent from the tribes of Israel, who in 722 were exiled from the ancient kingdom of Israel by the Assyrians. Right? Hold on. Slow down. After their sojourn in Persia, they moved to the northern part of the subcontinent, which was populated by Dravidian groups. In the 7th century BC, the subcontinent was conquered by the Aryans, who established the caste system and regulated. That the Dravidians, the B'nai Ephraim, to positions of Sudras. This is India. My bad.
Okay, brother. This, and I just for the audience sake, okay? Just for the audience sake, were you able to establish your point on page 39 here specifically that you gave me?
Yeah, we go right down without boring you to death. Let's get to the point. The cities, the Habrish, The Kafris are a Bantu-speaking people. So it says, let's read that again. The cities, the Habrishis, the Kafris are Bantu-speaking people of East Africa that inhabit lands such as Ethiopia, Eritrea, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi.
This on page 39?
Yeah, keep going down.
Okay. I'm on page 39. I'm looking at page 39. Where are you at? First, second, third paragraph. Where you at?
Go to where it says, according to the Bible, these are the remnants of the Israelites. Keep going. It might be the next page, the next subsequent page.
Brother.
It says, according to the Bible, these are the remnants of the Israelites that inhabit these lands. And he quotes Zephaniah 3 and 10. Let's see, keep going down.
I'm sorry. Where does any of this answer the question that I asked you about cultural context?
Wait. Hang on. I'm sorry. You said that's page 39, or you say page 40? Where are you at, man?
Oh, it's another book I'm in called the
Brother, you know, Rabbi Lewis, listen, man, listen.
Ahead,
Now, you done told us that I'm gonna find us on page 39. Okay, I'm on page 39. I went ahead and downloaded the book. I'm looking at it right now on my screen.
Just start at verse 39 and just read down, because I'm in my book. I'm paraphrasing. I'm not in the book. I'm paraphrasing from the book. That's why it may sound a little confusing. Just start at verse 30, page 39.
No. Here, let's do this. Watch this. I'm gonna show the people something.
Sure.
Hang on. Can everybody see this?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the book.
Hey, enlarge that a little bit.
Make it big, bro. Just blow it up on the screen.
It's just gonna make you look bad, Rabbi. I wouldn't ask him to do that, but
hold on, before you read that, it's a book called Genesis of Africa.
No, Rabbi. Look,
no.
I don't care about the other book you're gonna cite. I care about the one. I care about the one that we just told the audience is on this page. Okay.
Yeah.
So where is it on
page 39 and read down to page 43? I'm not in the book. I'm quoting from the book. That's why I have the book in front of me.
Sir, if you reference it in your book, okay, and if you know how to listen, because you just asked me about micro-credential stuff before. If you have so much as completed high school, we should know how to cite source properly. If you've been in college and undergraduate, we should know how to properly cite sources. Okay, so if you say it's page 39, I should be able to, as a student, come to page 39 and see where this idea is presented. I'm looking at page 39. I'm asking you now, where would you like us, the audience, to go on page 39 to figure out how to draw the same conclusion you did? So on page 39, where you told us to come, everybody heard you. First, second, or third paragraph on page 39, where are we going to go to establish your point?
Just start where it says the community of Ben Ephraim and read. I'm not in the book. I'm quoting from the book.
Well, right.
Right.
So if you're quoting from the book, the only thing I need you to do is tell me which part of this, if this is referencing a thing. And shout out to PMP the poet, aka Pianki, aka Master P, who's back in the house with us. Now,
aka injured reserve.
now, Rabbi Lewis, and then I'll turn over to Pianki. This is his show. Now, Rabbi Lewis, where are we at on page 39?
Brother, I already said, all due respect, start where it says the community of Ben Ephraim was established. Start there.
And I did, but
read down for the people, please.
Sir, listen, you said page 39. You said, now what you were asked was to prove the presence of these folks there and pre-colonization, and you said you could. You gave this source. You said page 39.
Now and I was looking, and what I was doing was I asked a simple question that I always ask people, and we were looking for cultural context. And I asked him for the proof of some cultural context we're looking for, and I asked him for a Torah, which consists of Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketayim, right? First 5 books of the Bible. That is the Tanakh. And then I asked him, can you show me a Mishnah or Gemara residing there, any one of those books, prior to the colonization of the Portuguese coming in there? Can you show me any of those things? It's called cultural context.
No, but what I can show.
Thank you. Thank you.
Called Elijah by Louis Boudinot's called Star in the West.
Listen. You're not about to drop 75 names, different sources that you're not going to be able to demonstrate when we get to the actual.
Certainly.
All I'm going to do is I'm just going to pay and download the book. I like books, as you can probably tell. I'm just going to download it and I'm just going to read it. Okay,
Well,
so
if I could just say one thing to that before,
if you could just tell me where we at on page 39, or say it's not here, we can move on. But
brother, I just said start where it says the community of Ben Ephraim. Start there.
the community of Bene Ephraim was established in the late 1980s in the village of whatever that says of the Guntur district of coastal Andhra Pradesh in the community by a group of Christianized Madiga Dalits, untouchables, who, like the Bene Manasseh, declared that they belong to the lost tribes of Israel. So, do you have evidence of these people being there? Because this says that the group claimed that they came from the lost tribes of Israel. Do you have evidence of the people being there prior to? Yes or no?
These are claims, sir.
Bro, keep reading. It says in 2002, Shamal Kobe. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Read that.
Yes. I listen. I've read it several times now, and you read it earlier. You read it, and then
read that.
Sir, listen, Rabbi Lewis. I'm trying to figure out. You got all your puzzle pieces? Because you read this already, and then you skip down, and you told us that you were down on the next page, and then you ended up in page something else in another book entirely. Just read us the sentence that establishes your point here. That's all I'm asking.
Oh, certainly. I apologize. Sorry for being all over the place.
God damn it. Klay Thompson and Steph Curry getting busy from the three.
The cities, the Habishis, the Kafaris.
Okay, hold on. Real quick, Rabbi Lewis, my bad, because I just came in.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah, sure, brother. I apologize.
I just came in to say thank you to Leandre for holding it down. Salute. I appreciate you, bro. Chris Harris, you already know what it is, my brother.
Yeah.
And Rabbi Lewis, listen, man, I'm listening to you as me and my queen coming back from my engagement, and you about to make me do something I ain't did since I was 19. I was about to smoke a blunt. Because you making me want to get high right now. Because I'm just amazed at some of the stuff you saying. But I'm gonna let you rock because you know you my man.
Well, let me say this real quick. I want to say this too because I want to also say this real quick because he said that Rudolph Windsor.
Carry on.
Okay, yeah, he said that Rudolph Windsor was a PhD. Yes, Rudolph Windsor is a PhD, but he's a PhD from an unaccredited university. And I'm going to read this to you, okay? Because I think I'm just going to say what it is. You don't know how to. You don't know what a proper citation or a primary source is. You just don't know. And this is what it is. This is what it says. It says. Rudolph Windsor went to the, it says right here at the beginning of his book, From Babylon to Timbuktu, it says Dr. Rudolph Windsor was born in Long Branch, New Jersey, after living in a number of New Jersey communities. His family settled in Philadelphia, where he attended community college, studying psychology and political science. He contributed his educational pursuits at Gratz College, majoring in Hebrew/Aramaic studies, Temple University, where he majored in Middle Eastern studies, and and the University of Metaphysics, where he received his PhD in a metaphysical philosophy. He did not receive his PhD from one of the one of the many accredited universities, such as Michigan State, University of Detroit, where I went, or any of those places. He went to a university called the University.
What did you study?
Engineering. And it's irrelevant, and it's irrelevant to what I'm saying here.
You're not a scholar. You're not trained in history.
No, that's irrelevant to what we're talking about right now.
You're appealing to authority. You're appealing to authority. So
I'm not appealing. That's not what an appeal to authority is, sir. Okay. And I challenge you to go get the book, The 42 Logical Fallacies, and you need to study that. You and everybody else that try and come on here with that stuff.
Actually, by Kamusashi called the 25 condom biases.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Rabbi Lewis.
You got the floor.
Okay, Rabbi Lewis. Well, this is just another question before, because we've been on for about 4 hours now. Okay, so let me just another question to you. Did you have another source that you could give us and read from directly to establish your point that Chris asked you about?
2 books, The Star in the West by Elias Budanos, because we have to understand that there's 12 tribes.
Star in the West by who?
Star in the West by Elias Budanos. You gotta understand there's 12 tribes of Israel. All the tribes are not in West Africa. Some of them were in the Americas, right? So they said that they had the Native Americans said they had the Torah scrolls. They found the Torah scroll in a box, and he was saying when we had the Torah, we did really good. So the Native Americans were Jews from the northern tribes. They had the Torah. That was before colonization, right? Last point. There's a book you should read by General History of Africa, and from the 16th to 18th century by B.A. Ogat. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, but
Yep.
you're not answering the question that he asked you.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, it says mute your mic for a second. Chris, you got background. This book is called Lies Budanos, starting off by Lies Budanos, and the second book is General History of Africa from the 16th to 18th century by B.A. Ogat, page 67. And I quote, it says, not far from the Gujarat is Janjira Island, which in ancient times was part of the prosperous commercial activity of northwestern India, including what today is Bombay and Konkan coast. If local traditions are to be believed, the cities of Janjira descends from the Africans who arrived in Gujarat in 1489. These were black Jews descended from African slaves. Let's read that again. These were black Jews descended from African slaves who had left Kokand and Kerala in southern India to settle on the coast. Okay,
what year was this?
General History of Africa from the 16th, 18th century by B.A. Ogat, page 67.
Okay, 16th century is when?
General History of Africa from the 16th, 18th century by B.A. Ogat, page 67.
All right, if you read the title again, I'm just going to dive on you, okay? Because the question asked was specific. When did the 16th century start?
The 1600s.
No, the 16th century started in the 1500s.
Oh, 15, excuse me, 1500s. Yeah,
okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So, is this before or after colonization, which is what Chris asked about?
Yeah, 15. What year was colonization? I'm sorry? I'm according to your research. No, it's the actual question. I'm confused. What would you consider colonization? Because
This started in the 15th century.
Okay, yeah. Well, this book is again. It's called General History of Africa from 16th to 18th century by B.A. Ogat, page 67.
Right.
The Jews, they were black Jews.
Sir, listen.
Sorry.
Listen. What was asked was, do you have something pre-colonization? And you keep giving sources that are post-colonization.
Let me help you out, Rabbi Lewis. The answer is no. It don't exist.
Got Sir Harry H. Johnson's work, The Negro in the New World by
Rabbi, listen, man, listen. We appreciate your time. You have probably thrown out 75 different sources, and in every one that you keep giving, respectfully, and you can play this back and watch it later. They keep being post-colonization era. So, again, and then even when we get the other ones up, you don't seem to have your sources, stuff like that together. Hopefully, well, it seems like you should be able to, and correct if I'm wrong, if you've already written about this stuff, it should at least be organized or so in your book, if that's what you have. But respectfully, you haven't really met the burden what the brother asked for now. So any other topics before we wrap up here? Any other topics here that we want to cover?
I just want to say, Lies Budanos, the Native Americans were Israelites just like the Jews in West Africa, and they had the Torah because Lies Budanos shows they found the Torah in the Americas.
Okay, where'd they find the Torah at in the Americas?
It's in the Lies Budanos book. I don't have it in front of me. It's called
Brother, see, you didn't did it again. You didn't did it again. Rabbi Lewis, you didn't done it again. Okay. What I asked is very specific. Why do you keep referencing books? You're not going to be able to tell me anything the book says, bro. Why do you keep doing that? Why do it to yourself? Just why? Like, this is recorded. Why do it to yourself?
Certainly. I apologize. I don't have the way it was in the Americas, in North America. In the Americas, they found the Torah.
Where? Where'd they find the Torah in North America? What city? Where was it? Where was the find? Name the archaeologist that found it. Where can I reference? Where can I see the work?
I just said Elijah Brudanos.
No. Was Elijah Brudanos the archaeologist?
Yeah, let me give you his credential real quick. I know we got to close out.
No, just yes or no. Was he an archaeologist?
Elijah Brudanos was.
Right now. It's a yes or no question. Was he an archaeologist?
No.
Okay, so what's the archaeologist's name who found the work?
So I can find it real quick. I apologize for not having that.
Boy, listen, Rabbi Lewis, if I ever catch you in traffic, man, gonna be a misunderstanding.
How about you just reference your own book real quick, Rabbi Lewis, and give us the bibliographies that you use to sustain that? How about you just do that?
Wait, repeat that, brother.
How about you use your own book and give us the bibliographies that you used?
Yeah, my book is called.
I didn't ask what it was called.
Let's see if I can find it. I've written over 30 books, so that's why.
Rabbi
I
Lewis,
apologize. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wasn't prepared for this, so.
by God, you done wrote 1,900 books on the topic. What do you mean not prepared for it?
No, because I'm not the primary here. Garfield was, so I mean, of course, I wasn't the primary. This wasn't my interview, so I didn't have it, typed up in a PowerPoint or whatever. You know what I'm saying.
Okay.
But if we do this again,
Rabbi
I
Lewis,
certainly will provide the source.
listen. I just want to ask, where was, and it was a Torah that was found. You said a Torah.
Yeah, last start off with us. They found the Torah, and the name is they found the Torah scrolls, and they were saying that they were the children of
They
Israel.
found a Torah. They found Torah scrolls. What year? What year was it?
What year was this? Oh, let me give it to you. He lived. 1 second. I clicked that. This was around. It's the 1800s.
Okay, so so hang on. So they found a Torah in the 1800s.
Yeah, the Native Americans said that they found the Torahs that they had in yeah.
Okay, and who? I'm sorry. What's the original for this? Like, was it an archaeologist that published this? Where are you getting your dates from, and the location? Where was it? North America is an entirely large place that ranges from Mexico all the way up to Canada. So where was it?
Again, I apologize. I wasn't the primary, so
I know, but it sounds like you're typing something. Now, the good news is, I got a handful of Native American books over there. This has been my first time hearing of it, and so I'm blown away.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.com for $2.99. The Kindle app, the Kindle version is $2. $2.99. Go download it.
What are we talking about? $2?
Huh?
What's $2?
The Book of Star in the West by Elias Boudinot is on Amazon for $2.99.
Okay. Do you know what? So pay the $3 or download the book and then figure out who he's citing, where this was found, like what's he referencing when he points this out. Like if I say, hey man, they just found chickens on the moon, like just the other day, just a while ago, chickens on the moon, man, and you can read about it in my book. Should I tell you who found chickens on the moon, or like what? Do I just say it? Like where's he getting it from? That that there was a Torah found in North America.
Let me go down. I have to download the book. You got the floor while I do that. I don't know which way you're going to go. But you guys got the floor while I pull this up.
Rabbi Lewis, I think honestly you're done here. I'm not going to continue. The audience is enjoying this, but you're actually being discredited.
What do you mean?
It's called cultural context.
JJ
like there's if I don't have to go into who's black Jews or all this other bullshit. Once you begin to ask questions like this concerning cultural context, you lose.
What are you talking about? JJ just buried you, bro. He just proved the
Sure he did. Sure he did.
He just buried you.
Sure he did.
Okay. Rabbi Lewis, did you find that? The original reference there?
No, I don't have it. But when we do this again, I will make sure when I come back, I have it ready. So whenever you're available.
You're a scholar, right, Rabbi Lewis?
I'm trained in Arabic studies, parasitology, and investment banking.
So is this a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay. Have you attended an institution of higher learning?
Yes.
Okay. So can you use your university login to just because I can use my alumni login to search.
I can do mine right now.
Yeah, I can do mine right now. Can you just use your university database to search for the original work? I got a couple more minutes I can spare.
Yeah, I'll let you guys go ahead and dialogue while I pull this up.
Okay, yeah. Just use your university login and get it for us. We'll be waiting right here.
Yeah, just dialogue while I do this.
Yeah. We chilling.
No, for once, me and him don't have any disagreements.
Yeah,
we're waiting on you.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure it out. So, Chris, you from the Dirty Mitten, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm from the no-fly zone, man. Born and raised.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Shout out to Trick Trick. Shout out to Trick Trick.
Oh shit! Don't mention Trick, man. Don't mention Trick. He gonna come looking for you.
Hey, yeah, I was gonna say, Trick Trick. Listen, I don't want no smoke. You know, man, I was watching a documentary thing actually that was about it was like a YouTube thing, but it was about Trick Trick, you know, and just really, you know, just him, like, you know, pressing for respect, you know what I'm saying, you know, for his community, you know, and prioritize his community. I thought it was fascinating stuff, you know. I love hip hop stuff and hip hop documentaries and everything. You know, I sit and watch a million interviews, so I thought it was interesting. You know, my favorite person from out that way is Royce the 5'9".
Oh, no doubt.
Because the brother is an intellectual, a thug. You know what I'm saying? Just you know, and just an all around, just like a businessman. And so, like, it's just he's a fascinating character, you know, to behold. So I love watching stuff and discussion stuff that he be having, man. He's just super cool to me.
Yeah, Royce is one of my favorite artists from Detroit. Him, Isham, I know Proof. One of the things I tell everybody, M's first two albums, the Infinite LP and the Marshall Mathers LP, I told everybody we had already heard like maybe 70% of those joints before they came out. You know what I'm saying? Because they were old. A lot of that stuff was old material, and Dre kind of like, you know, put his little twist on it, put his little remix on it. But we heard a lot of that stuff before. You know what I'm saying? And Proof did a lot of writing for M. You know what I'm saying? That's why when you hear now that when Proof died, M's style changed. It went into that real sped up delivery. You know what I'm saying? That rap god, like I call it the rap god delivery. It just seems like he went into that. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay, so what's your opinions on Detroit's underground hip hop scene? Well, how you feel about Peasy?
Okay.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. You know, I know Peasy's from out there. How you feel about Peasy? You like Peasy?
Okay. Let me break it down. The underground scene back home in Detroit is different now. The culture's changed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm into nerd rap, like people like Lupe, Royce the 5'9", and shit like that. But when you look at it now, they got the Gorilla Gang out there, they got the Grizzly Gang out there, Sada Baby, and all those guys are out there now. And they doing their thing, and it's really not my speed. You know what I'm saying? I can't really get into it because I'm not part of that no more. You know what I'm saying? My speed was always like Lupe, Royce, M, the original Dirty Dozen. You know what I'm saying? King, Gordy, the 5 Elements. You know what I'm saying? Those guys like that. Peasy's dope, but he's more for that younger crowd. You know I really don't listen to it.
Yeah, so it's funny. So, you know, so I found out about a lot of people just because, like I said, I'll sit and just watch hip hop interviews. I ended up, I think, finding out about what's the dude I think is down in LA, No Jumper, the dude who interviews hip hop artists.
I know who No Jumper Radio is. Yeah.
So I ended up finding out, like, I didn't even realize that there was, you know, a lot of these, you know, artists, stuff like that existed, you know, out in the whole Michigan scene. So, you know, they were, you know, they got into, like, I was watching interviews of certain Flint artists, stuff like that. Again, people I'd never even heard of before in my life. Anyway, I like listening to people's stories, you know, just kind of you know, hearing all of that kind of stuff. So anyway, so I heard about Peasy, you know, on there, you know, and then some of his artists that, you know, I mean, other people on who Icewear Vezo and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, but they definitely represent a sort of a new wave, at least I think, of, you know, of Michigan and Michigan and Detroit rap, sort of at large. So anyway, I think it's interesting stuff. But I think most of their stuff, you know, they I think most of what they say they do, they all say they do spice talking. So, you know, it's not the nerdy rap and stuff, you know, that you talk about. It's the spice rap. These, you know, crazy one-liners and stuff. Anyway, I just want to.
Yeah, you know what? I'm still trying to see who we gave that go-go gadget flow to, and I like to say it was Big Sean that started all that shit. You know what I'm saying? I like to say it was him. You know what I'm saying? That started that shit. So. I mean, it took so long for the Detroit rap scene to finally be seen. You know, if you get what I'm saying, it took so long. So, I mean, because New York, Atlanta, and, well, I don't want to say New York. I like to say California first. You know what I'm saying? Cali, the West Coast had it first. I mean, we know the East Coast had it, but the West Coast took that shit and they elevated that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? So,
Ras Kass is one of my favorite artists too. Like I said, if anybody's ever heard Interview with a Vampire, you already know what level he's on. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
like the nerd rap shit. People like Killer Priest, those type of guys right there. Who is that? LV?
Yes, sir. How you brothers doing?
What's up, LV? How are you?
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm coming to check the workout, man. I'm actually trying to check on Rabbi Lewis, man. It's been a while. Did he log in yet?
Rabbi, you all right over there, big dog? You slip and fall in the matrix of scholarly sources? You all right?
Yeah, I kind of hit him with a hard body shot that all of them failed to do. Ass
Yeah, my
answer,
bad,
so
my
it's a
bad,
body
my bad.
shot every time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you know,
yes.
there comes a point to where, you know, you're either being intellectually dishonest or you don't know. And I just want to let Rabbi Lewis know that it's okay if you're in a position that you don't know. We all here to get information. And a lot of times, you know, when we kicking the shit, we chopping it up, it could become intimidating. So I just want to let you know, if you observe their overall methodology, you can abstract some things from that. I know you said you have a scholarly or school background, but I'm just going to be honest with you. You might need to tap into your studies a little bit more. You need to organize your shit, because if you're writing books and you can't grab the book to where you source material, that's alarming to me. There's already a standard set for this scholarship we all hold to. And when we're talking about writing books, you know what I'm saying? Anybody can put something on Amazon. But if it hasn't gone through a peer review for people that specialize in that area to be like, this is accurate and that is not, then it hasn't gone through the proper channels to be called credible. And I say that respectfully. I'm going to fall back because I'm not here to say y'all won, he won, but this is not how you do it, bro. Real talk.
Yeah. Truth should win out in every case. Yasha ben Yisrael, Laila Tov, Miyata Umeyan Tago.
Shalom, Aki. What it do, man? Hey, I want to let you know, man. Chris, I don't know what he talking about on the Detroit rap thing. I am a East Side Cheddar boy. The folk gang, them my peoples, them my families. All them rappers. Truth got killed in my cousin's club. That boy ain't nobody here in Detroit on the Detroit rap scene. That's for sure. He wants to ask he need a Mishnah prior to colonialism or a Gemara prior to colonialism. No, what he should be looking for is Jews in Africa prior to colonialism. And when you do that, and then I will bring up again, like I did to him before, Emily Cartwright's book, where she talked about the Jews in Africa who existed who got in the ruins of Anopolis, which is grave sites, grave epithets that existed with Jews there long before the Talmud was ever even written. And then when you talk about my brother book, you talk about this Dr. Ben source. If this, why is you straw man argument in this brother about Dr. Ben source when he's not using Dr. Ben sources?
Who's that question to?
Both you and Chris.
Well, one, to clarify, a straw man would be if I attack the point he didn't make, so that's a straw man. So it's a set up a paper tiger, right?
Well, if you arguing an argument that he's not arguing, that is a straw man argument.
Okay, well, no, what you're doing right now is a textbook definition of a straw man argument, because I didn't say.
I mean, we can just look it up. We just look it up, pull it up.
Well,
I can read, you can read, the audience can read.
And here comes the confusion.
So to clarify, brother Yasha, to clarify, what I asked him was if he was using Ben's book. I know that the two sources.
And he said no, and you kept drilling him with that.
Sir, are you gonna let me finish my sentence?
No, I'm going to let you know where you did wrong and where you did poor scholarship at. That's what I'm going to do. I didn't come here for no other reason.
He didn't pull out them
but to clown you Negroes where you Negroes
he didn't pull out those pre-colonial
That's what I came here for.
He didn't pull out those
what I did came here was to expose the lies.
He came here with 1800. He came with material from the 1800s, bro. Let's be real.
Sir.
He did not come with Dr. Ben.
I don't care about Dr. Penn. We're talking about dates. Dr. Penn is irrelevant.
You must care about Dr. Ben. You kept bringing him up. You kept bringing up his sources,
the person
which is a non sequitur to the whole damn conversation.
brother. That's
From
not a
what I heard,
non-sequitur,
since
Yeah,
I
but
popped up in here.
it's
brother.
non-consequential, bro. You know that. Dr.
Brother,
Ben is non-consequential right now. The point is, these brothers been hammering for 20 minutes, is that he doesn't have a source from the proper time frame, timeline. They come way too late. 1800s?
brother Yasha, I think you seem to have misunderstood what took place chronologically.
Do you know how long? Do you know how old the grave markings in the ruins of Nevertheless is? That go way back in the
No,
BC time frame, brother.
did he
Sir,
mention that?
brother Yasha,
He
let
didn't.
me,
I did.
brother
Okay,
Yasha,
okay,
let me
because he didn't
restate.
say
I
nothing
did,
about that.
and I mentioned to it when I bust your head on
Hold on, brother
Tinetta show,
Yasser. How does that prove Jews in West Africa?
brother.
The
Dead
source that you're
graves,
using.
brother, in Morocco, going
And
back to the
Morocco is
BC
not
era,
West
brother.
Africa, sir.
Written in Hebrew. That
Excuse me,
proves dead
Morocco
bodies,
is
dead
not West
Jews, brother.
Africa.
Brother
Morocco is not West Africa.
brother Yasha. So
But
again,
they were in Africa, brother.
brother
That
Yasha, I'm trying to tell you something, okay? You can't keep skipping past this. You came in misunderstanding what it was that I was saying to him. I asked him pointedly, because I know what We the Black Jews says specifically. I asked him pointedly if that came from there because it was almost verbatim a sentence from We the Black Jews. That's what he was asked. Okay, and then what he did is then he cited he gave another sentence which is from We the Black Jews. I read the book I don't know how many times, so I almost have it memorized. So I know what the book says. What I pointed out to him was that this sounds like something that comes from there. And I said, if you have another source for John Bigelow, then give it. That's what
when
I
you
asked.
ask, but he may not. If he didn't use John Bigelow as his reference, brother,
He
he
did
don't
use
need to
John
prove that.
Bigelow.
He
Sir,
did use John
sir,
Bigelow.
he 100% used John Bigelow repeatedly. Again, I don't know if you were asleep or what, but that happened and it's on video. He used John Bigelow several times over and over and over and over again. I kept asking, where's the John Bigelow source? I said, I know that that's something that is misstated in We the Black Jews about John Bigelow. I'm asking where the source is where John Bigelow said it. Okay? And he was citing someone else completely. So I'm asking you, were you around when the time the conversation was happening? Because you don't seem to have understood what actually took place. You cannot come say this is in the what's the other goofy book he cited? What else? What's the other book he cited? You can't come on here citing. You can't come on here citing Becoming Jewish by Tudor Parfit, right? And then I ask, okay, well, what page number are we on? And then you continue to filibuster and talk around it. And I'm just asking, where is it? And then when we pull up the book, page 39, then you don't want to give us anything on the page. Then you tell us it's on page 40 because he said it's the next page down. And then when we scroll down to page 40, it wasn't there. And I said, where are you at? He said, oh, I'm in a different book entirely. There's a problem here with his.
That is a problem. That's a problem.
And then now he's gone for 40 minutes.
Yeah, and so now, and he's been back and forth because he keeps muting and unmuting his microphone. So he hears us just fine. So then what I asked him was,
See, but where I came in at, you was asking him about the Bigelow, and he said he didn't have it.
no, that's not what happened at all. He kept saying, I have it, let me get it. And then he kept citing someone else. And I kept saying to him, where is the John Bigelow source?
I quoted
And he started deflecting towards the Joel A. Rogers.
Exactly, which is not John Bigelow. So that's what happened. It happened like 65 times. He
I
never
get
said
that, but he
no,
it was clear to me that he didn't have it.
Okay, right. But the thing about it is that everybody up here, as far as I'm aware, there's no minors up here. There's a bunch of grown men. Everybody up here is at least 30 years old, as far as I'm concerned.
I could have sworn I heard him say he did not have it.
Okay, sir, let me finish my statement, okay? Because you sound like you're a little older, so I know you can practice a modicum of respect, okay? What the brother did not say is, I don't have it. He kept saying, I have it, let me get it. And he kept citing Jay, and he kept citing someone else. And I
so
kept
he said he did have it.
Brother, respectfully, brother, how old are you, brother?
50.
Okay, so if you're 50, I'm 32. Can you please practice a modicum of respect? You cannot continue to jump in.
I didn't disrespect you. I'm trying to get an understanding of what happened before I came.
Listen, the older folks that raised me thought that jumping in and cutting the man off when he was speaking was disrespectful. I don't know. Maybe it is different in your area, but I know where I came from. Man in the middle of a sentence.
You've given me what I'm not asking you for.
brother. But no, you came in here with old lies, trying to tell me what I did and what I didn't say. You came in here with old people lies. I'm clarifying to you right now what actually took place, the actual chronology of events. I asked him point blank if he was citing Dr. Ben. I said, because I know it's miscited in Dr. Ben. There's no straw man there. It's an interrogatory. There's no straw man in an
Well, it
interrogatory.
wouldn't be a straw man if he mentioned Bigelow's works prior to me coming.
Sir, and
It
he
wouldn't
did.
be. But
And
I'm
he
telling you what I
did.
saw.
And he did 150 times. He kept saying John Bigelow, and I kept asking him, where is it? And he kept saying he was going to go get it, and he never got it. To this day, we still ain't got it. He then referenced several other works. We cannot get a page number. Every time he references his book, I say, okay, I'm going to buy the book. What page number is it on? I don't have it in front of me. Right? Okay, so, well, let me examine my book. And we can hear him clicking and typing. We can hear him turning pages, but we don't hear numbers that I'm asking for page numbers.
Hold on. First of all, I quoted.
No, hang on. So the brother here, now watch this. Ask him, has he gotten that source that we were just discussing? Does he have it? Just ask him.
Do you have that source, brother?
Hold on. Mute your mic for a second.
Brother Rabbi, if you quoted it, the burden of proof is on you to prove it. Do you have that source?
Yeah, certainly. Somebody got to mute their mic because somebody's got really bad background. So that's not. I know I said I didn't have it. I gave it this J. Rogers, Nations of Colonies with J. Rogers, page 123. I gave you the book and the page number.
Brother Yasha ben Yisrael. Do you hear him giving me a John Bigelow source?
Yeah, and didn't you say you went to that source and it wasn't there?
So yes, so I'm asking. Yes, so that's why I'm asking him. Does he have a John Bigelow source? Where did John Bigelow say it? Where did J. Rogers pull from? What's the footnote say? Where does this come from?
That I don't have. I agree. Correct.
Yeah, and I thought I heard him say that.
Now, Rabbi Lewis,
where I got it from, my source.
Rabbi Lewis, before did you repeatedly tell us that you had the source for John Bigelow? Did you repeatedly tell us you had the source and you would get it for us?
You accused me of appealing to Dr. Ben's work. And
I did not. I asked you a question, and I know comprehension is not strong, so I asked you if that came from Dr. Ben's source, and I told you both the things that you cited are referencing Dr. Ben's source. You then said...
Right, and then you acquiesced to the fact that Rogers predates Joseph Mignac.
Right, which was not debatable at all in the first place. That wasn't my contention. That wasn't my contention. Obviously, if Dr. Ben is referencing J. Rogers, that he has to be that chronologically, logically, that the J. Rogers sources have to come before. But I asked you.
Stop there for a second.
I asked you specifically and pointedly about the John Bigelow.
Hold on, you made a statement. Hold on, brother. You made a statement.
Do you have a John Bigelow source,
brother? Hold on, brother. Let me ask you a question.
Oh, he just said.
Let me ask you a question.
Then telling me about J. Rogers does me no good.
Let me ask you a question, brother. DeAndre.
Ask away.
My phone's dying, so I'm going to drop off for 20 minutes. The source that you said Ben got it from, when did this guy live? The source that Ben misquoted.
What?
The source that Dr. Ben got it from in We the Black Jews that he misquoted. What is the date on the original source?
Well, I don't know what you're talking. You're talking about J. Rogers. You're talking about Theodore.
Brother, you made a statement. I quoted John Bigelow. Your response was, Yosef Binyak and I misquoted another source, correct?
Yes.
Bigelow source.
Hold on, brother.
No, not a Bigelow source because there is no Bigelow source.
Right. What is the source that Ben misquoted? What is the date on the source he misquoted?
I believe Introduction to Anthropology was 1896. I'm going off the top of my head, but I think it's 1896.
Prove that.
Prove what?
Give me the actual date on the source he's misquoting.
Okay, hang on 1 second.
Hey, could you tell us the source, what it was that he was misquoting, quoting Spiritual Negro, like the Arthur book and etc. as well?
Yeah. The source.
Because keep in mind, J. Rogers was born in the 1800s as well.
So sir, what does that have to, sir? But boy, listen, do you have all your puzzle pieces? What does that got to do with what I asked you?
Because you made a statement. You said, Yosef Yakinan misquoted another source.
What is? Listen, sir.
You heard my question, bro. Don't act like you didn't hear my question,
sir. So first of all, I'm already in the process. I'm already in the process of pulling up the book.
Yeah, show me the date on the source that Ben got it from, and prove he got it from him, and show me the source that says he got it from him. Prove that.
It's a footnote in the book, genius.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, it's a footnote. Okay, no problem. I agree.
It's a footnote in We the Black Jews. And no. I've already explained all of this. I told you that he references several sources that are miscited. I told you I read the book.
No problem.
Stop. I've already explained to you. I've already said pointedly that I checked the footnotes and I checked the references, and I told you this is how I know where he got the sources from. I've already said all of this.
But no
This
problem, no problem.
no.
Hey, look. I thank you for giving me clarity on where y'all was at. I gotta bounce. I got some stuff I gotta do. I'm gonna be in the audience. I thank y'all for having me up.
Thanks for calling, brother. So give me the date on that source that Ben is quoting.
1863. An Introduction to Anthropology by Dr. Theodore Waite. 1863.
Oh, 1863. Okay, that's a little before J. Rogers. Okay, no problem.
Okay, so did you have?
So my next question will be.
No.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
No. Go ahead, Leandre.
Brother. So watch this. Why were you referencing? Matter of fact, did you cite John Bigelow in your book?
Yes.
Did you have an original source for John Bigelow?
I just told you I got it from J. Rogers. Now,
listen, the question I asked is yes or no question. It's closing the question, meaning that it's not a wide range of answers. Did you have an original source for John Bigelow?
I'll go back and look.
No, this is a yes or no question. You wrote the book.
There are
Even though
in the book. Yeah, there are citations in my book. Yeah.
Now, Rabbi Lewis, now you know that I've read one of your books before.
Well, I sent you a free copy. I sent you a free copy of my work.
Yes. You sent me 2 plagiarized works where it's like 60-70% of your books were copied and pasted wholesale from other works, largely from Wikipedia, as evidenced by the footnotes. And you know, I told you this in the back chat that I know that you plagiarized the majority of your work. You don't even have proper citations, and a bunch of the stuff that you have is compiled from Wikipedia only, including the source page from Wikipedia. And so you know I told you this. You know we had this conversation already. You're not a book author. And I told you, you can read your book and tell which parts you typed because you typed all of your sections in all caps. The rest of the parts, it actually had proper punctuation and grammar. Your stuff was an amalgamation of a bunch of capital letters and very poor grammar. So you know I've read your work. So you know that I know that you're not actually writing these books, which is why, like, if I cite a source, I could tell you that when I wrote on evil, right, on the problem of evil, I could talk to you about Alvin Plantinga and different sources I use. I could talk to you about, if I talk to you about miracles, I can tell you I cited Daniel Bonneback. I can do this because I actually wrote the stuff that I wrote. Now, again, I know this is a little challenging for you because you copy and paste wholesale, and you know it. And you know I told you this before. But in your book, then, you cited a source that was supposed to be citing a source, and you don't even know if the original source said it. Is this scholarship?
Brother, first of all, to address that, explain what my background on. Let me to address that. Let me to respond to that before I go.
Did you copy and paste whole sections of your book without citation?
Okay, can I respond, please?
I can open up your book.
Yeah, brother.
I'm gonna open it up. We'll just read it.
He's asking you so you can respond. You don't have to ask, can you respond?
Yeah. So I wrote, so it's got background noise. Let me to Mike Chris, I think it's you. So I wrote over 35 books. So can I finish?
Yes.
I wrote over 30. Hello?
Ain't nobody talking.
Oh, my bad. Somebody's got bad background noise. Somebody's got very bad background noise. That's why I keep stopping. Somebody's got feedback.
No, you panicking.
So I've written over 35 books. Any source that I quote unquote plagiarized were books that have no copyright claims. So, you plagiarized from this source, from this source. These are sources that are not
sir,
have a copyright.
Sir,
hold on, brother, finish.
Sir, that you know as well. Now, for someone who just said he's an academic, you know that if I go into an academic setting, if you should know this, because if you have to submit papers like I have, if I go into an academic setting and I copy and paste wholesale from someone's work without proper, one, you can't make the majority of your work somebody else's stuff. That's one. Two, if I copy and paste stuff without proper citation, that's plagiarism. You're talking
source that I plagiarized from, quote unquote, plagiarized?
You're confusing copyright infringement with plagiarism.
Oh, okay. That's what you're saying. Okay, maybe I'm doing that. Well, to make the crystal clear, the caveat.
No, it's not a maybe.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. You made a statement. Let me finish. Now you. Any source that I pull from in any of my work, there's either multiple books have copyright disclaimers in them. Second thing, anything that I plagiarize from anywhere else are sources that are not copyrighted, meaning the author says you can copy and paste from their work. Are you?
Okay, so I'm not talking at all about you violating copyright laws. One, which you said is also false. But here's what we're gonna do. I provide receipts. I don't mind providing sources for the stuff that I say. it is a problem for some people up here. So let's just do this.
So, but I did send him a free copy of two of my books, I believe.
Right now, and I want everybody to watch this. Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. Watch this. I'm gonna share my screen, and I'm just gonna show you what it is that I meant, so everybody knows, and Rabbi Lewis knows because I told him this right here. Okay, so this is the book here, and so let me zoom in so everybody can see what I mean. I almost charged him for sending me this stuff because I sat and read it. So you can see this here. This is Rabbi Lewis, new tome called African Origins of the Jew and the Muslim. And then there's a colon for no reason, and their holy prophets. And there's another colon with a space, with an open quote, not even an end quote because it's too far out. And then so you can see, look at the capital letters, right? And then you'll see here we get into all kind of pictures and stuff. And let me just watch this. Watch now. Scroll down. Watch this. So it's gonna get beautiful. Now you see how. Now watch this here. Chapter 2. Did Jesus exist? So let's get started. Do we have any scholastic evidence of Jesus or Muhammad existing?
Hey, Leandro, enlarge that a little bit so I can see it.
I got you.
Yeah,
let me zoom in a little more. Here we go. Let me open this up. All right, so as some may claim he did not, and was just a reiteration of older stories of Horus or Krishna, let's look at some sources that do suggest that these two prophets are historical. Let's start with Jesus. And then look, you can see not only does the font change, but also the color. This is black, this is gray. And then, watch this. I'm going to show you something. We're going to scroll down. Do you see a citation here? You notice that there's no citation. You notice that we stopped being in all caps. And if I copy and paste this whole section wholesale, if I copy and paste this section here, which he knows I did, and I showed him that I did, wholesale, and copy and paste this into Google, you're going to find that we're at biblicalarchaeology.org with that same exact with that same exact citation. Tacitus, or more formally, Caius, Gaius, or Publius, or Cornelius Tacitus, 55-56. Now watch this. Let's click back. Do we notice that that's the same exact thing that we have here? This is copied wholesale from biblicalarchaeology.org.
Wow.
And we'll notice there is not a single solitary citation.
That's not true. Go down to the bottom of the page, the bottom of the book.
Sir. How do you? Okay, what format did you write your book in? MLA, APA, Chicago, Turabian. What format is your book cited in?
Hold on, before you do that, go to the bottom.
No. It's not before we do anything. We're going to check to see if there's a citation, because each of these schools has a citation style. Is there a footnote, an endnote? Where is there? Is there an in-text citation?
There's footnotes all throughout the book. What are you talking
No. Hold on, Rabbi Lewis. That's not how you write. Whenever you write something,
all throughout the book. There's footnotes.
Listen, Rabbi Lewis. Whenever you write something and you pull somebody else's work, you must first put that in quotations and cite it at the bottom of the page.
Control F and tap in the word footnote. You'll see the footnote.
Rabbi Lewis. Listen. You know, Rabbi Lewis. You know this because I've already shown you that you have at least 3 different bibliographies in here with different formats. I showed you that 2 of which are wholesale.
Control F footnotes real quick, and I'll show you.
Rabbi Lewis, respond to what I said. Is there even a quotation mark? Is there even a quotation mark letting us know that this is someone else?
Hold on. Control F. Hit the Control F button. And tap
Rabbi Lewis, answer my question. Is there even a quotation mark here letting us know that this is someone else's work? Yes or no?
Yeah. Go tap. Hit the word.
Where is the quotation mark? Rabbi Lewis, I just copied and pasted this whole section, which comes from right here. Is there even a quotation mark here letting us know this is someone?
Yes. Control F the word footnotes.
Rabbi Lewis. Rabbi Lewis.
Bro, this is what I asked you to do. In all due respect, can you just tap in footnotes?
Rabbi Lewis.
Can you just control F the word footnotes?
Rabbi, look at me right here in my eyes. I asked you if there was a quotation mark here. You just said yes. Point it out. Where's the quotation mark on the page?
If you know anything about hold on, brother. Please stop.
Where's the quotation mark? Chris?
Can you just stop while I respond?
Brother LV, let me ask you, because Chris might be biased. LV, you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm right here.
Do y'all see a quotation mark around Tacitus right here?
No, not at all.
I don't see it, but I'm interested to know what style does this university use for citation?
Yeah, so type in footnotes real quick. Control. If you know anything about computers,
brother,
can you stop talking for a second? Let me respond. Damn.
Look. listen. You're talking about irrelevancies. My question was specific. Is there a quotation mark on the page? You said yes, and I'm asking you to point it out. You can show me your footnote after. Where's the quotation mark here?
It's at the bottom of the book. It's at the very top bottom of the book.
Sir, is there a quotation mark on this page around where you quoted from?
No, go to the bottom of the book. You'll see the citation.
Listen,
Rabbi Lewis, what he's trying to get you to understand is that you made a grammatical error. You must put that in quotation so we can know that it was pulled from somebody else's work.
Brother, just Control F. In computers, you Control F. You could go
Rabbi,
to
look, I already know. Look, watch this. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you the same thing I showed you in the back chat. I listen. I posted screenshots of this. I'm going to show you. You posted these things here. Like, oh, by the way, you have an entire section here where you talk about the first president being black, and this is a screenshot from someone's Facebook page. Now watch this. Now watch this. Look what he has. Are these listen, Rabbi Lewis? These are wholesale copied from Wikipedia. The edit button is even still here, and you have two. And look, and you have at least 2 pages that are identical to this. And then you got nothing.
Bro, listen, he didn't even take the hyperlinks out. That's crazy.
Listen, I told him, I said, Rabbi Lewis, you didn't even bother to Control A and then right click and click remove hyperlink. The hyperlink is here.
Bro, type in the word footnotes. You'll see this. Not only is there citation at the end of the book. Type in the word footnote. Control F the word footnote. You'll see the footnotes.
Why does it say edit in your book?
Type in Control F when you Control F.
Yeah, Rabbi
Lewis.
Hold on, brother. In your book.
Look,
hold on, brother. Let me
look. This is the other page. Look, this is the other page I was talking about. Right? There's at least 3 and 2, and they're in 2 different formats. You see this here? Footnotes belong at the foot of the page.
There you go. You see there's notes right there, bro. Notes.
Okay, cool. Watch this, Rabbi Lewis. Watch this. Show me on this page. Show me on this page where Biblical Archaeology Society is cited on here. Show me where on this page it is.
As you can see,
because
right
you got it from this source. It came from this page at biblicalarchaeology.org. My professor Brian Schultz is an author for this journal. You can type in his name. He writes about the identity of the.
What's the name of your university you went to?
Fresno Pacific University. Now watch this.
Yeah.
You can go to You can go to this page. You can go to this thing. My professor writes for this journal. Dr. Brian Schultz. He writes about the community at Qumran. He is a scholar of Jewish studies. He teaches Hebrew and he teaches the Dead Sea Scrolls and Genesis. Okay, so now watch this. You cited from this page. By the way, if you're using this stuff here, you would be using a completely different citation style, which is the Society of Biblical Literature, which I've had to write in SBL Handbook of Style. Now, but watch this. You said that there's footnotes and that you cited this. We're going to go back to your book. Where is biblicalarchaeology.org referenced at all on this page?
Okay, so read some of that. Read some of the footnotes there.
No, sir, just tell me where it is. Which citation is it? You have it looks like a total of 23 of them. Where is it on this page? Where is it?
Yeah, so
this ain't plagiarism. You cited your sources and you said there's footnotes. Show me where the citation is.
You see this footnote. You see there's footnotes right in front of your face.
Okay, listen, I'm gonna try Spanish in just a second because it don't seem like English is getting there. You said you cited this source. You said it's here. I'm asking you where it is. This is a footnote page you told me to come to. Where is it on the page?
That's not the only footnote page. That's one of the footnote pages.
Sir, listen.
Oh, there's no sources in your book. You're wholesale plagiarizing when there's notes all throughout the book. There's footnotes all throughout my book.
Rabbi Lewis, which page can I find the footnotes for biblical archaeology that you reference? Which page can I find it on?
I don't remember which page it is specifically.
Okay. Is it on this one? Do you see it on this one?
Yeah, read some of that. Read through some of that. You'll see.
Rabbi Lewis, sources. Rabbi, you already know that I've read through this because I already told you all of this stuff in the back chat. Don't make me post screenshots. I've already read this to you. I've already told you that you
right, but the people may not know that. The people may not be privy to that.
Rabbi Lewis, so why don't you inform the people on where this citation is in your footnote? Footnotes belong at the foot of a page, but first and foremost, footnotes belong at the foot of a page, not at the end of a book. So
that's not in the notes that you're looking at. It's not at the bottom of the book. What page is that?
Rabbi Lewis, did you tell me?
What page is that? What page are you in? What page are you in?
Rabbi Lewis, you'll notice that that's your thing is not numbered by page. Your PDF you sent me is not numbered by page.
Hold on. If you Control F, you'll see on the PDF file there's pages at the
Rabbi Lewis, we're on the page. Where's the page number? Show it to me. I'm scrolling by pages. Point out the page
number.
Not
on the document above when you have a PDF.
Rabbi Lewis, Listen.
Well, you'll see. You can see how many pages. You can see what page you on, bro.
Okay, so watch this. Look, we're gonna do this. We're gonna move on because this is I'm doing this because you you pump faking. I don't like pump fakers. If you don't know, say you don't know. Okay, but you pump faking. So I'm gonna call you bluff. Right now we're looking at. You told me this is your notes. We were on the other two source pages.
Does it say notes there? Yes or no?
Yes, it does. Now
okay.
where is this source referenced? Where is this source from biblical archaeology referenced at all? This would be the web address. So show me where that is on here.
Again, I'm not looking at the book. I don't remember which page.
You are looking at the book because it's on your Rabbi Lewis. The book is on your screen. You are looking at it. Is it here? Do you see it on this page?
Yeah, read some of that. Read through that.
Rabbi Lewis, this is ridiculous. It says Andrew Greenlee. So watch this. Who wrote this? His name is going to be Lawrence. Matter of fact, here, watch this, dude. If I control F, I'm going to find this somewhere on here. If I control F, this author's name, am I going to find this in your footnotes? Yeah, I thought he would jump off. What do you know? Can y'all, LV, Chris, y'all see this? Y'all there? Yep. Okay. All right, just check it. All right, look, check it.
Yep.
Now watch this. Now he jumped off when I asked him if I search this author's name, look at this. His name is Lawrence McTuick or something like that. I don't know how to say his name, but watch this. Chris, you got a master's degree. If you were citing some source, right, that author's name, if you're citing some author and you're quoting him properly, you're not plagiarizing, he would certainly appear somewhere in your bibliography, correct? I'm going to assume that's correct. Chris seemed kind of distant away from the thing here.
No, yeah, that is correct. I was putting my clothes in the washer here.
Okay, yeah, it's all good. But watch this. When we control F and try to find this author's name that he cited, when we search for that man's name in this document, you'll notice we get 0 results. Nothing comes up at all. Because this was 100% plagiarism. And look, and like I said, I'm going to do this because he pump faking. He keeps referencing these books. These are not sources to be used for anything other than, I think, toilet paper. So, print it out, walk on it, use it, for... Look, check it.
You didn't even take the hyperlinks out. That's crazy, man. He took it from Wikipedia word for word.
Listen, 100%. Look, and then look. Then you scroll down. Like I said, there's 2 of those. One of them is called references. The other one is called sources. Doesn't make a lick of sense. Right here it says source, and the edit button is still there for both of them. And then there was the footnotes page up there, but he never ever referenced his source. But listen, Rabbi Lewis knows I've told him this because look, you can tell what he wrote and what he did. Look, you see this? Look at this. Look at all the caps.
Yep. It seems like he wrote this stuff on his own. Forgot to hit the font button and put everything in matching font. Then took a picture.
Chris, break this down for me. Here, what is this? What does this say to you, right? Can you see it?
I just learned something new. If you ever look on the back of a $2 bill, you'll see the very first president. Yes, it's a black man, and his name is. He doesn't look black to me. That's called an assertion.
Yeah, and the thing is, so this is it. He said his name is John Hanson.
Oh God.
So again,
I can't believe that.
Now, again, and that wasn't the whole point of me coming on the thing. But listen, here's the problem, though. Listen, again, just don't come on there pump faking, right? Again, and Bianchi can go off on me about doing this to Rabbi Lewis all he wants to. But again, I asked Garfield similar questions. I was asking him, and I challenged Garfield. I told him, hey, but we'll do that for a different show. Rabbi Lewis must continue pump faking, and it gives me a headache because this don't make no sense. But again, I'll leave y'all with this before I head downstairs and eat me some dinner or something. But listen, y'all see this here? First black president, John Hanson. I wonder if this is why the $2 bill is not in circulation. And if the $2 bill is not in circulation, how we get it here?
Well, let me read this real quick, something I pulled up on John Hanson, because once again, it's a lot of assertions and bullshit and slippery slopes being created with this type of nonsense, okay? And it says, the first thing you pulled up on John Hanson, yes, he was black, but he wasn't no president. It says he was an African-American politician living in Liberia.
Right,
he served in the Colonial Council.
Right, yeah. See, the thing about it is that what people do with this, and this is a conspiracy theory that circulated within at least a segment of Black America for some time. Yeah. There were two men named John Hanson. They were not the same person. The first person was in Liberia. The other person did serve. The other person was at the Declaration of Independence, but it's a completely different dude. Period. So that's what's on the picture. The picture there is of the Declaration of Independence, but they're confusing two different John Hansons. The one he's talking about, who's black, was serving in Liberia. This is not John Hanson. It's not even him depicted there in that seat. This is, and again, look at what his research is.
No, you're right. What they try to do is, like I said, they try to use conjecture. You get what I'm saying? They're confusing the two. You got John Hanson, who was a founding father of the United States, and then you got John Hanson, who was the Liberian politician who bought and paid for his own freedom and served on the council in Liberia. You see what I'm saying? So what they'll say is, see John Hanson and see John Hanson here, see Harry Potter. That's what we like to call the Harry Potter trick and stuff like that.
Anyway. So listen, the Rabbi Lewis, if you're watching, because you jumped off and you're gonna try.
I got that bullshit book too. I got that bullshit book written by Lee Cummings Jr. called The Negro Question. That's where they pulled that from. I got that book sitting right over there. I questioned Lee Cummings on some of his authenticity in his books, mainly dealing with the Kingdom of Judah on the west coast of Africa, and it says he pulled it from a Wikipedia source in that same book. And I said, why didn't you just read the rest of it? Because it clearly tells you that it was that map was drawn by a man named Emmanuel Bowen, and the Portuguese called this part of Africa the Kingdom of Judah. Prior to that, it was Guihu. That was the name of the kingdom. You see what I'm saying? It had nothing to do with Judah. They just changed the wording of it, nothing more. And he deliberately omitted that in his book. And this is what happens when you guys keep reading these non-peer-reviewed, non-published books. You see what I'm saying? These guys have religious agendas, and they use them to confuse you. You guys got to do the study yourself. Put the work in.
And it's funny because last thing I'll say, Garfield when he was on it, he got into this specific thing right here, this specific picture where Garfield was showing that this image had been doctored in order to like pass Hebrew Israelite stuff on. But anyway, yeah, man. Well, listen, it's been 5 hours at least for me, man. So
yeah,
appreciate everybody for watching. Appreciate the time. I don't remember what Bianchi's closing is, but thank you to everybody for watching. Hopefully it was eventful, and I don't know. We'll see if I get fired as a substitute host after this. So we'll see.
I got to bring you on here with me more often when I do these by myself. Eat these motherfuckers up.
Yeah, man. Just so go ahead on and send me a kite, man. We'll work it out, man. But listen, shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all for tuning in. Until next time. Chris, any final words? You want to close it out?
You guys watch out for these sources that they use and stuff like that. And as you guys notice, 2 people on here try to keep the thing classy. 2 people are on here trying to have a conversation, and all they offer or all they bring forth is a lot of confusion. They bring forth a lot of confusion. You know what I'm saying? So one of the things I can never understand is this entire identity thing. You know what I'm saying? They say they're not Christians, but yet they teach the faith of Jesus Christ. It's confusion. It is confusion. It's just so much confusion, man. Mental patience, man. With that being said, man, thank you, Leandre, for having me on here. I tried to keep my cool as always. Long night. Peace, guys.
All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night.
Yeah.
All right.